Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25. It's season 2, it's about to kick off and get underway. We've got a few driver moves to cover for this season. We've got livery changes to nearly every car, we'll come to that a bit later. And of course the custom livery has finally been introduced as well. After some painstaking work, it is finally finished and ready for season 2. So don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button and turn on that notification bell as well so you know when all these videos are uploaded. And we'll get onto the new starting grid for the season 2 championship. And kicking things off on the front row, we have Max Verstappen and Lando Norris for the first of our drivers getting pole position in the opening race of the season. Fantastic news for us, but not the guy we're playing as. Further down the order, we have Lewis Hamilton and Ayrton Senna, Carlos Sainz and Charles Leclerc, George Russell and Esteban Ocon, Nico Hülkenberg, who will be playing as, and Alex Albon. Then we have Oliver Behrman and Kimi Antonelli, Yuki Tsunoda and Gabriel Bortoleto, Fernando Alonso and Paul Aron, Kali Meyer and Jack Doohan. Penultimate row, we have Lance Stroll and Isaac Hadjar, and finally it is Pierre Gasly and Liam Lawson. So yes, just a few changes to cover there with the new Red Bull lineup, of course. Also Audi bringing in Paul Aron as well to replace Hülkenberg. So not that many changes going on, but here is the livery. Quite a substantial change from our previous one, using the in-game designer. Perhaps a technical partnership with BMW, hence why we're not covering the car in black, white, blue, red, whatever sort of colours that they would normally put on the car. And here's another German manufacturer joining us this year. There is Audi. Hopefully they'll have much more reliability than they did as Sauber. So then, will Max Verstappen convert his win, his pole position into a win, I should say? Or will he fall back down the order? Where will we end up? Starting in P9, we've already been overtaken by Alex Albon on the right-hand side. We're going to try and take the position back from him and try and get past Russell at the same time as we're forced onto the grass. Albon gets away fine, getting the squeeze from Russell there, forcing us into that compromised position, but we managed to get away with it and stay in P9. Up ahead, we've got our previous championship contender, Charles Leclerc, trying to make amends for his mistakes in Qatar last season and trying to work his defence up against Esteban Ocon in the Toyota Haas. But we've got a great run on Ocon here. Can we get, on Albon even, can we get a run on Ocon as well? No DRS just yet, but we're going to just use the slipstream here and try and preserve some of that ERS because the effects of the regulation changes have had some drastic impacts on our power unit and on our chassis because we had basically zero time to actually redevelop any of the parts, and we'll be continuing to redevelop those parts all the way through until at least the 4th race of the season when we finally catch up again. It looks as though Albon was not able to convert anything there. This is Russell at turn 1, just putting the squeeze on Albon, who forced us onto the grass consequentially. But we've managed to retain P9, and we're going to need to retain every position that we can here because we have a very fast car and one of the fastest drivers in the game now driving it. Max Verstappen, as you can see from the minimap, already pulling a very significant lead ahead of Lewis Hamilton. As we go round the outside of Esteban Ocon, he's going to try and come back at us here into the chicane, but we've managed to hold on to it for the time being. And that's another position gained. Us and Albon trying to work our way through the field here as we've got other cars on the medium, other cars on the hard ahead of us, and we're trying to make use of that medium. So we should be pulling a few, at least a second a lap faster than some of these guys. But we're going to have a try at getting past Albon here. He is getting the toe from his teammate, but we're going to go to the outside here. Can we make it round here? This is a very difficult corner to overtake on, but we've managed it just about. And move up into P7 and approaching some of our contenders from the last season as we watch the Williams defending to the inside, not making it easy positioning where he was, but we've managed to get away with it as we see Max Verstappen with an enormous lead already, 2.5 seconds over Lando Norris, and we're chasing down Charles Leclerc now, as Carlos Sainz has appeared to have gotten past him at some point previously. The Williams impressive at the starting of this season. And we're going to get to the outside of Leclerc. We nearly get sandwiched in between the two of them, though, as we try to sweep around the outside. There's no room there with that Williams. We're holding on side by side with Leclerc, and we get past the Ferrari, which is sporting the World Endurance Championship livery from overtake.gg. Also, don't forget to look in the description for any of the liveries or links to the liveries if you wish to use them yourself as well. Some of these are pretty awesome. As we slide past Carlos Sainz and up into P5 ahead of that almost a return to the Jaffa Cake Williams that featured on the channel a few years ago. This time, though, it is definitely not a Jaffa Cake version. It is an Atlassian version, as we watch Leclerc defending to the inside. Also running the mediums and trying to work his way up the order here, but clearly not having a great run here in the opening race of the season. And he wasn't able to get past the Williams. And this is Sainz watching us glide past and not putting up as much of a fight through this corner as Albon was earlier on as well. As we follow the Alpines, Jack Doohan still driving for this outlet. He's not joined our team this time around, and it appears to have been going so well that he's decided to end the race on lap 6, and he will trundle off the side of the circuit. The gold Alpine, ironic, and it is probably not going to score many points this season. As we now watch Lando Norris and Lewis Hamilton, followed by Ayrton Senna, the legend that is. McLaren desperate to try and not put Oscar Piastri back in the car as we try to go up the inside of Senna there. Doesn't pay off there. But McLaren so desperate to not put Oscar Piastri in the car this season that they literally went back in time and snatched Ayrton Senna the moment before his fatal accident and brought him through to 2026 as we are in this timeline. And then decided to put him in a McLaren with a livery very similar to the one that he drove in the past. And he's just as fierce in this battle as we try to get past him again, and it doesn't work out. And now Lewis Hamilton has to defend from his hero as they go side by side through the final corners of the circuit. We're going to look up the outside of Hamilton, and he puts the squeeze on us there. Nearly a big accident, but we've managed to avoid it. And we'll both get the DRS on Senna now, going down the pit straight, but we've just lost the rear slightly going through that final corner, and it's cost us quite significantly. So the car is sliding around all over the place. The tyres are very much approaching the end of their life. Also, I must point out that we've lost all of our chassis upgrades, which improve the tyre wear, so we're going to be really suffering for the next couple of Grand Prix. But here on the straights, we've got no issues whatsoever as we now drag race the Ferrari, who's doing much better than he did last season here in Australia, having retired the car. And we sweep around the outside up into P3. But look at that gap between Senna and Verstappen. It's 6.5 seconds that we've got to try and make up. We are technically the fastest car on the grid, but just putting the fastest driver in the game in the fastest car on 105 difficulty at the moment has led to a rather difficult opponent to try and beat as our teammates. But as much of an underdog as he is, Nico Hulkenberg will fight to the bitter end if that's what it comes to as well. As we pull into the pits, Verstappen has stayed out, so be interested to see what tyre he started the race on. I didn't see it earlier on. But where do we come out is the question. We've got the Williams coming up the pit straight, I believe. Must be somewhere just out of shot. Yeah, there's Carlos Sainz and George Russell. So we stay ahead of them. And we've got Lando Norris just up the road ahead of us as well. Also, Yuki Tsunoda just out of position at the moment as we watch Sainz defending from Russell. But the Williams putting up a good battle here. As we watch Yuki Tsunoda in the Red Bull Ford, Red Bull powertrains, or Red Bull Ford powertrains, also providing for the RBs this season. Interestingly, they've opted to go for a 1-litre EcoBoost in the car, which they said would be fine. And it appears to be doing them not much good at the moment as Yuki Tsunoda Oh, the wet belt's gone. Yuki Tsunoda is breaking down as the wet belt is chewed up by the engine, and Ford and Red Bull, I suppose, will have to go back to the drawing board on this one, as we've also got his new teammate Callie Mayer running way out of the points at the moment as well, and it's not looking likely that she's going to score much here at all. And with the way that power unit's performed here, it's not looking good for the rest of the season either for Red Bull. So if you are a Red Bull fan, you might want to sit this one out as we watch Lando Norris go flying past behind us, and we're up into P2. We've got a 6-second gap to Max Verstappen. We're on the same tyre compound. Can we find some time is the question. Here's Verstappen, no, here's Hulkenberg even, coming around the final corner, and Norris is hot in pursuit. Or is he, though, as he comes into the pits? Interestingly, the McLaren choosing to bail and go on to the two-stop strategy here. He's going to put the softs on, I believe. Is that the softs? There's the mediums. He's put the mediums on, and we'll try to do the next 10 laps on that. But he does have a few cars to get past. Will Russell get by as well? Possibly. Him and Ocon are currently fighting as well. He's just ahead of Ocon, and I don't think Ocon's going to put up much of a fight here against the McLaren. So he's got both Ferraris to try and get past. Here he is, attempting to get past the first one of them. Charles Leclerc weirdly doing worse than Lewis Hamilton, which is something I've not even considered would happen during this season. But Norris trying to find a way by, not able to there, as Leclerc goes extremely defensive, nearly puts him in the wall. And Norris up into P5, trying to retake, well, potentially a win here, at least the podium. He's got quite a way to go. As we rejoin him on lap 25, chasing down Lewis Hamilton, who is still stuck behind Ayrton Senna. But at this point in the Grand Prix, we've actually got a 16.5-second lead over Senna. So P2 is very much in the bag for us here, as Norris also gets past Hamilton up into P4. And I can't imagine that his teammate's going to fight him too hard going through the final 4 laps of this race. But just keep an eye on that time up in the top left corner. We are closing in on Verstappen, but time is running out. We just need to get DRS, ideally, and try and make up some positions, or make up that position, and try and claim that opening win of the season. As Norris very plainly lined up here to try and go for the pass on Ayrton Senna and knock him off the podium. And that looks as though it's going to be a slam dunk win there. And into third place he goes. Senna dropping back to P4 and losing out on some points here at the season opener. As we rejoin on the penultimate lap, we've closed the door to Verstappen. It is less than a second now. We're closing in through some of the corners here. It looks like the AI are struggling with some parts of the lap, and we managed to take advantage of it. We've closed to within a second. Can we retain that through the final corners? Through we go. Verstappen probably getting worried, but he's managed to get the gap up to 9 tenths. Now it's down to 8-7. 8 again. We've got the DRS. So now we need to take full advantage of this and try and close up as much as possible. We've got this DRS zone and the next one after turn 2 to try and close it up as much as possible. We've already got it down to half a second. 4 tenths now. It's closing as we go through the chicane area. We got the double right-hander coming up in the moment, and then another right-hander, which the AI seem to struggle at significantly as we come through. Just as close as before, but the DRS zone up ahead is going to be where we need to really put every bit of battery we have left into taking this position away from Verstappen. As we're closing in now, DRS is open. Will Nico Hulkenberg be able to get the pass? He goes to the outside before the right-left, and he gets the position away and actually gains significantly over Verstappen. You can see the AI really struggling there, but we have run out of battery power. This could end terribly as we come through the final few corners. Verstappen is not very happy about this and will be trying his best to try and get past us as we come round the penultimate corner. One corner to go. Verstappen's very close, but I don't think he's going to have a good enough run at us down towards the finish line. And Nico Hülkenberg wins in Formula 1 for the first time. He spins the car out in front of his teammate and takes his first victory in Formula 1. Verstappen, wanting to add to his tally, will just have to wait just a little bit longer and settle for seconds today. But there we go. Ignore the livery issue there on the driver's suit. That will be fixed by the next episode. But there is Nico Hülkenberg claiming his first victory for, well, himself in Formula 1 and also for our team under its new branding. And you can see that I've spent many hours customizing basically every aspect of this team so that it all looks absolutely right. Only then for it to be ruined by some weird coding within the game, putting that Seren logo over the top of the race suits. And there we go then. Nico Hülkenberg takes the opening win of the season over teammate Max Verstappen, followed by Lando Norris, Lewis Hamilton, Ayrton Senna, Charles Leclerc, George Russell, Alex Albon, Carlos Sainz and Kimi Antonelli. Over to the Drivers' Championship, it's the same order as the race. Nico Hülkenberg, Max Verstappen, Lando Norris, Lewis Hamilton, Ayrton Senna, Charles Leclerc, George Russell, Alex Albon, Carlos Sainz and Kimi Antonelli are making up the top 10. Further down the order, we have Fernando Alonso, Cali Meyer, Esteban Ocon, Ollie Behrman, Isaac Hadjar, Gabriel Bortoletto, Pierre Gasly, Lance Stroll, Paul Aaron, Liam Lawson, Yuki Tsunoda and Jack Doohan. And in the Constructors, it's a strong start for Slothz BMW, taking first place away by 18 points now over McLaren in just one race. Then it's a short jump back to Ferrari in third. Then Mercedes and Williams make up the final point scorers, with Aston Martin, Red Bull, Haas, RB, Kick Sauber and Alpine failing to score. That's all for this video. I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 with the Slothz team as we jump into China, which we've not featured on the channel so far in F1 25. So it'll be the first time I've come back to this circuit for a couple of years. I'm not particularly looking forward to it, but I did want to include it as it was an old classic back in the day. We are kind of trying to find something to research here. We've got quite a lot of research points, but the decision really is going to come down to what do we really need at this point. It's going to be some front end, putting some front downforce on the car because I don't know, I just wasn't completely happy with it at the end of last season. Over to development, you can see the absolute mess that we've got here to try and catch up on. So a big focus will be on getting that fourth slot unlocked. But we don't actually get any of this sorted out completely for another couple of races. So we've got to put up with this as it is for now. Some missing features on the tyre wear. We've got missing ERS stuff, so that's going to play into today's race. And you can see, well, there we go. We've got another ERS cooling upgrade finish there. Opens up another slot, and we have to try and fit one of these into it. They're not going to get them finished before the Chinese Grand Prix, so we'll get both of them done before Japan. And then just a quick check back with the development. The rear floor under tray, a famous one from last season, repeatedly failing. It fails again. And there's some tyre wear upgrades that I'm now realising that I don't have currently, and for some reason I ignore them and do brakes instead. So then it's over to Shanghai for the first race of the season, and in actual fact it's a sprint race, our first sprint race of the season here in China. So double the fun, I guess, for me in trying to relearn this circuit in what was not the easiest of qualifying conditions, and on a circuit that I'm only partially familiar with. So don't forget to like this video and hit that subscribe button so you can see how I get on with the rest of the season with the other tracks that we've not had in the previous season. I'm not expecting them to go very well, but stick around anyway, and if you're a Max Verstappen fan, then you're probably going to be happy when those tracks come around, because he's probably going to beat me. As we get on with the starting grid for the sprint, here in China. And once again, it is Max Verstappen and Lando Norris leading the field away down towards turn 1 with great sprint qualifying for the both of them. Then we have Ayrton Senna and Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton and George Russell. Behind them, we have Alex Albon and Carlos Sainz, and then Cali Meyer and Kimi Antonelli. Further down the order, we have Gabriel Bortoleto, Fernando Alonso, Ollie Behrman and Pierre Gasly. Then it's Lance Stroll and Jack Doohan, Esteban Ocon and Isaac Hadjar. On the penultimate row, it's Yuki Tsunoda and Nico Hulkenberg, Paul Aaron and Liam Lawson round out the field. As I said, qualifying was not very good here on this very unfamiliar circuit for me, so we've had some problems there. We're going to have to fight our way through the field from quite a way back, and there's not a huge amount of possibility of scoring any points here based on how far we've got to try and go in what amounts to a very short sprint race. Also, if you do see the Aston Martins once again in this video, the livery for them is broken once again in this, and I didn't realise until much later on. It will be fixed finally for the Japanese Grand Prix, which will be coming up next week, so don't worry about that. And just in time for their Aston Martin livery to come into effect for Honda's home Grand Prix, so stick around for that one. So it's 5 red lights here, and soon to be away we go. I am pretty ill at the moment as well, so this has been particularly challenging to try and record these 2 videos back to back. And we've got underway. Not a spectacular start, but we're going to try and make up some positions up the inside here as we start to move up the order, and all of the cars start to back into each other, losing the rear slightly there through turn 1, and we'll try and sweep it around the outside of Jack Doohan here as we now follow Pierre Gasly, and Gasly's off. He's into the gravel there as Ollie Behrman swiped out wide and pushed him off onto the curb and into the gravel. We'll have a look at that again in just a moment as we try and fend off Lance Stroll here and chase down the Haas. We're already up into 14th, so that's 6 positions gained already at the start of this race. But it's only going to get harder from here on out as the field starts to spread out a bit and everyone starts to form DRS trains, as we make basically no headway there on Behrman down towards the DRS straight. In we go through this horrendous corner as Behrman loses the rear, basically Radiant Slothz style, and we get up the inside, beaching ourselves on the exit curb briefly, but now we're away. Here's on board with Pierre Gasly through turn 2 as Behrman is about to swipe across and spook him onto the grass, and he's managed to keep it going without bringing the safety car out. But you can see how far away he is in the distance there as we watch Behrman now getting a good run at us down the straight up the inside, but we're going to hold on around the outside, and we just have the better car, and we're able to keep that position away from him. For now, up ahead, Fernando Alonso in the wrong livery, but who cares? It's fixed next time, momentarily, as we get onto the pit straight. We're nearly halfway through the sprint at this point.
Okay, no issues
But
with the tyre wear for now.
one of the problems that we do encounter here is the tyre wear, and also the ERS, which you can see is already dwindling as we barge our way past Fernando Alonso and join Kimi Antonelli's train. Yes, the ERS issue. We do seem to be lacking most of the higher end upgrades for that. We just haven't redeveloped them since the regulation changes. And also the tyre wear, as you can see, there were 2. I think there's maybe 1 of them on the car that we've actually completed, and the other 2 are still pending development again. So that's caused 20% tyre wear in 4 laps, which is not great. So it's not looking good for the end of this race. And with the twisty nature of this circuit, basically is the nail in the coffin for us, as the rear is already beginning to try and snake around all over the place as we try to look for a way past the Audi, and he starts to pull away. We're actually drifting out wide, wider than intended, but the problem is you put a bit more steering lock on, and then the rear goes. So basically, the option is understeer until you start to oversteer, and then just try and balance the two out. Either understeer and oversteer at the same time, or crash is the option for this circuit. And it only gets worse as the laps tick away. Can we get past Bortoleto on the straights, though? He's got the DRS, and he is apparently giving it his all to try and keep us behind him. But we're going to dive up the inside through turn 1. The rear's going again. They're nearly crashing into the Audi and wiping Bortoleto out. But we managed to hold on, and we now join behind Maya, who's made her own pass on Alex Albon, or is trying to. Looks like Albon is being particularly difficult about this one. But Kali Maya is going to try and go up the inside into the final corner, and that's just going to compromise the pair of them. She loses out to Albon, and now we've had a better traction out of that final corner, and have gone up the inside. And that is another position gained. Still no points, though, given that we are in the sprint. And if this was the main event, then I'd be very upset about that, given how many points Verstappen would be taken away from us. As we come through the penultimate corner, on to the final lap. Can we get past Alex Albon, who has dropped back significantly from Antonelli in sights ahead? We're going to go to the inside, just about holding on there as we squeeze him out wide. And up the inside we go into P9. Still no points on offer, though, as the rear is gone at this point. The tyres have nothing left. And we're fighting it all the way to the finish as we watch Verstappen cross the line in first. Leclerc making up some positions again. The rear, uncontrollable at this point, 10 laps into this race. The Grand Prix is not going to be fun at all, as we granny our way through the final corner and take away nothing from this race. A totally unsatisfying amount of points, considering that we got one of the best drivers in the game. As our teammate, we don't need to be going this slow in every single race, or we're going to be losing this championship before it starts. Here's the race results then. Max Verstappen, Lando Norris, Ayrton Senna, Charles Leclerc, George Russell, Lewis Hamilton, Kimi Antonelli and Carlos Sainz all pick up points. And then further down the order, we have poor old Nico Hülkenberg missing out just about there. But we'll hopefully make up some more time in the race and try and stay with our teammate as much as possible. Maybe even mount the heroic last-minute overtake like we did in Australia. So then it is main event time. Unfortunately, we've got to try and suffer our way through this tyre-demolishing circuit. Once again, only this time we've got to do multiple stints, and we're going to have to go a little bit further than 10 laps on the mediums when we put them on, which will be for the start of this race, I believe. So this isn't going to go well. So don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button, and turn on that notification bell as well. Not for your benefit in this case, but to try and at least make me feel better about how this race is going to pan out. As we go down to the grid for the starting order. Thankfully, though, we're not going to be right at the back like we were in the sprint. The weather was a little kinder to me during race qualifying. And also to Ayrton Senna as he takes away pole position from Max Verstappen for the first time this season. The legend has returned to do battle once again. Lando Norris and Alex Albon will line up behind them. Then it's Lewis Hamilton and Kali Maya, Yuki Tsunoda and Nico Hülkenberg, George Russell and Lance Stroll make up the top 10. Then it's Charles Leclerc and Isaac Hadjar, Fernando Alonso and Gabriel Bortoleto. Then it's Ollie Behrman and Paul Aaron, Kimi Antonelli and Carlos Sainz. Behind them on the penultimate row, it's Pierre Gasly, Jack Doohan, then Liam Lawson and Esteban Ocon, who pick up penalties already. We're only on the third actual race of the season. Second main event. Weather did play some factor here in the mixed-up order, but thankfully it was kind of a result of the track drying out that I was actually able to get out there and do some good early on or late on in the session. As for the second race in a row, we watched the same animation of our car back to back. Great job, Codemasters. And there's a great look at Lewis Hamilton's Ferrari there in those WEC colours. Looking fantastic. But let's get on with the actual race. So as my voice begins to fail me, we will get underway here in China. Can Senna convert his pole into his first win for multiple decades? We'll have to find out as we get underway here in China. He's held position through to turn one. We're going to go up the inside of Alex Albon. Lewis Hamilton around the outside of Albon there. Don't think he got that position away, and we've made our way up into P4 behind Lando Norris, who is on the hard tyre. We've got the collision warning with Alex Albon, so I guess we did make slight contact with him going through turn one, but Hamilton has managed to get past him. Now we don't have to worry as we dive bomb down the inside of Lando Norris and up into P3. That was crucial for our race as we needed to get past him on his hard tyres. He's just going to hold us up otherwise, and we need to chase down our teammate. This is Albon through turn one, runs it out wide, and I think there's contact there between him and Hamilton, as that was the very small amount of contact that we made with him. I'm not even entirely sure why we were called out on that. And very briefly there, the missing end plate of Lewis Hamilton, who pokes his nose on the left-hand side of the screen. This is on board with Norris as we take the dive up the inside and masterfully get past the man who is not a world champion within this alternate universe, but instead lost out to Taylor Barnard in and Charles Leclerc for that matter. He lost to him as well last season. As Senna defends from Max Verstappen. Senna holding the inside, but he is running that hard tyre, so Verstappen not only is in a faster car, but he's going to hold the advantage here as they come onto the pit straight at the end of lap one. And we need to stay with these two as much as possible and try to make sure that Verstappen does not run away with it as he did in Australia. And hopefully, having had 10 laps of practice with 0 tyres left on the car, try and hold on as long as possible for longer than we did before, despite the rapid pace deterioration that we're going to experience over the stint as we watch Verstappen sweeping around the bank corner onto the DRS straight. Senna not really going to be able to do much here as the DRS comes open on the Slothz car, and Verstappen is already alongside, takes the inside line this time and is passed before they get to the end of the braking zone. That's another position for Slothz, but unfortunately that has released Saint Verstappen as he appears on the timing screen, and he will disappear into the distance. He's already doing it here as we follow on board with Hulkenberg, as the rear end already beginning to start to go through, well, midway through lap 4. We're not even halfway towards getting the tyres changed yet and already experiencing issues. Maybe it was the setup here, I'm not sure, but you can see me wiggling around there as we come through the banking, and that's given Norris a great opportunity to close up. Although we've got the DRS from Senna, Norris is already passed because we just didn't have the speed coming out of the banking to do anything to stop him. And now we're dropped all the way back into P4, sitting behind these two who are going to be on a slower tyre anyway. Not that you can get much slower than how I'm going around this circuit at the moment. As we rejoin on lap 7, Norris pulled a little gap over us already, and he's about to try and pull a fast one on his teammate, since Senna has dropped back to 2.5 seconds behind Max Verstappen already. Senna, interestingly, is going to try and defend this one offline slightly as the two McLarens nearly come to blows in the braking zone there, but I think they've got away with it. And Norris up into P2 with quite a long way to go in this race, still 3/4 distance. Senna, will he come back though? They're still fighting him yet. Senna goes to the outside of Norris and he gets the position back from his teammate into turn 1. Ayrton Senna just as challenging a teammate to drive with as Verstappen, apparently, as we come round the end of the DRS straight at the end of lap 12. We're 5 seconds down on Norris and Senna, which is not great already. And the tyres have so little life in them, we can't even get round the corner to get into the pits. That nearly ended up as a Lewis Hamilton moment, going wide. Thankfully, they have tarmacked over the gravel and therefore saved any future incidents happening in that corner. As we pull into the pits, we're going to be making some livery changes as well later on in the season. If you notice the slightly wonky M Sport logos on the halo, or the green and purple ST on the front of the car, we're going to be switching that out and trying to do some realignment of those BMW Motorsport logos as well later on this season as we rejoin ahead of Sonoda, and we follow Isaac Hadjar, who is suffering on the mediums through the twisty Sector 2 down towards Sector 3. What can we do here against the RB? Well, we can brake a lot later, that's for sure, but traction through here, even though we're on fresh rubber, is not the best, and we're already starting to see the effects of trying to get the power down too early. The cold tyres not helping either as we get the DRS on Hadjar. And we're closing in, but it might not be enough here because we are quite late. I'm going to late dive to the outside and run it over the green. And somehow we've been able to get away with that one. Just about. And pull around the final corner, taking a lot of curb there as we join lap 14, now halfway through the race. Looking at the map, down at the bottom, Verstappen and the two McLarens significantly ahead of everyone else. But they haven't come into the pits yet. We did come in slightly early. So we follow Norris and Senna through the final few corners. They'll be coming into the pits very shortly. Norris looks as though he's... Oh, no, he's not coming in! Lando Norris in the second race of the season. The McLaren engine, the Mercedes power unit has gone. And Norris is out. Verstappen's in. For some reason, Senna has decided to stay on for another lap. Look at the graining on those mediums. So Verstappen clearly having the same issues as us, but apparently doesn't seem to suffer the effects of zero tyres. Well, zero grip. He rejoins in fourth behind Albon and Leclerc, who are yet to stop anyway. And we're all the way back here, chasing down Calimea, who's having a much better race than she did up against, well, the entire field in Australia. As we run it a bit wider than we really need to, around the outside and up into P6. Apparently Ford, interestingly, have switched out the 1 litre EcoBoost for a 1.2 and hoping that this will actually help them a bit better this time. Maybe that extra power has helped slightly because Maya is in the points, and so is Sonoda. At least for the time being anyway. They might get rearranged with the pit stops going on.
Expect to see some
But
rain
we're
about
up into
10 to 15
P3
minutes
after
from now.
everything is said and done. And look at how undrivable this is at this point. We're trying to catch... That's Ollie Behrman in front who has been lapped. And the car is either understeering or oversteering through every single corner at this point. And look at that. But under braking, it loses the rear. There's graining on the tyres. It's picking up dirt occasionally as well because we keep going offline,
Okay, keep an eye on that
which is
gap
making it
ahead,
even
please.
more difficult to try and
3 seconds.
steer our way through here. And we watch this corner. There's a slight bit of oversteer and understeer again. It's understeering here, but I managed to get a line which somehow works through that corner. But you go a little bit too much on there and with the steering input, and it just doesn't result in any goodness. Just spinning, and there's the rear again as we try to slow the car down and turn in to the final corner. It's just not happening here. We come around the penultimate corner with no grip, no ERS left as well. That was one of the other unfortunate problems that we had to deal with here in China. Thankfully, we will be fixing that for Japan. But look how undrivable this is at this point. Ayrton Senna has had zero problems holding that 3-second lead. Although we can close up occasionally through places like turn 1, the gap just comes up immediately as we continue on through the lap. We've lost 2 tenths to him in just a couple of corners here. Here's not so bad. But then we come on to quite possibly my least favourite part of this circuit so far during this race, as we try to get through here. Actually looking somewhat stable this time. Probably just backed off slightly, but already twitching a couple of times there, under braking and then acceleration again. Unfortunately, that's probably going to be a trend partially through Japan as well, until we've got that sorted, or the development sorted for those last tyre wear upgrades. I don't remember it ever being this bad though during the season 1, so I don't know if maybe a mod has broken this or what, but either way, that's the gap. 2.8 seconds still. Nothing gained on the McLaren. Max Verstappen winning this race by 17 seconds over Ayrton Senna. And there's a big jump back of 10 seconds to Charles Leclerc in 4th. So a very spread field as we claim our 2nd podium this season for Nico Hülkenberg. But now Max Verstappen has taken a slightly bigger chunk or gap ahead of us now in the driver's standings. Carlos Sainz picking up driver of the day, and there he is, win number 1 for Slothz. I can't even begin to imagine the domination that our team would have had we not if Max Verstappen had stayed at Red Bull. Potentially we would have been fighting alongside who was our team at Victor Martins. Could have been winning every single race. He did win the last race of last season. It could have been a dominant Martins through this season as well, but unfortunately we've chosen a teammate who is very skilled on top of having a fast car. So over to the standings for the full weekend, and it's Max Verstappen, Ayrton Senna and Charles Leclerc who gain maximum points here for the weekend. Over to the actual race result, and it's Max Verstappen, Ayrton Senna, Nico Hülkenberg, Charles Leclerc, George Russell, Alex Albon, Cali Meyer, Carlos Sainz, Kimi Antonelli and Lewis Hamilton all picking up points. Over to the Drivers' Championship, Max Verstappen inherits the lead by 11 points over Nico Hülkenberg now, followed by Ayrton Senna, who jumped up to 3rd. Then we have Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, George Russell, Lewis Hamilton, Alex Albon, Carlos Sainz and Cali Meyer makes their way into the top 10. Further down the order, we have Kimi Antonelli, Isaac Hadjar, Fernando Alonso, Yuki Tsunoda, Esteban Ocon, Gabriel Bortoleto, Pierre Gasly, Ollie Behrman, Lance Stroll, Paul Aaron, Jack Doohan and Liam Lawson. And finally, over to the constructors, it's Slothz still at the top now, 35 points ahead of McLaren in 2nd, who are now 15 points ahead of Ferrari in 3rd. Then it's a jump back to Mercedes in 4th and Williams in 5th, with Red Bull the final team to score in 6th. Then it's RB, Aston Martin, TGR Haas, Audi and Alpine making up the rest of the field. That's all for this video. I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 with the Slothz team. We had a bit of a mixed bag last week with our win in Australia to kick off the season, but then a slightly subpar performance in China during the sprint race, and then we managed to claw back a bit of ground during the race. So it's straight over to development to try and fix all of the problems with the car, starting with the tyre wear problems that we were having, which were particularly causing problems in China. Of course, some of the setup that we had on might have been the culprit behind this, but we want to be better safe than sorry, and just make sure that those tyres are not burning up and wearing away very early on in the stint like they have been lately. Then it's jumping back over to engineering, and we'll see what else we can get here, because we're rushing through the development as quickly as possible post the start of the season and all those regulation changes with the powertrain and the chassis. We can afford to throw a double development on the rotor for the ERS and get that working back to how we want it. And we're going to be doing a bit of back and forward here between continuing on through the timeline towards the race and then darting back over to the development. As you can see, we're pretty close there with the power unit being finished now. And part of that's been helped by one of the activities I picked, which apparently has given a boost to the amount of engine power unit development that we can make. So we were able to get through them quite a lot quicker. So we got another energy store one complete there, and as per usual, one of them failed, so we'll just chuck that one back on, and that's only going to take a couple of days. Then we had some more for the chassis department completed, so we'll run back over there as well and get those. We actually got both brake calipers there done at the same time, and then one of those tyre wear upgrades. But realistically, we also need to make sure that we're doing some stuff with the weight reduction and with the weight distribution, so we're going to grab that cable assembly and we'll do those as singles, because we might actually be able to get them out before the Japanese Grand Prix. Another one completed under the power unit, just leaving the ignition system. We're unlikely to get this done for the Japanese Grand Prix, but we're going to try it anyway. Massive amount of failures there, as per usual, with the development. But we're so close to finishing everything now that we won't have this problem probably from the next race onwards. Maybe a little bit with the chassis, because there's still quite a few items there still to go. But now we're on to the grid order for the Japanese Grand Prix. So then it's over to the Japanese Grand Prix, and we'll hope to claw back some of the ground that we've lost to Max Verstappen in the Drivers' Championship. And I can quite happily say that my voice is at least working properly this week as well. At least so far anyway. I did have this video ready to do a commentary over last Sunday, but unfortunately I wasn't able to because my voice was given out. But maybe I'll try and do all the way up to Canada in this recording session. So don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button and turn on that notification bell as well. We've got the Spanish Grand Prix coming up next on Thursday of this week, followed by the Canadian Grand Prix on Tuesday next week, and then Austria next Thursday. And that will take us right up to just a couple of races away from the midpoint of the season. Over to the starting grid though, and it's Lando Norris on pole position. He's joined alongside our teammate Max Verstappen. He's put in another good qualifying session. Actually, both of them put in a very good qualifying session once again. Then we've got the two Ferraris, Charles Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton. Yuki Tsunoda alongside Ayrton Senna. Then Nico Hülkenberg and Carlos Sainz, followed by Esteban Ocon and Ollie Behrman rounding out the top 10. Then we have Kimi Antonelli and Isaac Hadjar, George Russell and Paul Aron, Fernando Alonso and Pierre Gasly. Then Alex Albon and Callie Mayer, another poor qualifying for her. Lance Stroll and Jack Doohan. Finally, it's Liam Lawson and Gabriel Bortoleto. As we go down to the starting grid, then it's going to be a little bit of ground to make up for us from where we are on the grid. Verstappen, hopefully, isn't going to take the lead and fly off into the distance as he has done at the Australian Grand Prix. And oh, look at that. The Aston Martin livery has finally been fixed just in time for Honda's home Grand Prix here in Japan. So without further ado, then we'll get on with our race. And of course, actually, I should mention that our livery will have some slight adjustments to it going into the next race as well. Very minor adjustments, though, but infuriating changes to make over the next few races. Yes, unfortunately, had a few issues with creating the livery, so it's actually not going to be properly fixed until the Austrian Grand Prix. There'll be a few issues in the meantime, but we're away here in Japan for the time being, and Lando Norris retains the lead into turn one as we get swamped at the start. Charles Leclerc nearly getting thrown off the circuit, banging wheels with Yuki Tsunoda through turn one, and we've actually got Esteban Ocon up on our right-hand side here. We're going to have to give him a little bit of space, otherwise we'll end up sending a pair of us into the shadow realm. But we managed to hold on here. Next up on the road is Carlos Sainz, who shouldn't pose too much of a problem. Even though Williams did have a fairly impressive opening race in Australia, they have sort of slotted back into their midfield position, as well as some of the other midfield teams in the field. Also, a return of the exploding curbs from Brazil occasionally, as you saw briefly just now. Thankfully, though, they don't show up too much in this video, which is excellent because they drive me insane. As we get a great run out of the hairpin and out along the outside of Carlos Sainz just before we get down to Spoon. And now we're up into P7, chasing down Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari with the strangely bare-looking rear wing. with the DHL logo on it. Bit of an odd design choice, but there you go. This is on board with Esteban Ocon as he tried to get up the inside of us at turn 1. Once again, featuring on the channel, looking, seeing, and exploiting an opportunity, but unfortunately not able to carry it through to a result. As we see Lewis Hamilton now under attack from Ayrton Senna, again going wheel to wheel. These two F1 legends, now followed by Yuki Tsunoda, looking for an opportunity as well. Senna retains P3 for the time being, but will Hamilton be able to strike back a bit later on? No DRS for the time being. There goes Max Verstappen on the leader. Lando Norris, he's not made the move just yet, but that does mean he might be under threat later on in the race. Lando Norris will have to watch his back, especially on the run down to 130R as we follow Yuki Tsunoda, the Ford powertrain, actually working properly. That 1.2 delivering a massive 180 horsepower as he gets up the inside of Lewis Hamilton and into P4 to the delight of the crowd. Unfortunately, his teammate Callie Mayer all the way down in 17th at the moment, not having the best of races that she's had so far. As we rejoin, following the two Ferraris now, Leclerc might have an opportunity here to get past him the same way we did with Sainz as we go to the outside. The Ferrari's going to put up a bit more of a fight, weaving around all over the place, but we've given him enough space, and we have got ahead of him down towards the first part of Spoon. And now we follow Lewis Hamilton ahead of us on lap 4 of the Grand Prix. We're making good progress here, fighting our way through the field. And Tsunoda pulling a little bit of a gap over Hamilton. Perhaps the Ferrari is struggling here slightly as we come down towards the double right header. Up the inside we go. Oh, we've pushed Hamilton off and he's into the gravel. Maybe a bit of an audacious move there from Nico Hülkenberg, and that's caused the yellow flags to come out. And as we go down towards the hairpin, Charles Leclerc gets up the inside, and that is the safety car. As we look down at the mini-map, it looks as though there is a red dot on the edge of the circuit there. I think Hamilton may have parked it in the gravel. This is on board. An ambitious move, to say the least. It did pay off, and perhaps maybe if it is against another player, that would have gone a lot better for Hamilton. But unfortunately, the AI not quite able to handle such an ambitious move. And even I was quite surprised by that, putting a toe on the grass as we come through the second part of the double right-hander. But this is Max Verstappen coming in for the lead on lap 5. If anything, that's probably helped him because it looks like he was on the soft tyre to start the Grand Prix. Held up slightly here in the pit stop by a slow change on the rear left. And it looks as though one of the RBs has come in as well as Norris, actually. Didn't notice that earlier, but Norris in as well. And Max Verstappen will rejoin. Well, he's driving incredibly slowly, but he's going to rejoin behind Fernando Alonso all the way down in 16th. As the safety car now comes in. Senna actually has the lead now with Yuki Tsunoda sitting P2 with a Ferrari in P3 after that very explosive move from Leclerc. And now we're going to get a great run on Leclerc after the safety car comes in, and we're already past. I'm not sure if the green flag has been flown yet, but apparently it was fine. We did overtake at the right point on the start-finish line, and we're up into P3. Charles Leclerc caught napping there as the race restart got underway. This is on board from Leclerc, and that is him wondering what the hell just happened as he watches us sail by and pull out in front of him. And this is Esteban Ocon as well, again featuring. And he was a few cars back from us, perhaps trying to go for a similar move on Carlos Sainz. He gets up the inside towards turn 1. And yes, he does get the move done. So Haas on the charge here. Ocon up into 5th now, actually. Ollie Behrman up 2 places into 10th too. So perhaps ones to watch there. And of course, they are Toyota Haas, so it is their Grand Prix. We've got to watch out for them here. As we follow on, chasing down Yuki Tsunoda, we should have the DRS here as we ride on board through the final chicane, taking far more of the off-track area than the AI here, and paying for it slightly with some extra wheel spin, but we are significantly faster than that Red Bull, and we are down the outside and up into P2. Every overtake that we can make here and every bit of gap that we can pull ahead of the drivers behind is vital because Max Verstappen is on the charge. And we rejoin not long before we'll be coming in for our own pit stop, following Ayrton Senna through Spoon and up towards 130R. Max Verstappen made his way up into 5th place. He is currently about 25 seconds behind us. We'll see where he turns out after we come into the pits as well. I'm not sure when that's going to happen exactly, but hopefully he doesn't get much closer than he is right now as we come through the final chicane. Chasing down Senna still, maybe running a bit wide. Senna's in. We're going to get the DRS, but no more slipstream along the back straight. And now we've got to try and make up as much ground as we can as we come in for the hard tyre, our one and only stop. There's Charles Leclerc also in as well, and I think it was a little slow there. It wasn't the quickest. Max Verstappen will inherit the lead. And we've also got George Russell in the pits as well, but he's not part of this battle at any point. Charles Leclerc coming out right behind us, and away we go. There's Senna fighting with Tsunoda, and looks as though Tsunoda might be having a look here. I think he's on the soft tyre as well. Tsunoda there going for an ambitious mid-race stint on the softs, as we now watch Kimi Antonelli ejecting smoke right in the way of everybody coming around. This is not the greatest position, and on board with us right in the way there. Antonelli trying to do his best to get out of the way. We're forced to drive over all of the gravel dust which Lewis Hamilton left behind right at the start of the Grand Prix. And look at this, it's actually allowed us to close all the way up to the back of Kali Maya and Senna and Yuki Tsunoda, who have all been trapped behind Tsunoda's teammates as they come around the final chicane. Maya doing her best to slow everyone down and give her teammate a chance. She's going to peel into the pits, and now Tsunoda's going to have a great run on Senna, although the McLaren does have the DRS as well. That McLaren is that Red Bull is quite good in a straight line, but against a McLaren with DRS, it's got no hope as we come through turn 1. Charles Leclerc managing to catch us off guard as well in the background and sneak his way up the inside, dropping us down in P6. But we'll have to just continue and try and get past him later on. As we watch Lance Stroll here, now following Kali Maya, despite the fact that Maya did go quite far on that set of tyres. Stroll is still behind her, and in dead last as we come through the first opening S's, and Stroll goes to the power slide and smashes up the Aramco board, and that will not be impressing their sponsors whatsoever, but that has brought out the safety car once again. It'll be interesting to see what everybody decides to do here. We are going to be staying out. I think Verstappen is in. Unfortunately, effectively a free pit stop for him, as the McLaren of Norris is in as well. Where does Norris... Is Norris pitted yet? No, he's just pulled into his pit box. And that releases Verstappen. Where's he going to come out? Looks like it's a clear track behind. So he comes out ahead of Norris, but right behind us, which is not good, as the rest of the field come barreling into the pit lane. We've got Paul Aaron in for Audi, pulling into his pit box, our neighbours on the pit wall. And both Alpines in right next to each other here as they pull into the pits. And it looks as though Ollie Behrman's been blocked in by Jack Doohan. Or is it Pierre Gasly? It's one of the two. Oliver Behrman having a fantastic race up until this point, and he's been boxed in. And he will lose so many places there with everybody else in at the same time. I'm pretty sure that was an unsafe release there as well. Someone was ghosting. There's Stroll in for his front wing change. I don't think he's going to be a relevant player in this. In fact, it'll be a miracle if he even catches the safety car as it now comes in. And we'll get racing once again. We've got 2 places to make up, but we have to watch out for Verstappen, who's on the hard tyre behind us, but it's a fresh set this time as we go for another early move on Charles Leclerc, but it looks like the Ferrari's fighting back this time. He's got the slipstream of Senna to tow him along the pit straight, and that just helps him move ahead of us slightly into turn 1, and we're going to have to sit behind these two for just a little bit longer and try and warm up these tyres. You can see they are starting to slide across the surface a little bit, not providing exactly the amount of traction that I was hoping for after the safety car, but also it's incredibly difficult just to get the temperatures in them, which is isn't helpful on its own as we come down towards the double right-hander. and now rejoin at Spoon. We've got a good opportunity here to get the double slipstream off of Leclerc and Senna up towards 130R, but we can't rule out Verstappen behind us as we go screaming down the straight. Verstappen's already going for a move on us, catching us unawares. We're going to go side by side through 130R. Very brave, but the two teammates not wiping each other out at this point in the season. And Verstappen to the outside through the chicane, and somehow he's got the position away from us. Look at George Russell's up here as well, potentially causing us some panic as well. And we're not going to get the DRS, thankfully, or neither's Verstappen. We're going to try and go around the outside. Verstappen very nervous on the inside, but doesn't actually present an opportunity for us to get past. So we just have to sit back here for now. So through the S's we go, and Verstappen already dropping us slightly as we watch the onboard through 130R. Side by side, not the greatest of camera angles, so we're never using that again, but he does get past us, and that's not great, because as the longer the race goes on, that higher the tyre wear is going to be for us as we're trying to chase him down. And also try and get past Senna and Leclerc. Looks like Verstappen's already got past Senna as we now watch Oliver Behrman trying to recover what's left of his Grand Prix after being boxed in. He has got past Gasly. Well, he was ahead of Gasly anyway. Fails to get past Jack Doohan with the DRS, unfortunately. He obviously lost the rear! And he goes into the barrier. And it's a disaster again for the second Japanese team here in the Japanese Grand Prix. Toyota Haas with a car in the barrier. We've already seen Lance Stroll bring out the safety car once earlier on with Aston Martin Honda, but unfortunately no safety car this time to save us from the wrath of Verstappen as we now watch the onboard. This was actually the overtake from earlier on where he got past Charles Leclerc. No challenge for Verstappen, and he chases down Ayrton Senna, who is just up ahead. As we rejoin on lap 21, and now it is Verstappen's turn to get past Ayrton Senna, who is a sitting duck on the straight at the moment with no DRS. He's going to go defensive, but Verstappen, no issues getting past him, and he is up into P1 with Senna still behind him. We're still struggling to get past Charles Leclerc in 4th at the moment, but I have a feeling that might be about to change as we go on board through Spoon. And somehow the tyres are just about hanging on here, but you can see they just fall off the edge slightly on the exit of corners when they've just had a little bit too much stress put through them. The temperatures are just not easy to control at this point, probably from all the car upgrades. As we go through the chicane, this should be a slammed up manoeuvre. He's not got DRS to save him from Ayrton Senna. And we will come ploughing down which side are we going to go? Left-hand side. There we go. And that is P3 for us. Now to chase down Ayrton Senna, who is just 1.7 seconds ahead. With 3 laps remaining, this should be a slam dunk. As we now watch Liam Lawson in the RB Ford coming through Spoon. He's got Alonso ahead of him, who has not been able to do much in this race, despite his teammate not doing so well. And there goes Liam Lawson's power unit. Once again, the Ford engine proving its reliability to be subpar. And even Lance Stroll is going to get past him as he pulls off the side. With only Ollie Behrman running way out of position after the disaster of a race that he's had. Although Liam Lawson does appear to be taking some kind of field trip, trying to find a Marshall post. He does eventually get to one, and he retires the car. As we ride on board, we've got 1.5 laps to go, basically, here to catch Ayrton Senna. We're being very aggressive on the turn-in, and you can see that the rain has also started to come down. It's not going to play a factor in this Grand Prix, but it might just offer a slight degradation of grip in the final lap of the race. Can we get the DRS on Senna? It's going to be crucial that we do. Otherwise, we're not going to be getting up into P2 in this final lap. We're just not fast enough at this point to try and catch him. And you can see that the tyres are offering zero grip whatsoever, and probably not help that I'm accelerating on the grass there either. We don't get the DRS through the final pit straight rounds that we're going to make here. So everything is going to have to be about catching up through the corners. which I don't know why, but it just seems to me that it suits the Japanese Grand Prix brilliantly. Just the elegance of cornering ability is what makes you a winner at this circuit. This opening sector, though, seems to be a weak point for the AI, and we can close up here quite significantly. We're up to within a second now, but as the lap begins to unfold, that's when we start to lose a lot more time. As we go through the double right-hander, there goes the rear there on the exit of the double right-hander. We did actually make up a 10th and then instantly lose it. Through the hairpin we go. Look at Max Verstappen actually not as far ahead as I thought he might have been at this point. But maybe the rain is offering a slight degradation of grip, or maybe he's just backed off slightly. As we come down towards Spoon, this is our last chance to catch Senna and get ourselves 3 extra points. Onto the straight we go, down towards 130R. It was the complete opposite here last season when we were chased down at this exact point of the circuit by our own teammate, or our now teammate, Max Verstappen. When he was driving for Red Bull, he didn't make it past Taylor Barnard to take the victory in Japan last time. But we failed this time, and it's going to be P3 for Nico Hulkenberg as Max Verstappen takes the win, and Ayrton Senna takes P2. Across the line we go. And not the result that we were hoping for, P3. It's just more points conceded to Max Verstappen in this Drivers' Championship. But once again, though, double podium for Slothz, so we're not going to have any trouble whatsoever taking home this Constructors' Trophy by the end of it. And Max Verstappen, back-to-back winners now in China and Japan. Of course, had a very horrible dry spell at the end of Season 1, driving for Red Bull as Ferrari and McLaren just outdeveloped them significantly. I do wonder if Red Bull just decided to only develop reliability upgrades from about the mid-season point onwards. It seems like it was that's what they were doing. But let's get on with the driver's standings and race results, see where we are now. So here we are with the race results. Max Verstappen picked up the win, followed by Ayrton Senna and Nico Hulkenberg on the podium. Then we had Lando Norris, George Russell, Charles Leclerc, Yuki Tsunoda, Lewis Hamilton, Kali Mayer and Alex Albon all picking up points. Over to the Drivers' Championship, it's now a 21-point lead for Max Verstappen over Nico Hulkenberg. The two teammates will do battle once again in the next Grand Prix. Then we have Ayrton Senna and Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc and George Russell, Lewis Hamilton and Alex Albon. Kali Mayer moves her way up into 9th, followed by Carlos Sainz in 10th. Further down the order, we have Yuki Tsunoda, Kimi Antonelli, Isaac Hadjar, Fernando Alonso, Esteban Ocon, Gabriel Bortoleto, Pierre Gasly, Ollie Behrman, Paul Aaron, Lance Stroll, Jack Doohan, and finally, Liam Lawson. And over to the Constructors, Slothz BMW at the top by 45 points, a significant lead here in just the third race of the season. They're followed by McLaren in second, Ferrari and Mercedes, Atlassian Williams, Red Bull Ford, Racing Rules Ford, Aston Martin, TGR Haas, Audi and Alpine round out all the teams. That's all for this video. I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 with the Slothz team. Weirdly, I've just noticed that the livery is wrong in the background there. That will be fixed later on. But anyway, we got off to a great start this season with the win in Australia, chasing down Max Verstappen and overtaking him on that final lap, followed by a poor performance in China, and then a somewhat good but not great experience in Japan following that. Of course, we did not make it past Ayrton Senna onto the second step of the podium at the end of that race, unfortunately. But it's all okay because we've got lots of the season to go, and plenty of opportunities to try and close the gap for Verstappen at the top of the driver's standings. So we're going to continue with the development of the car, and we're going to give Verstappen the same tyre wear upgrades that we were given in the last Grand Prix, and finish off these failed powertrain developments, which of course are a staple on the channel at this point. Now, I don't know if given those tyre wear upgrades to Max Verstappen is going to make the slightest bit of difference, because I think the AI might seem to have their own little system when it comes to how their tyre wear works, but we'll give them to him anyway and continue with this. We've got a season break coming up partway through this, which is going to help us basically waste a load of time and get some of these development upgrades through as we continue on and we should be able to get another bit of research in, I think, before the next Grand Prix in Spain. Unfortunately, another bit of development failed there on that front wing flap, so we'll have to run the second one through, but there's still loads of time until the next Grand Prix. Weirdly enough, this video and the previous one, so basically both videos this week have been very development heavy in this corporate screen, I guess. Oh, look at that, the liveries just changed back. I don't even know what's gone on there. But yes, we've basically just sat here spending quite a significant amount of time developing the car and going back and forward between advancing time and restarting those developments. Here, just trying to find those weight distribution upgrades, because at the moment, in my mind, well, I know now what the problems are with the car, but in my mind here, the car was driving terribly in China and maybe not quite as good as it should have been near the end of Japan, exclusively because of balance on the car and maybe how it's interacting with the setup. So I wanted to get the redistribution upgrades in to try and make the car feel a little bit more consistent. I now know what the problem was, and I'll explain more at the next Grand Prix in Canada on Tuesday, which will be the next upload here when we race in Canada. And everyone else will be a little bit wiser on what the problem was, hopefully. But as we continue on, we've actually managed to unlock that 4th development slot now, which is allowing us, in future at least, to develop both, 2 parts simultaneously, but as single development items, so they take a lot less time. And here, weirdly enough, my fiance was helping with this. She decided that I should discipline my staff over this problem, and we should find out shortly what has happened as a result of that. And apparently the engineering facility's hiring 10% faster, which is fantastic, because I think we've got like 200 open positions in the engineering department. To say that it's an employment crisis is an understatement, but looks like it's not going to matter too much, because we're now about to get the brake discs added to development and finally get all of those chassis upgrades finished. Restarting this one as well, and then we'll be on to the race. So then it's over to the Spanish Grand Prix, the first time that we've driven on it on this circuit on the F1 25 seasons anyway. Left it off last year just because I'd done this track quite a lot of times in the past, and from memory back to my F1 22 and 23 days, this was not the nicest track for tyre wear, and generally it always seemed to rain here, and then I just end up being really far adrift. I think I remember it was F1 22 or 23. We were dead last for basically the entire Grand Prix. It made for a very boring video. But thankfully, we're not doing that this time. And don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button, and turn on that notification bell as well, so you don't get to miss all of the exciting videos that will be coming up in the future. Definitely no more boring ones. As we get on with the starting grid here in Spain, and Ayrton Senna now takes pole position here alongside another F1 legend, Lewis Hamilton, in the Ferrari. We'll see if those two can convert this into a good result today. Kimi Antonelli with a massive improvement up to 3rd alongside Lando Norris. Then it's Max Verstappen and George Russell. Charles Leclerc and Yuki Tsunoda, with Carlos Sainz and Nico Hülkenberg rounding up the top 10. Fernando Alonso and Pierre Gasly, Alex Albon and Isaac Hadjar. Then it's Paul Aaron and Liam Lawson, Esteban Ocon and Ollie Behrman, significantly down where they were on Japan. Jack Doohan, Bortoletto, Lance Stroll and Cali Meyer round out the rest of the field. Unfortunately, it was a little bit of an interesting session here. We actually did qualifying in the wet, or at least the damp, intermediates for Q1 and 2, so a bit of the field did get mixed up slightly, but for some reason, when we got to Q3, the rain stopped, and apparently, although I was fast, unbelievably, I was fastest in the intermediate conditions in qualifying on 105 difficulty, which was a surprise to me in itself. But then for some reason in the dry, I was slowest, and I'm not entirely sure why that was. Maybe I had my eye in on the wet track and just couldn't convert that into the equivalent pace in the dries. But it doesn't matter. The race is all going to be dry, and let's see where we end up at the end of this race. So then, it'll be interesting to see what happens to Max Verstappen here. He's had his worst qualifying of the season so far, all the way back in 5th, and he's even got a Mercedes in front of him. So we'll see where he ends up at the end of this as we get underway here. Under attack from Fernando Alonso already. For some reason, a lot of people starting on the soft tyre here. We're not. We're on the mediums, and we slide up the inside of Tsunoda, and I think we make contact there with his front wing. That's Carlos Sainz, who briefly shot into view. Also getting past Tsunoda, it would seem, as we plough down towards the hairpin. And Charles Leclerc all over the place here, spooking me into not going for a move, not knowing what the hell he was doing. But he's retained position, and we will continue to follow. We'll see what happened to Tsunoda in just a moment, I expect. But we continue chasing down the Ferrari with the threat of the home favourite, or one of them anyway, Carlos Sainz, right behind us. As we watch the onboard, this was Tsunoda trying to get round down the inside of Sainz. And it looks as though he could have gone a little wider there and decided not to. Although I guess there was some fault in us for drifting out wide. Although I don't think we really did drift out that wide, in fairness. Anyway, we're rejoining at the end of lap 2. We've got a good run here down the penultimate corner. Great run through the final corner as we get early on the power and swipe across and get up the, down the right-hand side of Charles Leclerc. Now to the left of Russell and running out of room here. Getting sandwiched between the two of them. Max Verstappen also trying to find his way past up ahead. Antonelli and Norris battling away in front of him. He hasn't really done anything so far. Verstappen is definitely biding his time for sure. And wasting his soft tyres apparently as well. As Antonelli and Norris continue their side-by-side battle as we dip a toe on the grass, as we're actually just too interested in watching what they're doing as opposed to what I'm doing. And you can see the tyre wear already up to 10% on that rear left, which is not ideal. This is on board with Charles Leclerc as Russell tried to defend from us. And actually, he was a lot further off than I thought he was. As we got past him, I thought it was much closer than that, and apparently he was having a little bit of trouble getting past Russell, which slowed the pair of them down and has probably helped out to no end. Also, just noticing for some reason that when I'm following either Verstappen or if he's following me, our car seems to glow green after you get to a certain distance. I don't know why that is, but at least it helps you identify where Verstappen is on track if we're riding on board with us. As we now watch Antonelli going for a move down the inside of Lando Norris. But Verstappen's up the outside of the pair of them. And he gets past Antonelli as well. But Antonelli trying to fight back here as we run up the hill. But I don't think he's going to have the legs to do it. And Verstappen takes the position away. We can only helplessly watch in the background. We rejoin Max Verstappen as he chases down Lewis Hamilton, who has lost quite a significant amount of time to Ayrton Senna up ahead. Senna having a great run here in Spain. Will it finally be a win for anyone other than Slothz? And will it be Senna who gets the win as we sail past Kimi Antonelli with zero problems whatsoever and try to chase down Lando Norris? Interestingly, you'd expect that both McLarens would have been performing incredibly well here, but it seems that Hamilton is a bit of an outlier in the fact that his Ferrari has been positioned higher up than the McLarens and me on a few occasions now across the season. Charles Leclerc not really actually come to doing anything so far of significance, but he'll have a chance to get past Antonelli and maybe Russell later on as we move up and now begin to chase down Lewis Hamilton through the final corner. We're going to get a great run here and chase him down with the DRS down towards turn 1, and he's got no DRS to defend with, and we are up into P3, back onto the podium for Nico Hülkenberg. But we are 8 laps down now, or 7 laps down on this set of tyres. You can see the wear is starting to cause problems, and it looks as though Verstappen has caught Senna as well at the end of lap 8, and this could be the end of Ayrton Senna's laps led here in Spain. Well, maybe he can fight back later on, we'll just have to see. But at least for the time being, Verstappen will get this DRS and have no problems whatsoever getting past the McLaren. Up into first he goes, and Senna will sit and watch as we rejoin Lewis Hamilton now having a go at us. Up the inside and back into a podium position. That's allowed Norris to close up as well. And this is not great for us because now we're going to have to spend even more time in the dirty air of the Ferrari. Actually some damage on the side of the car there as well on the side pod, I think from the collision with Tsunoda at the start of the Grand Prix. And losing grip slightly as we came to the top of the hill. At this point, the tyres there on the right-hand side, all of the carcass temperatures seem to be well over 100 degrees, which is doing absolutely nothing for our tyre wear. There's a slight hint at where this is going later on in the season, particularly when I go into more depth next race out in Canada. But we're closing in on Hamilton again. Senna doing a fantastic job as well, actually, and so is Antonelli, I suppose, in keeping these tyres going as long as they have. They're both on the softs. And do we see Hamilton? No, he's not going to come in. Quite a long race this, actually, 33 laps compared to some of the high 20s that we've had on the previous goes. And it looks as though we are not going to have the legs to get past Hamilton here. I think the tyre wear is starting to have its effects on us. And we're just not able to compete throughout the rest of the circuit. As we rejoin at the end of lap 10, Verstappen into the pits now to get rid of that set of softs. And we will get another run on Hamilton. This time, though, we are much closer. And we go to the left-hand side and take position away nice and easily with huge amounts of tyre wear still on the car. As we check in on Verstappen, I think there's another set of softs that are going on the car now. Interesting decision for him. He rejoins in 8th, ahead of Gasly and ahead of Senna. Yes, and that is a set of soft tyres, so he's going potentially for another stop or more as we come round the final corner with Verstappen chasing down Charles Leclerc, and this should be no contest for him as he makes his way back through the field, charging through. Antonelli still ahead and apparently still on the same set of soft tyres. As we now watch that same set of soft tyres for Antonelli, causing a huge amount of issues for Max Verstappen as he has to follow the slower of the two Mercedes for sure through a section that he couldn't overtake. And Antonelli positioning his car either dangerously or masterfully there at the end of the DRS straight. Let's watch on board. He's drifted across and Verstappen, I guess, not able to get up alongside him quick enough to really contend that position. But it doesn't matter. He's delayed the inevitable, really. And Max Verstappen will get past him at the beginning of lap 15, up into P4 with a 5-second gap to close up to Lewis Hamilton. As we rejoin on lap 15, there's the car losing control up the hill. We've got Norris and Hamilton right behind us. There's Max Verstappen coming down the DRS straight as well, as we've got zero grip left and try and nurse these tyres all the way back to our pit box. Norris clearly keen to try and find a way past, but isn't going to just yet. In fact, he might be following us in here as we run incredibly wide. No, we're not going in. We're staying out again for another round, maybe a couple more laps then, as Norris with the DRS now. We've gone defensive to the inside, and Norris is going to get this position with no contest. Look at the tyre wear on these, 61% on the rear left at this point. We've got nothing to fight with, and this is the worst that I've seen it so far. I was correct in my assumption earlier on in the intro that coming to Spain would result in high tyre wear, which is why I avoided it in Season 1. But Season 2, even though we've got 3 tyre upgrades on the car, clearly has not made the slightest bit of difference. And, well, as we saw earlier, the tyre carcass temperatures are consistently over 100 degrees. I would expect on all tyres except the front right, and that has caused this horrendous grip level to overtake us here, as Hamilton probably had a little look there or thought about it as we lose the rear coming through the end of the DRS straight. Can we hold it together up the hill? You can see the damage on the tyre, the front left graining all over the place as we come down the penultimate corner and into the pits we go to finally get rid of these messy tyres. Hamilton joins us as well. So it's a battle of the pit stops as Norris pulls into his box at the start of the pit lane. Ferrari ready for Hamilton. Where do we come out, though, in relation to them? I would have thought that our pit crew were super quick, but they seem to be making more mistakes the longer these seasons go on. We come out, I can't see, we come out right behind Norris, unfortunately, but looks as though Hamilton has lost some time to us and will come out behind Carlos Sainz as we speed through turn 1. And now it is the top 2 teams holding the top 4 positions. Looks as though Ayrton Senna is still running soft, so based on when he came in with Verstappen earlier on, they should be coming in around lap 20 as we now go past Lando Norris. Huge amount of overspeed over the McLaren there. But look down at the mini-map and you see that 13-second gap to Senna and then a 22-second gap to Verstappen. Granted, he has to come in again later, but just keep an eye on that one as we watch Paul Aaron featuring on the channel once again with the Audi livery. And I expect this is going to be, the excellent Sauber reliability kicking in once again as he trundles to a slow breakdown whilst on the racing line and picks his opportunity. No, he's going to keep going. There he goes. He's following the old circuit layout with that hideous chicane, and it comes to a stop by the marshal post. And now we watch Max Verstappen coming in for his, I guess, final time. We've got 11 laps to the end, so mediums shouldn't pose an issue. And here comes Nico Hülkenberg and Lando Norris in tow through turn 1. Verstappen goes. Can we hold on behind him? We've got to hold on. He has got the faster tyre, so he is going to have about a second a lap advantage, maybe even more than that. But basically, we're going to be taking advantage of every opportunity we can, like Verstappen sliding the rear out just there. But we're losing ground ever so slightly. He's chipping away at us. We're pushing the tyres within an inch of their life and actually pulled out a second gap over Norris, just pushing so hard to catch up to Verstappen. And it's not going to be enough at the end of the DRS straight. First lap of following Verstappen, and I expect by now his tyres are up to temperature, and we are definitely not going to be able to sustain push levels like that all the way to the end. Look at the carcass temperature there. I briefly saw 124 degrees, which will probably be the reason why that rear left was so horrendously worn down at the end of our first stint. And you can see that the time at the top left has already begun to increase as Verstappen runs away with the lead, and us hopelessly floundering here, trying to catch up before the DRS detection, and it's not worked. Unfortunately, he is pulling away, and the more that we push, the more we're overheating the tyres and causing them to wear out even more. So this is only going to make our conclusion to this race even more unbearable, as you can already see that the rear is slightly unhappy with what we've been doing to it. And Verstappen, in the course of just a few corners, gains about 7 tenths on us and sets the fastest lap. In the meantime, we are 1.4 seconds slower, and that is the end of the Grand Prix as we rejoin on lap 33 even. We've got nothing left of the tyres at this point. In fact, we're even struggling to catch up to not Paul Aaron, who is this? Esteban Ocon, who was running in 18th. I think did he score points in the last Grand Prix? I only recorded the audio for it about 20 minutes ago, but I've forgotten already whether he scored points or not. We'll soon see. But him and Behrman were running quite well in Japan, and here they seem to have fallen apart completely. With the exception of when Behrman got stuck in his pit box and then blew up his car later on in the Grand Prix. As we cross the line, nearly spearing into the side of the Toyota hat. It's another podium, 4th podium of the season for Nico Hülkenberg. And, well, second best result, I guess. We've had 2 P3s back to back after China and Japan. But again, Max Verstappen making it free on the trot. And also, I just remembered that one of the nasty issues that I had from this race, actually, as I played around with the livery, is once again I screwed up, and now the Seren icon is all across the chest of the driver's suit. And also we saw Venus on the back as well. That will be gone in the next video. There will be another thing there because I'm an idiot, but for now it's going to be gone. So here are the race results then. Max Verstappen ran away with it at the end there, picking up P1, followed by Nico Hulkenberg and Lando Norris. Ayrton Senna falls off the podium for the first time in a while. He's followed by Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton, Kimi Antonelli, Carlos Sainz, George Russell, and Callie Mayer scoring points once again. Over to the Drivers' Championship, it's now a 28-point lead for Max Verstappen over Nico Hulkenberg as he now enters the triple-digit figures for the first time. Then we have Ayrton Senna in third, Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, George Russell, Lewis Hamilton, Alex Albon, Kimi Antonelli, Carlos Sainz rounding out the top 10. Further down the order, we have Callie Mayer and Yuki Tsunoda, the final point scorers, followed by Fernando Alonso, Isaac Hadjar, Esteban Ocon, Gabriel Bortoleto, Ollie Behrman, Pierre Gasly, Paul Aron, Lance Stroll, Jack Doohan, and Liam Lawson. And finally, over to the constructors, it's now a 61-point lead for BMW Slothz over McLaren, Ferrari holding P3 ahead of Mercedes, with Williams, Red Bull, Aston Martin, Racing Bulls, TGR Haas, Audi, and Alpine rounding out the rest of the field. That's all for this video. I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 with the Slothz team. As I mentioned at the end of the last video, the new quirk for this video with the liveries is that I've managed to end up with a massive team emblem over everybody's chest and on the wall behind the receptionist. That seems to continue onto the race suits, so it may look a little bit weird, but actually compared to having the in-game sponsors plastered over the top of everything I've designed, this is the far better option. It will finally be fixed properly in the next race in Austria, just the 6th race of the season. 5 races in, we had a complete mess. Although, actually, to be fair, earlier on we did have some good stuff there. It was just I wasn't too happy with the ST on the front of the car being green and purple. As we go over to research, we picked up that tyre blanket upgrade, and we'll come into that a little bit later, and we develop a little bit more. There we go, some brake disc development done, some more buildings being completed, and the research done for the exhaust. I'll probably switch to less performance-based upgrades at some point as well, just to stop Max Verstappen from running away from the rest of the AI in the field. And we'll throw both of these exhausts into the development pool. We'll do them as singles though, as I've been doing since I've got the capacity to do that, because I'm done quicker. So then it's over to the Canadian Grand Prix. We missed out here driving as Taylor Barnard last season by a fraction over Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton able to hold on right till the very end and take a victory away. I don't think the Ferraris are going to be doing too much this season based on how they've performed so far. I think the development of the AI with the Ferrari team has just gone completely off the rails, and they're just nowhere at the moment. Occasional flashes of success, but nothing too fancy. So don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button, and turn on that notification bell if you just love seeing Ferrari just ruin every attempt at winning the championship. And we'll get on with the starting grid here in Canada, and we're approaching the midpoint of the season as well, so we're hoping that we'll be catching up. And there we go, we finally managed to get a pole position for Nico Hulkenberg. Granted, it was by less than a tenth, but Max Verstappen will line up alongside us. Then we got the two McLarens of Lando Norris and Ayrton Senna, followed by Charles Leclerc and George Russell. Callie Mayer into the top 10 alongside Kimi Antonelli, with Alex Albon and Yuki Tsunoda rounding that top 10. Then we have Lewis Hamilton and Esteban Ocon, Ollie Behrman and Isaac Hadjar, Paul Aron and Liam Lawson, Carlos Sainz and Pierre Gasly. Then we've got Gabriel Bortoleto, Fernando Alonso, and finally it's Lance Stroll and Jack Doohan once again at the back of the field. And now we'll get on with the Canadian Grand Prix, I guess. Down to the grid, there's our previous race results. looking to improve is where we are at the moment. We've got a bit of a gap to make up. Oh my god, I've just realised there's Eco Boost on the side of the Red Bull. Unbelievable. I've been making jokes about it. They actually do have it there. That's hilarious, actually. I don't even know where I was going with my point now. Let's do the race. So before we get started as well, I will just point out that the lights have not worked again, but this is probably the one race that I've played on F1 25 which just made me completely angry and not want to play anymore. But we'll get to that a bit later on as we charge down towards turn 1, around the outside as we defend our first place from Max Verstappen, who's trying to challenge. We're still alongside him down towards turn 3 and 4, and we managed to hold up Verstappen and keep our position. Also, I've just noticed the ST is missing, and that is part of the botch up that I did with the mod that I installed for my own livery. Again, that will be fixed in the next Grand Prix as we continue to defend. Verstappen has a look to the inside as we come down towards the next chicane. Slothz in behind us once again, though, not going for a move just yet. He's probably waiting for a more opportune moment. Down towards the hairpin is the moment he's chosen as we run wide to give him the space. We don't want to wipe our teammate out, but we've taken back first, and this is the start for Verstappen. Fairly even getaway for the pair of us here, and he swipes across a lot, but doesn't really get far enough alongside us to start moving over and taking that position away. So he has another look down here into turn 3. Later on the brakes than we are, but yeah, we just continued to hold that inside line and kept fighting as Verstappen takes the position away from us on lap 2, but only briefly as we go flying up the outside. We do lose the rear slightly and somehow defend against that attack and take away first place once again. That's only allowed Ayrton Senna and Lando Norris to close up. Also, look, Charles Leclerc is actually doing something this race and is up into P5, although he is battling with Callie Mayer, who's having the best result of the season for her so far, as we go a little slow through the chicane there, and that has allowed Ayrton Senna to close up and actually get past Max Verstappen. To be honest, of the two of them, I would rather have Ayrton Senna sat behind me for the next 32 laps, because I know at least I've got a bit of a faster car than him and I've actually got a chance of staying ahead. But it looks as though Verstappen is going to try and come back at him and goes to the outside. Will Senna continue to fight? No, he doesn't. He loses the position, and Verstappen will now once again chase down Nico Hülkenberg. Oh, but maybe Senna's not done yet as he looks down the outside of Verstappen. Verstappen now at the inside of us as well. It all gets a bit crazy here as we go through turn 2. And now it's the roles reversed from lap 1. We're on the inside, he's on the outside. Can we do what he couldn't as we go up the inside? Yes, we can. Take the position away, and we hold on to a very fragile first place for now. We've still got him behind us. We've got 2 DRS zones to defend from across this circuit, or 3 even if you count the pit straight as well. And he is going to be charging as much as he can here, because we've seen it in the past few Grand Prix. As soon as he gets ahead, he will fly off into the distance. No one will see him ever again. He's going to have another look now down the inside at the hairpin. Backs out of it pretty early, but he's going to have a good run at us again. Only a half second that he needs to make up the difference of, and it shouldn't be too difficult for him in the car that he's driving. He's going to go to the inside, but we're going to go late on the brakes here, and we defend once again, somehow keep it on the circuit. Oh, Hülkenberg's hit the wall of champions. It was the slightest of grazes, but is it a sign of things to come as he loses 3 positions simultaneously? But maybe there is some hope for Hülkenberg, despite not winning a race since Australia in the season opener. The tap of the wall could be a sign as we watch on board with Senna. The rear going and just snapping on me, and it's allowed Senna to just go steaming past. Verstappen, I suppose he is driving a BMW branded car, was right up my arse and could not go around me. And the same could be said for Charles Leclerc there, getting past as well. Verstappen swinging the car violently to try and get out and round us, and he's managed it for the time being. And Charles Leclerc, for the first time in quite some time, running on the podium. There's still quite a long way to go, though, so he's not going to stay there, but he is there. And he is chasing down Ayrton Senna with Max Verstappen hot in pursuit, and Max Verstappen now hotly alongside him and potentially getting ahead as we come down to the final chicane. And yes, he does get that position away. We will probably sit behind Leclerc for a little bit longer, just get a nice big run at him on the straight. The Ferrari probably not going to be putting up too much of competition here anyway, as we come down towards the hairpin. Actually, Norris, who's been sat back in sixth. Oh, Verstappen goes deep there and slows up Leclerc. That's allowed us to get right up to the back of him and nearly losing the rear wheel, causing so much wheel spin. But as I was saying, McLaren's running hard tyres. They do seem to go on a slightly different strategy to everyone else, and it's working for one of them. The other not able to get past the slower teammate of Yuki Tsunoda, who is somehow running in fifth. Maybe Red Bull have finally fixed that car since Verstappen has led, and somehow Yuki Tsunoda is worse than a fictional F1 driver. But there you go. On to lap 8 we go. Senna still holding position at the head of the field for the time being. I think Verstappen slightly more focused on trying to defend from us as we come through the hairpin once again, and it's again a battle down the DRS straight. Both of us with DRS, but we're deploying the ERS, and we've got a nice slipstream here as we tuck in behind him, go to the left-hand side and get him on the brakes there through the final corner. And now we chase down Ayrton Senna, who we will be getting past as quickly as possible. I'm not going to be sitting behind him, much like Max Verstappen was, as we watch on board with this absolutely frightening move around the outside. Maybe a corner cut in the process, but we got past him, and we are somewhat safe for now, following once again. But we're going to come into the pits at the end of lap 10, and Senna will retain his lead. Leclerc and Meyer are in as well, and both Mercedes stay out, although they've been pretty irrelevant so far this season, despite George Russell's fairly decent attempts to disrupt the championship battle at the end of season 1. He's not really done too much, and it looks like we're going to rejoin somewhere in the outer reaches of the points, potentially ahead of Sainz. Where's Sainz? There he is, coming through turn 2, and yet we got that position away from him, and that's all the better for us because we don't want to be stuck behind too many slower cars. As we watch Verstappen coming in now for his set of mediums, and away he goes. Hulkenberg now coming down the pit straight. There we go. And we will be comfortably ahead. The undercut has worked here. Where does Sainz come out in relation to Verstappen? Looks as though Verstappen is also going to get past Sainz. So relatively the same position. We've just made full use of that extra bit of rubber on the tyres. But Verstappen, as difficult as he is to have as a teammate, also made good use of the extra bit of rubber on his tyres, and he has now caught us just a few laps later. Goes to the inside at the chicane. We're going to go around the outside. We somehow hold on to this position, and it's allowed Ayrton Senna to close right up. Verstappen now having another look. Goes down the left-hand side. Senna also having a thought as well. He doesn't commit to an attack, though. And we're going to try and get the switchback here. But I think Verstappen's going to get the DRS, and we're not going to be able to catch him. That is the case. We're just going to have to sit behind him in the slipstream and hope he doesn't get too far ahead of us. Looking down at the minimap, the rest of the field have come in for their stops. So this will be the top 3 as you see it now. And Lando Norris is nowhere in this race at the moment. As we now watch Ollie Behrman recovering from his terrible race in Japan. And he spins the car out, and that is straight into the barrier for Ollie Behrman. The second crash of the season for him. And the safety car has been deployed as Fernando Alonso comes out of the pit lane, and everybody slows down. And it looks as though Fernando Alonso has broken down as well. I've never seen that before. He has just left the pit lane, and he is pulling off to the side of the circuit. 2 retirements, both right next to each other on the same lap. And in comes Verstappen for a set of softs. Now, that is not going to get him to the end of this race. We're in as well, but for a set of hards, we're going to go 19 laps with these. It's a little slow on the front right, but that's fine. We are away, and we will peel into the pack, probably behind Hamilton, looking at where he is on circuit right now. And yep, there we are. We are in behind Lewis Hamilton, ahead of Yuki Tsunoda. As the safety car is ending, we're weaving to get some heat in the tyres. We weren't expecting it to come in this early. And we will go racing once again. Verstappen has 3 places to make up to take the lead. We've got 8 places to make up. So we're going to have to get on the attack pretty early here against Lewis Hamilton. We're going to have a look here through turn 2 as we dive to the outside. Green flags are flying. No opportunities to catch people off guard like we did in Japan. But we've caught Lewis Hamilton here, nearly losing the rear as the car didn't want to turn in. And then all of a sudden did bite quite hard. And we're following Callie Mayer, who's having her best result so far this season, running in the points. She was 5th earlier. Might have an opportunity here for her to score some double-digit points. We'll have to see where she turns out later on, and see if Red Bull have managed to recover some degree of performance in that car. But we, for now, will chase her down, and it looks as though Antonelli is back in the field up ahead, and we're able to get around the outside of Callie Mayer and chase down the Williams of Alex Albon. Or do we, though? It looks as though Red Bull have really upgraded the power unit once again in that Red Bull, and they have chased back, or come back at us, but Mayer unfortunately not able to challenge us through the braking zone and falls back into 8th, and we continue to chase down Alex Albon up ahead. Kimi Antonelli definitely doing his best to hold everyone up as we now try to make the same move around the outside of Albon that we did earlier on Hamilton. It doesn't work this time, so we're going to dive to the inside. Slight corner cut there as we dive onto the grass, but we are up into P6, and 2 positions now separate us from our teammate. This is on board with Charles Leclerc trying to get past Kimi Antonelli on that last lap. Apparently, Antonelli content with moving around on the circuit. I'm sure that he might get penalised for that. And Max Verstappen doing his best impression of Lando Norris against Lando Norris, trying to go up the left-hand side along that pit wall and nearly paying the price for it. We rejoin alongside Charles Leclerc and Kimi Antonelli in the battle for 4th. DRS will be deployed as we get a great run on the Ferrari. We go to the left-hand side. He doesn't want to give us much space, but we got past him. Antonelli defends Charles Leclerc from Charles Leclerc. Was Helmut Marko correct in his assumption, as he definitely had some kind of motive there to go for the slower car and prevent him going past? He's allowed Hulkenberg through into P4 as we now watch on board. Antonelli swipes to the left and then, or swipes to his right and then to the left to try and stop both cars, but clearly one of them was more of a focus than the other. And we now watch Charles Leclerc for the 3rd time try and get past Kimi Antonelli with DRS and having the door closed on him. And we rejoin on lap 23. The tyre wear situation's not great right now, but we have managed to catch up to both McLarens, who are still on their hard tyres, and chasing down Max Verstappen and each other. Verstappen, Senna again with the mistake that Verstappen made earlier through the hairpin. That's allowed us to go around the outside of Norris in one foul swoop and chase down Senna. Verstappen is going to try and make use of that soft tyre and get as far away from us as possible. Or not, he comes into the pit lane as we get past Ayrton Senna and inherit the lead of the Grand Prix. So, lap 24 we move on to. Max Verstappen into the pits for his final stop. Both McLarens now battling each other, which is going to make them fall out of DRS range from us. They're already 2 seconds down on Nico Hulkenberg and continuing to battle side by side. Apparently Lando Norris is really coming back at his teammate after a few races where he's been a bit of a pushover. And Max Verstappen on the hard tyre for his final stint comes out in P12 behind Paul Aron and Lance Stroll. And we will be following him throughout his journey to the back of the, well, to the front of the field once again. I think a few of the cars in front of him do need to stop, so don't expect this order to say the same as Paul Aaron defends aggressively to the inside. Verstappen having to take evasive maneuvers and go to the outside. He does get the position. This is on board with with Verstappen defending Paul Aaron up ahead, and gets that move done. Lance Stroll next up the road. And as the crowd begins to cheer that Lance Stroll will be knocked out of the points at his home Grand Prix, Max Verstappen, without a care in the world, has got past the Aston Martin Honda and up into the points once more. And it looks as though we've had some cars in the pit lane as well. So he's now up to P8 with very little competition up ahead of him in the form of Isaac Hadjar in the RB Ford, who tries defending the inside at the hairpin. And I'm sure that this is not going to go very well for the RB, as, yep, it looks as though there was no contest there through that hairpin. Esteban Ocon up ahead. And then we've got Yuki Tsunoda. Verstappen chasing down the Toyota Haas. Goes to the inside. Will he go and make this move? He doesn't have to. Ocon comes into the pits and he inherits now. Where is he going to be? P4. There's about 15 seconds between him and us with 6 laps to go. And he now chases down George Russell on lap 29. Following the Mercedes. Russell is the best chance we've got at winning this race as he defends Verstappen just a little bit longer. He's bought us some time there with that drift maneuver, but Verstappen looks as though he may have just got stayed behind Russell at the most advantageous time with the DRS detection point, and gets past the Mercedes up into P2 now with 8.5 seconds to try and close us down. And we rejoin on lap 34 with the point in the Grand Prix that made me rage quit, to be honest. This is ridiculous. So there is a system within the game that I alluded to last time in Spain with the tyre carcass temperatures. If the tyre carcass gets above a certain temperature, then the tyre wear goes up. The more that you push to try and beat these higher level AI, the more the tyre carcass temperature will increase, and therefore the tyre wear increases. So you would expect in my team that you could just upgrade the tyre wear upgrades and make the tyre wear less bad. It doesn't work like that, it makes it worse. So every single time that I've been purchasing tyre wear upgrades, they've been making the car wear the tyres out quicker, and they've also been suffering anyway because I've been pushing hard to try and beat level 105 AI. So now I've got to watch Max Verstappen run away with the lead, even though we did try and let him pass and get DRS on that last lap. I just didn't know where the detection point was. But we wouldn't have been able to win this race anyway, because at this point the tyres were ridiculous. If you remember back to the last race in Spain, the tyre carcasses were at 124 degrees at one point in that race, which I think anything above like 80 degrees was basically contributing towards significantly higher tyre wear. So if anyone else has this problem, basically just go into your simulation settings and turn off surface and carcass temperatures for the tyres. Just put them on surface only, because that actually has a more realistic and balanced tyre wear compared to the AI. This is basically just for AI races. If you're racing against other people, it doesn't really matter because everyone has the same problem. But the AI in this game have traction control, which helps them anyway, and also don't seem to suffer the same tyre wear calculations or temperatures that the player does, which is why that setting will be changed next race, and we will be seeing Nico Hülkenberg at the top step of the podium. I've not done the race yet, but I'm guaranteeing it now. We will win that race, and we will put Max Verstappen back down in his place on P2, and we will get this championship won by Nico Hülkenberg if it kills me. I am not going to reduce the difficulty. I simply refuse to, even though that would be the easier option here. But quite frankly, it doesn't matter what difficulty you're on. 80, 90, 100, 105 as we are. The tyre temperature balances are just completely broken, and EA is not fixing it. So let's be honest, they're not going to fix it for F126. We just have to hope that F127 when that full game releases, that it will actually be working properly. Then again, this is an EA Codemasters game, and that's probably too optimistic of me to believe that the game will actually work on day one. Let's get on with the race results then. So it's Max Verstappen taking an obnoxious win once again, making it 4 in a row over Nico Hülkenberg in second. George Russell, the first non-McLaren on the podium, in third, followed by Charles Leclerc, Ayrton Senna, Kimi Antonelli, Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris, Alex Albon and Cali Meyer scoring 1 point once again. Over to the Drivers' Championship is now a 35-point lead for Max Verstappen over Nico Hülkenberg, followed by Ayrton Senna, Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, George Russell, Lewis Hamilton, Kimi Antonelli, Alex Albon and Carlos Sainz rounding out the top 10. Further down the order we have Cali Meyer and Yuki Tsunoda, the final point scorers, with Fernando Alonso, Isaac Hadjar, Esteban Ocon, Gabriel Bortoleto, Ollie Behrman, Lance Stroll, Pierre Gasly, Paul Aron, Jack Doohan and Liam Lawson with 0. And over to the Constructors, it's a 90-point lead for Slothz over rivals McLaren, who are 90 points behind. It is a 38-point jump back to Ferrari in third. Then Mercedes, Williams and Red Bull Ford are the only point scorers there. Followed by Aston Martin, RB Ford, TGR Haas, Audi and Alpine with 0 points to their name still. That's all for this video. I'll catch you next time for a win in Austria. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 with the Slothz team. Unfortunately kicking things off with the completion of some tyre wear research, which if you saw the last episode you probably know I want to avoid doing that at all costs. The good news is though, I did turn off that setting, so our tyre temperatures are only going to be simulating the surface temperatures and not the carcasses, which should improve our tyre wear situation and actually mean I'm able to be remotely competitive with anyone other than Ayrton Senna, who's probably going to be running in P3 for most of this season, as he has done so far. But yeah, we're going to be stopping development soon of any of the performance-based upgrades. We're going to be switching to developing reliability upgrades, and that's purely because we've run into a small issue. Probably off the basis that we've actually done a little bit of research on them so far, but given how the tyre wear is in this game, I assume the more reliability upgrades you have, the more unreliable the parts become. So we've got a little bit of an issue coming up with component management on both cars. But for now, we'll stick this diffuser on. I think the exhaust as well. We just need to make sure that last one has finished. And these will be the last of those upgrades, and then we're going 100% into durability. And so we come to the Austrian Grand Prix, Max Verstappen's previous team's home, I suppose. And as you can see, the weather is absolutely atrocious, which is never good when it comes to me. That being said, though, I don't know if it's perhaps since turning off that tyre temperature simulation, but I've actually been having a lot of fun in the wet weather. The next couple of races after this one also featuring somewhat interchangeable conditions, so don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button and turn on that notification bell as well, so you can stay updated with how those go. And yeah, more on those I guess next week when those races are released. And we approach the halfway point of the season as well. At the time of recording, I've actually completed the Belgian Grand Prix and completed the halfway point. So yeah, hopefully you'll still be around for that as we get on with the starting grid. And as promised, Max Verstappen and Nico Hülkenberg now on the front row to start off this Austrian Grand Prix. And no doubt we'll be on different strategies. Behind us, Lando Norris and Ayrton Senna, Charles Leclerc and George Russell. Then we have Kimi Antonelli and Gabriel Bortoleto with an impressive qualifying, followed by Yuki Tsunoda and Alex Albon. Then we have Fernando Alonso and Carlos Sainz, Lewis Hamilton and Cali Meyer. Then we have Esteban Ocon and Pierre Gasly, Liam Lawson and Paul Aron. Penultimately, we have Ollie Behrman and Isaac Hadjar, and as per usual on the back row, it's Lance Stroll and Jack Doohan. Definitely two who have been consistent in being in those positions throughout the season. And that's what we're competing with there. Max Verstappen's previous race results, 3 wins in a row. And I did say in the last episode that I would sort out the tyre wear settings, or the tyre temperature settings, and I would win this race. So I mean, to be honest, I'm not very optimistic at this point, given what the weather's doing. But we'll give it our best shot. We do have the fastest car by a country mile, and we don't have to worry about tyre temperatures, so maybe we'll be able to do something here. Who knows? But for now then, let's just get on with the Austrian Grand Prix. No sprint race today, by the looks of things. And so as we get underway, it looks as though the rain is actually frozen in place right now, and the lights do some weird stuff as well. Well, now that's sorted out, we're underway here, trying to find a way past Max Verstappen down into turn 1. We're running the intermediate tyres because the wet tyres are broken and they do not work. There's a recurring theme here with the tyres on this EA Codemasters game. But for now, we're just going to have to sit behind Verstappen because we're initially going to have to wait for a bit of a dry line to appear. So for the next 1 or 2, maybe even 3 laps, we're just going to have to basically hold tight and do our best to hold on to where we are. As soon as that dry line starts to appear after the cars are clearing water, then we should have the opportunity that we need to get past Verstappen and hopefully win this race. A bit of a second lead at the moment as we watch the 2 Mercedes, Russell and Antonelli, going side by side through turn 4, and down the hill they go towards the turn 5 and 6 down the hill. Antonelli holding that inside line at the moment, but Russell is not giving up to his teammate, and he swoops it round the outside and plasters it into P6 as we now watch Max Verstappen. No movement on him just yet, so I guess the wet tyres for the AI is still the number 1 choice. He's pulled out a 1.5 seconds over us, but as this time goes on, well, it's actually up to 2.5 seconds now, but as I start to get my eye in with the circuit, we should be able to push more on the wet tyre or on the intermediate tyres and see what we can do here. As we watch Verstappen once again, he's made the dive into the pit lane. So it is time for intermediate tyres, and this puts us in a magnificent position. Just 2 seconds off the leader, and he's into the pits on lap 2. So are most of the field by the looks of it. There are a couple of cars that have decided to brave the wet tyre just a bit longer, but maybe that was to the detriment of everyone who's coming in, as the entire field is piling into the pits. I see Yuki Tsunoda is going to get boxed in by both Mercedes, the Ferrari and Leclerc. Lucky to get out. I don't know where Senna is. Senna's only... Oh, it's Norris is in. Norris has only just got out. He was the first one into the pit lane and is going to rejoin. So he's in P7 at the moment, but I imagine that he was helped out by other people getting boxed in. And look at this shaken up order as everyone comes out of the pit lane. We've got 3 cars other than us still on the wet tyres right now. Oh, we're not on the wets. We've got 3 more cars on the wets. Senna, Mayer and Stroll, who have stayed out. Senna's doing his best to keep up, but I think at this point, the intermediate tyres are really starting to switch on, and he's struggling on these wet tyres, so I expect those 3 will be coming in, and it looks as though he is. But without the drama of all of the cars coming in behind him, it's just 2, and given that McLaren are the first pit box, it could pose a problem for him, but I severely doubt it, and as we rejoin on lap 11, actually, clearly it hasn't had a problem for him because he is still P3. Norris has made his way back up to P5, and we currently watch this battle unfold. We've retained the lead and still hold it by 11 seconds over Verstappen, so this is a slam dunk. As soon as we can get to the end of this race and hold that gap, then this is a guaranteed win, and Senna is basically just holding off. This is the fight for the podium. We've also got Russell in the background. We can't rule him out at all either, given how he was during last season. Oh, there goes Leclerc! He spun the car out, and looks like Russell's managed to take advantage, gaining 2 positions there, and looks like Callie Mayer's going to do the same. And everyone is now just parking up to get their photos of the accident. And as we come around the final corner, about to trade fastest lap with Max Verstappen again. There it is, a 1:14.6 now. There is the red flag coming out, and that will stop Verstappen stealing away that fastest lap. But unfortunately, that means that he is now positioned ideally right behind us, and it also brings the dry weather, which is forecast for the end of this race, much closer. So we may even be switching to dries, and I have a feeling that we're going to be struggling against Verstappen in the dry. But for now, though, looks like Ayrton Senna is on a charge through turn 1 as we try to figure out who to stay on board with here as we watch Leclerc and Verstappen trying to take advantage of each other's poor starts. And there goes Senna up the inside, starting on the same side of the circuit that we were, on the dry line, and it's really paid off for him. Verstappen has managed to hold position ahead of Charles Leclerc, and we get the yellow flag briefly, I think probably for the minor contact which happens through turn 4. Or is it even turn 2 or 3? I don't even know anymore. There's so few corners on this circuit. But we follow Senna, and we don't really need to worry too much about trying to get past him. We've got almost half the race to try and get through, and I'm pretty sure that these Inters are not going to get to the end. Even though we have... well, actually, maybe they will do. That red flag might have helped us everyone out a bit and getting a free pit stop. We do have to worry about Max Verstappen, though, and we do have to put the pace on as we watch that poor start from Verstappen on the wet side of the circuit. And I think Charles Leclerc is on his outside there as we watch him slowly try to get by. But the Slothz power unit, or powered by Ferrari, has given him the edge there, as I think that was George Russell as well doing a bit of a dive bomb on Mayer on that restart lap as well. But anyway, here we go on to lap 15 nearly, and it's probably about time that we take that first place away from Ayrton Senna and get him in the way of Max Verstappen. It's not going to happen though. Verstappen's going to the inside down at turn 1. I'm going to close the door on him, compromise his entry, and that puts him all the way back down in the clutches of Charles Leclerc. If there was DRS here, he probably would be in a lot of trouble. As we watch that onboard onto the wet part of the circuit again, and we just get far enough ahead of him that we can shut that door, force him to back out. And once again, end of lap 15, at start of lap 16, look how slow the AI are through that final corner. We got so much more speed that we could be unlocking, so we're going to go all out with the ERS here as we go to the left-hand side to go around him. We nearly take our teammate out in the process, and around the outside of Ayrton Senna we go. Verstappen also through, unfortunately, so we're going to have to keep that in mind as we continue on throughout this race. As we watch the onboard, this is Verstappen nearly getting his front wing taken off by Nico Hülkenberg. Actually, it wasn't actually that close, but could have been nasty had we decided to move a little bit later than we did. And up the hill he goes, watching us in the distance. As we now keep an eye on Charles Leclerc, the man who earlier on decided to bring out the red flag by parking it on the racing line. And he's now having a go at Ayrton Senna by the looks of things. Can he make it down the inside into turn 1? Senna's going defensive. Is he going to shut the door on him? He leaves the space. And up the inside, Charles Leclerc goes. Now it's a drag race. Ferrari versus McLaren. And it looks like McLaren has the advantage here, but Leclerc may get him on the brakes at the hairpin at the top of the hill. Cali Mayer as well, also potentially having a look as Leclerc goes to the outside and gets up onto the podium. Perhaps, actually, this might be the first time we've had a car that isn't a McLaren or a Slothz car on the podium. And we rejoin on lap 18, or the start of lap 18. Max Verstappen still close behind us, getting fastest up, and we lose the rear there, and that's going to open up an opportunity for Max Verstappen as he goes past us on the run up the hill. We're going to tuck back in, trying to get that slipstream, but we're not going to be able to do anything about it just yet. Also, look at that gap as well, 4 seconds over Leclerc. That is the caliber of which I'm trying to push here to stay ahead of Verstappen. It's obviously not worked, and we've overcooked it, but we are absolutely ploughing away ahead of the rest of the field, and even Charles Leclerc with a 1 second gap over Senna doing a pretty good job there for Ferrari as well. As we now watch the onboard of Max Verstappen, watching our rear end go up over the curb and lose some grip. I think if that sausage curb hadn't been there, we may have had a better chance of holding position, but it's fine for the time being. We will suffer behind our teammate. We've still got a long way to go. Half of the race distance still left. And that might actually mean that we are going to see an intermediate pit stop in between. There's a look at the tyre temperatures. As you can see, the surfaces are getting quite warm, but we're not having the same problem that we did previously with the carcasses starting to heat up as well. And that just means that we're able to hold right behind Verstappen. We are keeping a relatively safe distance as it looks as though the rest of the field are coming into the pits. The race restart was too early for these Inters to get to the end, and we watch some of the cars come in. Here's Senna coming in from 4th place, and also Russell. We actually saw them on the minimap just now coming in, and are they joined by anyone else? This is going to be an absolute frenzy. We've got Mayer and Ocon in. Oh yes, it's going to be absolutely crazy. We've got multiple Red Bulls in. I think both Mercedes are in as well in that case. Red Bull now blocking Lewis Hamilton in his pit box, and now Tsunoda's blocked in as well. Or is that, no, Mayer's blocked in as well by the Mercedes. They managed to work it out. But once again, the pit order being shaken up. And look at that, Lewis Hamilton now all the way down in 14th place. Senna in 8th, but I think he was probably okay. Looking at the cars ahead of him, I don't think he has to worry too much. And out they all come. Meanwhile, we are, well, further up the road. We're jumping all over the place in the timeline at the moment. But through the hairpin we go. Still sliding around a little bit, but nowhere near as bad as it was previously. And of course, every time I do spin the wheels up and slide the rear end out a little bit, we're not contributing to the tyre wear problem. But look at the rain. It's still coming down. I actually completely missed if everyone else was going on to dries right now. That will be a surprise to me in just a second as well. When you record so many of these races, they all kind of blur together. As we try to take a little bit too much curve there. At this point, looking to box opposite to Verstappen because I'm feeling like, well, he's coming in. We can go a lot faster without him in the way, and the dirty air causes some problems. So we're going to power off down the pit straight and see what we can do here as he comes in. And I think he should be coming out into some traffic based on the timing board there. And what's he going on to? It's going to be more... No, it's hard tyres. And it's an issue on the front right. That could cost him as he comes out. Where's Charles Leclerc? Oh, he's in the pit lane. Never mind. So it looks as though Ayrton Senna is the actual next real runner. But he's too far back to pose a problem, as we are now in as well. And it's hard for us too as we go into the puddles. And it's an issue for us as well. On the rear left, we get away. This is not great. Where's Verstappen? Here he is, coming down the pit straight. A lovely 11-second lead over Lando Norris in third right now. As Verstappen comes through turn 1, and we will ride on board, I think, in just a second. He does get ahead of us, but we are within a second, which is closer than we were earlier. The track is greasy, so we do have to watch out for that. And Verstappen driving like an old man through the hairpin, and we're just going to go to the right-hand side and get the move done on him. Now he's found the speed, and apparently we hit him. I don't think that's possible, as we slide around all over the place on this greasy track and just about get up the inside and into first place once again. But look at the gap. We've got half a second over him already. Let's see how this develops over the course of the lap, because there are certainly areas on this circuit, and indeed others later on in next week's videos, where the AI seem to be monstrously slow in some corners. And, well, throwing a toe on the grass isn't going to help us there, but through other parts of the circuit, they're just cheating, basically. But through some parts, they are ridiculously slow, as we watch Lance Stroll here in that Aston Martin Honda. Braking down, and it looks as though he's going to go across the pit lane entrance and then back onto the racing line in front of Yuki Tsunoda in an attempted murder. But he pulls away to the side of the circuit reluctantly. And we rejoin on lap 32. And look at the gap that I've managed to pull out with Nico Hülkenberg here. Nearly 6 seconds. We're now starting to lap people at the back. There's Jack Doohan. How far he has fallen. He was a point-scoring teammate for us in F1 23, and he's now racing for Alpine, who have yet to score a single point all season. I think they barely scored anything last season as well. Jack Doohan certainly didn't score anything. As we watch this little battle between Gasly and Lawson, another driver, unable to score at all last season, same as Jack Doohan. And based on how him and Isaac Hadjar are doing right now, I don't think either of them are going to be scoring anything this season either. As we get past the first back marker, the second back marker, first from this battle. Gasly nearly rear-ending us there out of respect. And up the inside we go of Liam Lawson. And now we get to chase down Paul Aaron. Max Verstappen, nowhere to be seen. As once again, same as we did in last season, we've managed to just find the recipe to absolutely hammer out laps as quickly as possible. And look at the gap now. It's up to 7.5 seconds nearly, as I expect he started to hit the traffic at the back of the field. We're now chasing down... I can't even see who that is. I think we got past Paul Aaron. Yeah, that's Ollie Behrman up in front as well. And then there's a bit of a battle going on ahead for P13 between Ocon, Bortoletto, Sainz, and Hadjar. So they're all slowing each other down as well, just basically allowing Yuki Tsunoda to pick up a grand total of 0 points without any problem whatsoever. As we come through, down the hill we go. And it looks as though switching off those tyre simulation settings has done what we needed to, but also just doing these intermediate conditions, which has been incredibly fun throughout this race, and I never thought I'd say that, has really just helped us find the edge over the AI here. We're still on 105 difficulty. I'm not going to turn it down, and it means that Nico Hulkenberg will now claim victory. Oh, he smashed the car to pieces in celebration as he crosses the line for his first win since the season opener in Australia. Is this finally the start of a comeback for Nico Hulkenberg in this championship, with still only about 30-odd points down on Max Verstappen, and we've still got over half the season to go, so there's plenty of chances for this to go our way as we see the broken car that he somehow managed to drive back to Parc Ferme in the background. And there's Verstappen, not looking particularly happy, but as always, there is no drama within the F1 games. He will just celebrate very jovially with everyone else. Apparently, Lando Norris and Max Verstappen treating this like it's Nico Hulkenberg's first ever win there as they spray him at the same time. And on to the race results. So, Nico Hulkenberg picks up his first win since the season opener in Australia, followed by Max Verstappen, Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, George Russell, Ayrton Senna, Alex Albon, Callie Mayer, and Kimi Antonelli and Lewis Hamilton. And unfortunately, our fastest lap was robbed from us at the last moment by Verstappen. Onto the Drivers' Championship then, we've got the gap down to less than 30 points. It's just 28 now to Verstappen in first. We're then followed by Ayrton Senna, Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, George Russell, Lewis Hamilton, Alex Albon, Kimi Antonelli and Callie Mayer in the top 10. Further down the order, we have Carlos Sainz and Yuki Tsunoda, the last of the point scorers. Then we have Fernando Alonso, Isaac Hadjar, Esteban Ocon, Gabriel Bortoletto, Oliver Behrman, Lance Stroll, Pierre Gasly, Paul Aaron, Jack Doohan, and Liam Lawson. And finally, over to the Constructors' Championship, it is BMW Slothz now 110 points ahead of McLaren, back in second. Then it's a big jump back again to Ferrari in third, and another big jump back to Mercedes in fourth. Then it's a massive leap back to Williams in fifth, and the final point-scoring team, Red Bull, in sixth. Then joint seventh, Aston Martin Honda, Racing Bulls, TGR Haas, Audi, and Alpine. And that's all for this video. I'll catch you next week in the next one. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to F1 25 with the Slothz Tech team. Briefly on the screen there was the absolutely dire state that our components have managed to get into at the moment, which is essentially why I mentioned in the last video that we were going to be switching to durability research and development, because there is no way that we can sustain that all the way to the end of the season. I strongly suspect this is acting like the tyre mechanic, in that the more that we research stuff, the more it wears out, which is exactly what they're supposed to be doing, isn't it, Codemasters? That definitely would not... researching reliability would definitely not make the parts wear out slower, would it? Let's be honest. It makes no sense whatsoever. So anyway, rant over, onto development, and we've got some paused parts in the queue at the moment, but nothing we can actually start just yet before my home Grand Prix here in the UK. And of course, once again, we've had that diffuser fail because we do have at least one thing fail. Although for some reason, it's already put itself back in there. So let's get on with the race. So then it's over to my home Grand Prix, and would you believe it, it is raining again in Britain. And, well, actually, based on how we did in Austria, this is perfect for us because apparently I'm now good in the wet and actually enjoy it. And I'll be honest, right now, I'm not getting the results that we want within these next few races, but I'm not really caring because I'm having a lot of fun in these interchangeable conditions. So don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button, and turn on the notification bell as well so you don't miss the next race, which is going to be the Belgium Grand Prix. And we'll get underway with the starting grid here. And starting things off on the front row, we have, unsurprisingly, it's Max Verstappen. He's joined alongside Ayrton Senna on the front row. Unfortunately, we couldn't get up there this time. Further down the order, Charles Leclerc and Cali Meyer, Lando Norris and George Russell. Then we have Kimi Antonelli and Yuki Tsunoda, Lewis Hamilton and Alex Albon. Then we have Carlos Sainz and Esteban Ocon, Gabriel Bortoleto and Fernando Alonso. Behind them, Paul Aaron and Liam Lawson. Then it's us, Nico Hulkenberg, alongside Ollie Behrman, Pierre Gasly and Isaac Hadjar. And finally, it's Lance Stroll and Jack Doohan on the back row once again. Yes, unfortunately, my insistence on only doing one lap in qualifying, not one-shot qualifying, but just doing one lap, has bit me on the arse here. And apparently, I just had absolutely no idea how to drive and put in an absolutely awful lap, even though it was in the dry, and basically only ended up P17. I didn't restart because I thought, what the hell? It's going to rain. We'll see if we can fight our way back through like we did in Austria. So that's the plan. Whether or not we can actually do that or not, I don't know. But all I can really say is that I had a lot of fun doing it. So without further ado, then, we'll get on with the British Grand Prix. And let's see where we end up at the end. So it's 5 red lights here at the British Grand Prix, and this is very distracting because I've got a very attention-seeking dashhound sat on my lap right now, demanding attention. But we're underway, and not the most impressive start there. We're trying to fight our way back up the order, but we've run wide through turn 1, and we're under attack from Oliver Behrman and Pierre Gasly. Can we send it down the inside of Liam Lawson? I would hope so. And we do manage to get up one place into P16. Lawson now coming back at us as we run wide, following this battle in front of us between Fernando Alonso and Paul Aaron. Aaron running to the inside for some reason, and we might have an opportunity here to slip one up the outside, and unfortunately not quite got our eye in yet in the wet here. And at the moment, I'll be honest here, we've got no pace whatsoever for some reason, and I can't quite figure out why. The AI seem to just be unnaturally fast around basically this entire circuit, and I think it's because it's mainly medium and high-speed corners. The only parts of this circuit that we're actually able to really do anything in are Maggots, Beckett's, and maybe a couple of others. Let's go on board with Senna at the start, though, because he did have a slightly impressive start and challenge Verstappen into turn 1. He does put the squeeze on him up the inside, but unfortunately Verstappen does get away, and he's going to be disappearing into the distance in no time at all. But yeah, this is the problem. Currently on lap 6, we're still stuck behind Paul Aaron. It seems to be corner exits here in the slow corners as well. A particular problem for me, as I follow the line that the AI is taking, but yet somehow I'm just monstrously slower, and I think that's because of their traction control, and it's causing a lot of problems on this race. But hopefully the rain does go away soon, and that can basically stop being a problem. We are going to try and catch up here and overtake, but thankfully you probably saw the wheel spinning there and the sliding around. We don't have the problem of the tyre temperatures being sent through the roof. So that is helping significantly here, and it's probably why we're not racing Jack Doohan for last place. as we come through Magnus Beckers. Look how slow the AI is through there compared to me. This is the one part of the circuit, as the track is evolving, that we've been able to actually make any kind of headway in catching Paul Aaron. And we get past, and now we get to chase down the other Audi of Bortoletto. This is on board Paul Aaron, and sliding up the inside we go for no points, unfortunately, but we've still got time. Plenty of laps to go. As we now watch George Russell going for a move on Charles Leclerc. Oh, he's going slowly, and I think he's got a puncture. That's not good for George Russell, as he's in the right place, I suppose, right before the pit entry, but he was running well and has lost a bunch of positions going down into the pit lane. There we are as well. We're still chasing Bortoletto. Of course, this is lap 6, so we haven't quite had enough time to overtake him. Here's the onboard, and there is the delamination. For some reason, the colour has disappeared on that right-hand tyre as we're looking at it. Until I guess it punctures and then it reappears. Bit weird, but there you go. Russell's in. He's staying on the inters, and he will come out in dead last. You can see him on the mini-map, even further behind Jack Doohan than Jack Doohan would be. So here's the condition with us. We're 8 laps in. Tyre wear is about half what it would have been had we been playing with surface carcass temperatures on, but it's still not looking great. But we're going to chase down the Audi anyway. Through Maggots and Beckett's we go, and look at the closing speed that we have on the Audi. We've put ourselves right into the dirty air and that slipstream, and we get on the power. And hopefully we've got enough ERS to keep going here as we come down the right-hand side and we get up into P13 now. And you can see on the minimap as well, actually, Max Verstappen just coming through turn 3 has absolutely dropped the McLarens behind him, and is effectively just running away with this race. He's just going to stay there. This is all about the battle for seconds, this episode, so don't expect too much. As we rejoin on lap 10, we're finally getting our eye in. Tyre wear is still looking bad, but it's not that bad, I suppose, actually. I guess maybe the tyre temperatures do affect grip as well as tyre wear, so not having those to deal with has allowed us to close all the way up here as the track has begun to dry out slightly. I have been checking in with Jeff occasionally to get a weather report, and looks like the rain is going to remain with us throughout the rest of the race. But I guess if it dries up slightly, that still counts as raining. But the intermediate tyres start to work a bit better for us as we now get past Fernando Alonso and tuck ourselves in behind. Oh, but as we nearly go into the back of the Williams through one of the final corners, and there goes Alonso back up the inside, but we're going to get him on the brakes here into Club, and up the inside we go. And now we're chasing down P11 as we run wide over the curve there. That probably would have cost us significantly had we been doing that in our previous season. In fact, I think it did actually, and allowed others like Charles Leclerc to overtake. As we see Charles Leclerc in the pit lane, switching to the mediums. And now we're chasing down Alex Albon. So the consensus would be basically that the dries are possibly better. We've now got the strategy coming through from Jeff to switch over. And as soon as we get through this corner, we can actually go and confirm that. We are going to stick with the inters for now, because even though we're at 50% wear, we are doing fine. So we're going to stay on them. But then Callie Mayer setting the fastest lap. I'm not entirely sure how she even did that, but she did. Even though she's only just come into the pit lane by the looks of things onto inters. So has Yuki Tsunoda. And we continue to chase down Esteban Ocon, who has remained out. But we're going to gain a lot of free positions here as everyone's changing onto the hards. And, I guess Charles Leclerc probably was on the hards as well earlier. I just missed that. Thought it was the mediums. And there's the confirmation that Verstappen has also decided to come in. Not that it's going to make the slightest bit of difference to him. He sets the fastest lap anyway, somehow. And we close up to the back of the Toyota Haas as we come down the hangar. Is this the hangar straight? I forget now. The Wellington straight, I think. And chase down Esteban Ocon, who I expect will be coming in as well. We should probably think about it too. Where's Verstappen going to come out then? Oh, he has actually been overtaken by Senna. We're coming in as well as we nearly plough into the back of the Haas in the pit lane. We are probably going to want to switch to the hard tyre here anyway because everyone else is doing the same thing. Although I suppose George Russell is still out, well, for the time being, on the intermediates. And we pull into our box. It's going to be hard for the Williams, but maybe we can get out ahead of him. And the tyres briefly invisible, but they have put on the Inters again. And this is not what we wanted. This was a devastating moment, even though we knew we weren't going to win this race anyway. But we are now one of the only drivers on track not running dries. A few others of note. George Russell, of course, came in very early in the Grand Prix after he lost one of his rear tyres to a puncture. Let's look down, and the dog is watching the screen right now as we fight Esteban Ocon. He looks at me when I said his name, and look how slow Ocon's going. Maybe we actually made the right choice or the right mistake, as it looks as though the hard tyres, although they are supposed to be the right ones, he is quick in a straight line, but right now, through the corners, and it's especially here, well, any of the slow corners, like Village at the start of the lap, here as well. Look at the gap. We've just gapped in by a second in just a couple of corners as we now chase down Yuki Tsunoda. Esteban Ocon now floundering behind us. And it looks as though this is now a battle of who can drive the fastest on a greasy circuit with a little bit of rain. At this point, you would expect the track to dry out completely and the rain to stop, but it just hasn't. And look at how slow the Red Bull is. We actually push him a little bit with our front wing there, because of how slow he's going, and we do need to keep an eye on that engine wear as well. That is something that might come into factors next race in Belgium. And it looks as though Liam Lawson, 2 places ahead of us, is hanging on to well, he's come into the pit lane, but he was hanging on to a top 10 position briefly ahead of Charles Leclerc. I guess he's come in for some hards, and now we chase down Charles Leclerc. Bearing in mind that we started 17th, we're now up to 9th already, and it looks as though everyone ahead of us, apart from Russell, is running hard. And look at that, through Village we go, and onto the Hangar Straight, and up the inside we go, through the inside of the McLaren. And there's Russell, actually, currently ahead of Lewis Hamilton by just 3.5 seconds, and apparently 10 seconds behind his teammate, although if you look at the mini-map, he's right behind him. Excellent work, Codemasters. Anyway, on to Lewis Hamilton we go. We've got about 10 laps remaining, and you can see, again, the Ferrari going at grandma pace through Village, and we close up. Look at the overspeed we have there, and we haven't even got onto the straight yet. And we are going to go to the inside, and this is a slam dunk here, up the inside of the Ferrari. And we should be able to gap him very nicely here, although he was compromised on his corner exit. He just doesn't have the grip levels through here to catch up to us. I'm glad that we're not on the hard tyre, because that would have made our life an absolute misery. And I expect it would have been stone cold through most of this race. As we now watch George Russell trying to catch up to Cali Mayer and Lando Norris. He's going to go to the inside of Norris at the end of the straight. On the brakes, he's going to get him. I think, are they making contact? I think they are there. He certainly did there. George Russell up the inside, but slapping the front wing of the McLaren as he starts to pull away, and now he gets to chase down Cali Mayer, who is going to have equally as bad traction out of the slow speed corners as Norris. So Russell shouldn't have any problems getting past her for the end of this race. This is on board with Lando Norris, and there is the contact, or at least if Norris did avoid it, he must have the senses of a strangled cat, as no, he didn't. He did get hit by it, but yeah, Russell lucky not to get a second puncture on that rear left, I think. And it looks as though Cali Mayer is now in. A bit of a slow stop for her, but she's putting the mediums on to the end of the race. That's another position for us gained. Now puts us 3 seconds behind Kimi Antonelli, and that is a virtual safety car coming out right now. And what is that for? It must be for this. Alex Albon has blown up through Maggots and Beckett's and pulled off to the side of the circuit. and I'm not entirely sure why that warrants a virtual safety car, but I guess he's not near a marshal post. Perhaps that's the reason. But, well, what we're racing once again, and we've managed to catch Kimi Antonelli. The tyre wear, again, not looking great, but as the track dries out, it is causing it to wear much faster, but it's not really affecting us in any way, shape or form, which is fantastic. And look how much we're able to close up on Antonelli once again through the same section, and he's going to go defensive, but I don't think he's got any kind of ability to defend from this as we go up the inside, nearly losing the rear and slamming into the side of the Mercedes, but we get past him without any problems, and look how much we're pulling away already. His hard tyres also going to be undergoing some wear by this point, and probably also stone cold, which isn't going to be helping. As we now rejoin George Russell, who's had a very resurgent race here for Mercedes, and he's now got the DRS as well near the end of the race. That's come on, and he goes up the inside of Ayrton Senna. Senna is not going to give this up easily. He absolutely does not like doing that, and is very aggressive when it comes to defense and also attack. But Russell gets past. But what did I say? Senna is having another go at him up the inside, and oh, there's contact as well. George Russell hits the side of the McLaren and gets past. I don't know if there's any damage to Ayrton Senna right now. He is going to get the DRS's compensation as they come round the straight next time, but of course he does have to actually be close enough, as there's the contact there. It looks as though his front wing just blew up for no reason and started throwing sparks all over him. He is on board with Russell, and yeah, it was in fact actually Russell's front wing which collided with the rear left of Ayrton Senna, and I imagine that Russell's intermediate tyres are going to give him an unfair advantage as well. As we now look at Isaac Hadjar defending from Charles Leclerc, he was actually on the Inters as well. There they are, the green wall tyre, and that knocks him out of the points with just 2 laps to go. It's unfortunate, really, because Hadjar didn't score much in Season 1 and was, well, in a point-scoring position. He could have made RB jump to 7th in the Constructors' title. No one else below Williams and Red Bull have scored points so far, so only the top 6 teams have scored points this season. He, unfortunately, drops out. That just leaves the Alpine of Pierre Gasly in contention now, as we get past Lando Norris and we begin to chase down Ayrton Senna. Just 2 seconds ahead of us now, will remain on board. And just keep an eye on the minimap as well. You can see going through turn 1 now is Charles Leclerc and Isaac Hadjar. Maybe Hadjar has enough rubber on his tyres to mount a comeback, but I think Pierre Gasly somehow might make Alpine the only car outside of the top 6 to score this season. It's taken nearly half the season for anyone other than the top 6 to score, but he will basically catapult Alpine up to 7th ahead of all the other bottom teams, well, presumably until one of them gets lucky enough to actually get into the top 10 again. We're probably needing another race similar to this one with these interchangeable conditions. We do have, well, actually, we do have Belgium coming up next. I don't think he does score anything there. But beyond that, I haven't done any of the races yet. So Hungary, that's a wild card. That one can occasionally be a wet race, and I'm not looking forward to it if it is, because although it is slow speed corners, so I mean, maybe, I mean, I don't know. It might be good, it might be bad. We'll just have to see as we remain on board for the final lap. Nico Hulkenberg trying to get back onto the podium and keep his streak alive. Senna up ahead will try to deny, but is not going to have any traction coming out of here. And although we have to basically drift around the rear of the McLaren, Nico Hulkenberg up the inside of Ayrton Senna. Senna is not going to have anything like the grip that we do to fight back at this point. And you can see the tyre wear is absolutely abysmal at this point. But I think given a few more laps, we would absolutely be able to catch George Russell. I mean, we've managed to close to within 3.5 seconds. And we could probably get a bit closer as well by the end of the race, but we just don't have enough time to catch him. Unfortunately, no one is catching Max Verstappen. He is absolutely dominated this race and is going to once again gap us by, it's going to be 10 points, which is a shame, but after our performance in Austria, but we still have, as I say, more than half the season to go. And although we couldn't catch George Russell, these 3 points are not going to make a hell of a lot of difference in the long run. So as we come round for the final few corners, George Russell will take second, and Nico Hulkenberg fights his way back to the podium from 17th. He crashes into the barrier, and that is the end of the British Grand Prix. So yes, next time we're going to venture out to the Belgian Grand Prix. We've got a sprint race there, and that marks the halfway point of the season. In terms of where I am at the moment, I've basically raced Belgium, and I'm at Hungary right now. So I've done half the season, and I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself as well, purely intentionally, in preparation for some personal stuff and also for F1 26 DLC coming out at some point. We don't know when yet, but I want to try and get as many videos recorded ahead of time as possible so I can release them all in one big batch if it turns out that the DLC is going to drop sooner than expected. And here's the race results. Max Verstappen, of course, taking the win and the fastest lap, but only by half a second in the end over George Russell and me. Then it's George Russell and Nico Hulkenberg rounding out the podium. Ayrton Senna, Lando Norris, Kimi Antonelli, Callie Mayer, Lewis Hamilton, Pierre Gasly and Charles Leclerc round out the top 10. Over to the Drivers' Championship, Verstappen now gets his lead back up to 38 points over Nico Hulkenberg. Then we have Ayrton Senna, Lando Norris, George Russell, Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton, Kimi Antonelli, Alex Albon, Callie Mayer, Carlos Sainz. Callie Mayer round out the top 10. Further down the order, we have Carlos Sainz, Yuki Tsunoda, now joined by Pierre Gasly for Alpine. Then all of the zeros with Fernando Alonso, Isaac Hadjar, Esteban Ocon, Liam Lawson, Gabriel Bortoleto, Jack Doohan, Ollie Behrman, Lance Stroll, and Paul Aaron. And over to the constructors, it's now 300 points at the top of the table for BMW, Slothz. McLaren nearly 150 points behind us, so nearly half as many as we've scored. Currently, that's sat at 1-2-8 the gap. Then it's a big jump back to Ferrari in third, with Mercedes now jumping right up behind them into fourth by just 3 points. Then Williams and Red Bull in a battle for fifth, and Alpine now jump up to 7th. Then we have 0 points with Aston Martin, Racing Bulls, TGR, Haas, and Audi. And that's all for this video. I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody, and welcome back to F1 25 with the Slothz team as we continue our R&D into durability. We've had plenty of supplier upgrades provided by Ferrari as well. We're going to grab the turbo this time, but unfortunately we've run out of slots. We don't have the research to be able to look at the facility improvement to be able to do free durability upgrades at the same time, unfortunately, so we're just going to have to wait. We are going to pick up that chassis, that aero upgrade though, which failed, and that will go on our car, and Verstappen will get the other one once it's finished. And that is a lot of development just done, or research done there for some durability upgrades. We're going to go through now, and we do have enough to basically do any of these. We're going to pick up the turbo though, because that's the one that we were looking at earlier on, and head over to development to see this mess. There's that diffuser is now sorted out, and now we're going to try and fit all of these into 3 slots here. It looks like they're not going to be very quick, but we have boosted these durability upgrades as well. It says 55 days. I think that's a little bit steep. It's going to come down. But yes, they do basically fail as we're expecting. And we got some more upgrades there for the engineering facility, so we can actually develop some more parts. I'm pre-recorded a lot of these ahead of schedule at the moment. I'm actually, at this point, I guess on the day of recording is the 18th, so we've just had some livery reveals from some of the teams very recently. But I'm trying to get ahead of the game at the moment as well. I've got my own wedding coming up at the end of May, and I have a feeling that I'm going to be extremely busy basically from about March onwards, so I'm trying to get as many of these done ahead of schedule as possible. What will throw a spanner in the works, though, is the release of F126. That DLC might screw me over a bit, and I might have to discontinue posting F125 whilst I'm away on my honeymoon. So if F125 content is up when F126 is out, don't be surprised. I'll put a post out, I guess, nearer the time so people know what the hell's going on. But in the meantime, the focus at hand is getting all of these parts sorted out again. And they're not going to take very long at all, just a couple of days. Well, one day, apparently, just to redevelop them and get them working. They fail again, because of course they do, and we're just going to ignore it. All the way up to the Grand Prix, effectively. Over to development again. We've got a few of them pushed through, but now we just need to put those turbos on, which apparently are not going to take very long at all. Or at least one of them isn't. And we continue pushing forward. Will we get this one? No, we're not going to find that. We've got a corporate event coming up. Another sponsor, which won't feature on the car at all. Maybe in F126, depending on how they implement that. And we go over to development once more to try, or to research to see if there's anything we could afford. But of course, everything goes up in price the more you buy. So it's very tight, but we do get one more upgrade. And this is a problem that we're having to deal with now, is reliability. I suspect that it gets worse the more development you do in reliability. Because of course it does. And this is Max Verstappen's mess right now. He's basically using up all of his stuff quicker than we are, and I'm not really sure what to do about it, so I'm trying to help him out as best I can. So then, with Verstappen's power unit problems fresh in our minds, although he's actually had a fairly fresh one so far, he's going to be suffering at the end of the season, don't you worry. We're going to continue to soldier on with Ward components, and well, you'll hear them when we get into the race. There is a very distinct grinding noise from the power unit as we try and get through this weekend. So don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button, and turn on that notification bell as well, so you can stay up to date on all of our power unit reliability troubles. And we'll get on with the starting grid for the first sprint race we've had since the Chinese Grand Prix, all the way back near the start of the season. And on the front row, it is Max Verstappen once again, this time joined by Charles Leclerc. A very impressive performance for him. A long time since we've seen him up there. Then we got Ayrton Senna and George Russell, Lando Norris and Lewis Hamilton. Then it's Kimi Antonelli and Carly Mayer, followed by Yuki Tsunoda and Alex Albon. Then we got Carlos Sainz and Gabriel Bortoleto, Pierre Gasly and Lance Stroll. Liam Lawson and Isaac Hadjar, Fernando Alonso and Jack Doohan. Then behind them we have Paul Aaron and Esteban Ocon, and then keeping Doohan's seat warm and Strolls, we have Ollie Behrman and Nico Hulkenberg. Once again, that one-shot qualifying that I like to do in full qualifying mode, really not paid off here. Apparently, even though we were in the dry, I just could not find the time anywhere, and we qualified all the way at the back. And for some reason, didn't have the hindsight to go back and basically take an entirely new power unit since we were starting at the back anyway. That may come back to bite me later on in the season, or just have to find out later on. But in the short term, at least, I'm just hoping that those development upgrades on the reliability basically just keep me going on a fresh power unit from Hungary onwards to the end of the season, and we don't have any more problems. But I doubt that that's going to be the case. So let's get on with the second sprint of the season and see where we end up. So here we go then, onto the grid with, well, we've got the entire field to try and overtake here, so we'll get underway. We might have to find an opportunity up the inside into turn one. That's always a concertina area, and we get alongside Fernando Alonso. Once again, everyone running wet tyres except for us as we bang wheels with the Aston Martin Honda. If you've been watching the previous episodes, you'll probably recognise that the livery for the Aston Martin has changed, and that is purely on the basis that the one I had before was doing my head in. Unfortunately, every time I loaded up the race, it would just switch to the default one, and I don't know why, and it did every single time, and I'd have to restart the game. for it to start working again. And after 8 races, I just said, fuck it, I'm not doing this anymore. And we binned it. So we've got a new mod creator, link in the description. Go and check it out. The original mod author of the old Aston Martin livery, that one is, well, he still has multiple other liveries featuring within this series, so we don't need to worry too much about him. He's well and truly advertised, as he should be, because those other mods work great. It's just the Aston Martin one. But anyway, we've managed to make our way up into P16, and given that we're on a sprint race, we're not going to be seeing any pit stops. So everyone else is going to remain on wets for the rest of this Grand Prix. And we've got, well, 16 more positions to make up as we dive to the inside of Lawson, nearly spin the rear into the side of him. And we managed to get away with that one. Of course, the intermediates might not be performing as well as they did at previous races, as we now dive bomb Lance Stroll as well up in a P14. The intermediates probably not going to be doing too much here, because I don't think the dry line is going to appear, given that there is so much rain coming down at the moment. But we do have much better grip than everyone else. If we'd been running the wet tyres, we'd still be dead last, because the wet tyres just don't work on this game, remember. So coming down towards Pierre Gasly now, we nearly run into the back of him there as we think about a move up the inside, but don't quite go for it yet, and continue to chase him down towards Eau Rouge and Radion. Up the hill we go. We gain so much ground on him there as the AI lifts and brakes, I think, as well. And round the outside we go onto the Camel Straight, and now we get to chase down Gabriel Bortoleto in the Audi up ahead. Looking down at the mini-map once again, Max Verstappen pulled out a ridiculous lead. I think the AI potentially cheating at this point. I mean, to be fair, we could be up there as well had we actually qualified anywhere other than last. But unfortunately, that doesn't make for good content. So I'm glad we're down here anyway. As we get onto the pit straight and chase down Bortoleto. I think this is going to be a dive bomb to the inside on the brakes. We do get the position, but we run deep there, and the Audi gets the cut back on us. I think we bumped into the back of him as we try to get away again, and this time we do get past Bortoleto, and we should gap him here nicely as we go up Eau Rouge and Radion, and there is a nice 7/10 gap now as we go down the Camel Straight. Here's the onboard of Bortoleto as he goes to turn in and finds there is a green car on his inside, and has to take evasive maneuvers. But unfortunately, the performance of that Audi is not quite as good as the Sauber. I think we had Nico Hulkenberg in the top 10 on a few occasions last season when he raced for that team under the Kick Sauber name. But unfortunately, no points so far for Audi this season, as they don't have Nico Hulkenberg, I guess. As we now get up the inside of Carlos Sainz, pulling a massive drift there through turn 1. Unfortunately, on the brakes, we just don't have any grip. But as soon as we get on the power again, we're able to just speed off as we now watch Carlos Sainz watching the tank slapper unfold alongside him. Not even slightly phased by the fact that he could have been sideswiped by us. And we now join at the end of the Camel Straight as we chase down Alex Albon. Was sat in the dirty air, unfortunately. Actually, amazingly, there is a bit of a dry line forming, so that is helping our case here slightly for the intermediate tyres, giving us a little bit more grip. As long as we stay on it, then we don't have any problems. And you can see we've actually managed to pick up fastest Sector 1 there as a result of the increased grip that we've got from these tyres. But unfortunately, no one's catching Verstappen at this point. But we might be able to get past Albon and maybe even some points afterwards as well, as we now make a dive to the inside as we go through the Spa S's at the bottom of the hill, and through we go. A very interesting move there. I don't think I've ever pulled off an overtake there before, certainly not up the inside as we get past him. It did cost us a lot of time though, so we've now got 3 seconds to try and catch up to Kali Mayer holding ninth. Here's the onboard Albon runs it wide, and we push him slightly towards the curb, but not off the circuit, as we did with Lewis Hamilton in Japan. He stays firmly on the tarmac, as we rejoin now at the end of lap 6. Yuki Tsunoda has been overtaken by Callie Mayer, and she moves up into that final point position. Unfortunately for her, we want that point. So off we go again. And this could be another move into turn 1. Actually, fastest sector 3 there. Impressive, considering how far back we are, as up the inside we go. And actually, very nice line. Apart from the power slide on the exit, probably one of the best attempts I've ever had going through that corner. I usually brake too late and run wide, but not this time. So now join at the end of the lap, chasing down Callie Mayer for the final point of the sprint race. So we're going to go to the right-hand side as we get pushed off the circuit slightly. I think we made a bit of contact there. That may have been an illegal overtake, but no one's called out us for it. Callie Mayer has been allowed to pass briefly again, and she's not going to be able to fight this here. She's on the wet line, and we're able to get away nice and easy. And now, can we make up some of this points deficit to Verstappen as we chase down Kimi Antonelli? Sliding around a little bit there as we nearly run into the back of him and chase him down up towards Eau Rouge and Raidillon. We've got Lewis Hamilton up the road next ahead of him as well, if we can get there. As we're going to close up massively here through Eau Rouge and Raidillon, up the hill. We go right onto the tail of the Mercedes, and we are going to go to the right-hand side, no, the left. And past we go. Kimi Antonelli's not going to be able to fight this. He's on the worst line. And we get past him without any problems whatsoever. And now start to chase down Lewis Hamilton. We're all over the back of him as we come flying through there and down towards the hairpin at the bottom of the hill. Having a think about it up the inside, but it is a little bit close there. And he did close the door on us, so we got no chance. But we might have an opportunity down at the S's as we did against Albon earlier on. But we are pretty close now already, as we're going to go to the inside already. Nico Hulkenberg up the inside on the downhill run and past Lewis Hamilton. We didn't throw him off the circuit like we did in Japan. We've allowed him to stay on, and on the wet line, just dive bomb up the inside. That was absolutely disgusting, but we've managed to get the move done. This is on board with Hamilton watching it unfold. He does take some evasive maneuvers, but he doesn't run off the circuit, and he maintains his position. So I think that was a good one there. As we now rejoin at the end of lap 8, we've got 3 cars ahead of us. Can we actually get any points from them? We've got Russell ahead. We had to watch out for him last time out at the British Grand Prix, scoring a podium. And up the inside we go, past Russell. Can we get past Norris? We make contact with Lando Norris, who's ahead though as we go through the final corner. We have managed to get the position away, and it's 4th place for Nico Hulkenberg at the end as we spin out and start crashing into everybody, taking hits from multiple cars there as we celebrate an epic comeback from 22nd on the grid to 4th. Unfortunately, it's only the sprint, so all of that effort has not led to many points, as you can see here. Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, Ayrton Senna, Nico Hulkenberg, Lando Norris, George Russell, Lewis Hamilton and Antonelli getting all the points. I think that was the fastest I've ever read out those results in my life, as we now get on to the main event here in Belgium. It's all dried up, the rain has dispersed, and we're back on the hards and the mediums for this race. We'll see where we end up though at the end of it. We did have a much better qualifying this time around, and have managed to put ourselves actually up at the front in contention for this win. Unfortunately, we just got to bear in mind that the power unit is not in the greatest of states though. So don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button, and turn on that notification bell as well so you can follow our antics. This is the midway point of the season as well, so we've got 8 more races to go, 4 more weeks of uploads, and then I expect I'll take a little week's break as I did last time and upload something like a highlights montage and a full season story for those that like to binge watch in the background whilst you're doing other things. Onto the starting grid now, Max Verstappen on pole position once again, followed by George Russell, this time in second. A good qualifying for him again in the Mercedes. Behind them, there we are, Nico Hulkenberg in third alongside Lewis Hamilton. Callie Mayer up there once again in 5th alongside Kimi Antonelli. Lando Norris and Yuki Tsunoda, Carlos Sainz and Fernando Alonso make up the top 10. Then we have Esteban Ocon and Ayrton Senna, Alex Albon and Charles Leclerc, Isaac Hadjar and Pierre Gasly, Paul Aaron and Ollie Behrman. Behind them, it's Lance Stroll and Liam Lawson, and finally, Jack Doohan and Gabriel Bortoleto picking up a penalty and starting on the back of the grid. So yeah, unfortunately, the power unit is not in the best of conditions. You will probably hear it through some of the lower speed corners as we drive around this circuit, but we had to put one in which was not so great. It's the same one that we had out in the British Grand Prix last episode, so that was already close to 80% wear. It's not much better now, to be honest with you. Probably the development upgrades, the reliability upgrades have slowed down the rate at which it gets bad, but yeah, it's not looking good. Let's just get on with this race. So then, despite the broken power unit, can we actually make up some ground here? We got Verstappen starting directly ahead of us as the lights go out and we get underway here in Spa, and we're up the inside of George Russell already. Down towards turn 1, and we are possibly going to get this position without any kind of contesting from him. And yes, it looks so we do. And we now chase down our teammate who's managed to gap us by half a second already. We're really aggressive there, trying to stay within a second. We want the DRS on him on the next lap. Otherwise, we are going to get left behind. But unfortunately, as I mentioned just now, the engine, the power unit is not in the best of conditions right now, and you are going to hear it grinding. That is not your headset going weird. That is, in fact, the power unit being extremely unhappy that it is being used in this race. I didn't want to take a penalty for the main event, though, given that we had a good qualifier and we saw how Max Verstappen has just run away with the lead on too many occasions. So I've had to put up with it, and this is what's the result. We've pushed pretty hard. We've managed to stay 2.5 seconds behind Verstappen, but unfortunately, by lap 9, we're going to try the undercut because we've not actually been able to get any closer to him on track, and it's just not working out for us. We are pretty quick through sector 2 and 3, but the problem is, as soon as he gets onto the straight and he can basically deliver all of the power from his much fresher power unit, he just flies away, and all of the gains that we make up just completely disappear. So maybe we can get him on the strategy here as we come in and now leave the pit lane. We've got Charles Leclerc behind us and Yuki Tsunoda, but I think we're okay. I say that as we're now being tailgated up Eau Rouge and Raidillon by Charles Leclerc, and I expect he's going to get the DRS overtake on us. We don't have a great condition ERS either to be able to fight back here, so we're just going to have to let him go and save our battery for later on. We do give up a bit of a fight there trying to go around the outside, but we don't go. Oh wait, it's Callie Mayers on the gravel as she throws away another good result, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't even know what to say. Every time she runs in a very good position, she seems to either come into the pits or crash and basically score either nothing or next to nothing for Red Bull. So we'll go and see what happened to her in just a moment as we chase down Leclerc. The only benefit to this is we are actually getting a slipstream effect from him. But here, we are much faster than the AI through this section. I managed to absolutely master this. But stuck behind Leclerc, we just have to hold back too much, and it's just not going to help us at all trying to chase down Verstappen. Verstappen now coming through the final corner. Well, he's not coming to the pit. We go to the inside of Leclerc as we approach Blanchimont, and we are going to get past him without much problem at all. And we've got an extra lap now. Now the tyres are warmed up, and we've got a 2.5 second gap clean air ahead of us. We might be able to do something here to try and catch Verstappen, but we've got to hope that he has an issue during his pit stop. Otherwise, it's game over for us. So now watch what happened to Callie Mayer as she comes to the end of the Kemmel Straight, and yet on the curb, on the power. She does manage to save it from the barrier, but unfortunately, as they like to do, they're parking it on the corner exit, right in everyone's way, and then just basically drop all the way down the order, unfortunately for her. Verstappen is in for his hard tyres, and he comes away. We are quite far back still. And where are we right now? We're coming through turn 1. This is on board with us now. No one else behind us is even remotely close to contending this P1 or 2 right now. So only reliability can ruin either of our days here. And our objective right now, as we didn't get the DRS just now, is to try and retain that 1 second gap. But again, as I mentioned earlier, look how much time that he's managed to gain on us down the Kemmel Straight and up Eau Rouge as well. We fight back through here. We're significantly faster. In fact, we're throwing it over the curb. We're so aggressive with the speed. Again, this is another section. We seem to be very much quicker than him. But then as soon as we get onto the straight down the hill, the time just ticks up again and again and again. And then as soon as we get onto the back straight, it's game over for us. We managed to close up now to within a second, and of course this is a section where we'll be doing a lot of closing up. We're now up another 10th here, and we're in trouble. The engine is on fire. Yeah, it appears as though we've allowed the reliability problems to go a little bit too far, and this old gem from the old days of the co-op career, where we used to basically choke the crowds at every venue, has made its return. We choo-choo train our way around the circuit, and we've managed to stay. It's on a knife edge here between us and Verstappen as we come down towards Eau Rouge and Raidillon. We're losing ground here on the straights, which is just not even possible. We're in the same car. There is just no way that he is supposed to be that much faster than us. It is all down to the damage that we've done to the internal combustion engine. I think it's on about 80-something% at this point in the Grand Prix. So through corners, we have absolutely no problems. But as soon as we get onto any degree of straight, we just absolutely fall back down the order. And we rejoined on lap 20. Fernando Alonso having his own power unit problems as he goes up Eau Rouge and gets in everyone's way going up there. And it looks as though Pierre Gasly also breaking down on the same lap. So for the second time this season, Fernando Alonso involved in a sort of, I don't know, ritual retirement. Like basically destroying their power units and coming to a stop at the same time as another car. And we'll rejoin. You can see that Alonso is now just pulling off to the side of the circuit. We're still coming through Blanchimont with 2 laps to go. And we have, in fairness, managed to keep the gap at around 2 seconds. Unfortunately, the further this goes, the more the power unit is destroyed, and the slower we're getting on the straights. And you'll see the gap now at 2.5 seconds. It's gonna rise, even though we're not having the best of lines through turn 1. We are early on the power. We do use the ERS to come out of the corner, so we managed to keep it at 2.4 seconds. But as soon as we go up the hill, I'm not lifting through here. And yet somehow he's able to gain 2 tenths on us, nearly. And then onto the straight we go. And that's the issue. We've just got nothing to give. Had we switched the power unit out, would it have made a difference? I mean, I think so. I think it would have been absolute domination. I don't think Verstappen, even though he's got a much fresher unit, would have been able to compete with us. Because as soon as we got to these twisty sections, although I was pushing here to try and keep up to him, if I managed to find the same pace from the front of the field, I just don't think he would have been able to keep up with us. Maybe within DRS range for a little bit, but nothing significant. But unfortunately, that's just not how it's gone, and now we roll the dice effectively. I forget what the rest of the calendar looks like, but we've got Belgium. Belgium is the midway point of the season. We're going to be nearly 50 points down on Verstappen at the end of this race if we finish where we are at the moment. Although we don't need to worry about finishing P2 anywhere else, because it looks as though George Russell, our closest competitor, is 25 seconds behind us. But when we come to the races like Hungary, I've not raced at Hungary very much at all because it just wasn't a circuit that I did very well at before. Now I think my driving style is much more adaptive, and I think I should do pretty well there, but I just don't know. if I'm going to be able to keep up with Max Verstappen. I think it's going to come down to, at the end of the day, who's got the freshest power unit and who is using it when. Clearly, we have the pace to keep up with him through the corners here in Spa, but the power unit has let us down as we slowly suffocate as many people as possible on the Camel Straight. But yeah, I mean, the only saving grace that we really have is that the Max Verstappen is already onto his third power unit at the halfway point of the season. We have managed to keep ours, well, 2 fresh ones, and we don't suffer from technical failures. Otherwise, at the end of the race, I don't get to save these replays, so I just had to turn them off. So the championship could come down to who gets a retirement too many times or who needs to take penalties. Verstappen is going to have to take penalties for his internal combustion engine. That is basically guaranteed. When that happens, I don't know. Or we just put him on a really shitty power unit and just see what happens. I'm pretty sure there's other components as well that we only get 3 of, which Verstappen is already like most of the way through ruining. And others like the control electronics, we only get 2 of them. So we really have to be careful. There's a brief look. We're at 87% damage on that internal combustion engine. The energy store, that was another one that was always bad. We only get 2 of those. That's looking pretty bad for us. But we have managed to eke out half a season with it. And we did stay within about 3 seconds of Verstappen as we crossed the line and break our wrists in the process. And, well, we're just going to have to stick around and see how things go. I've not recorded any of the next races yet, so I just don't know how they're going to go, and I don't really remember what they are. But I know we got races like Brazil. We did pretty well there in Season 1. I don't think we won that race, but we did do really well. We got Qatar as well. We were briefly okay there, but then it all fell apart during the race when we had a double accident with Mercedes. Hungary, of course, a bit of a wild card. I think we got Mexico. I did enjoy that race, and Max Verstappen did actually retire from Mexico last time out, so maybe the same will happen again, and he'll gift us the lead, but who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. Let's get on with the race results for today. And here are the results for the weekend. Max Verstappen, Nico Hülkenberg, George Russell, Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris, Ayrton Senna, Yuki Tsunoda, Kimi Antonelli, and Callie Mayer all scoring points here. And for the full race results, Max Verstappen just beat us to the fastest lap once again by about half a second. But in terms of positions, Max Verstappen, Nico Hülkenberg, George Russell, Lewis Hamilton, Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, Yuki Tsunoda, Kimi Antonelli, Callie Mayer, and Ayrton Senna with the final point. Over to the Drivers' Championship, Max Verstappen still holds the lead now by 48 points over Nico Hülkenberg. Ayrton Senna just about hangs on to 3rd place as George Russell makes a resurgent jump up to 4th, followed by Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton, Kimi Antonelli, Callie Mayer, and Alex Albon in the top 10. Further down the order, we have Yuki Tsunoda, Carlos Sainz, and then our final point scorer, Pierre Gasly. Then it's Fernando Alonso, Isaac Hadjar, Esteban Ocon, Liam Lawson, Gabriel Bortoleto, Jack Doohan, Paul Aaron, Ollie Behrman, and finally Lance Stroll. And over to the constructors, it's Slothz now 165 points ahead of rivals McLaren. Ferrari have managed to gain a little bit over Mercedes in the 3rd, so have managed to add a bit of a safety barrier. Mercedes in 4th, followed by Red Bull and Williams in a close battle for 5th, and a jump there to Alpine in 7th. Then we've got Aston Martin, Racing Bulls Ford, TGR Haas and Audi. And that's all for this race. I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 with the Slothz team. We've actually got a really short amount of time between the next event, so we're actually not going to have much before we get into it. Just these next couple of days, no upgrades to go on the car today. So then we're going over to Hungary today. I don't remember doing this track very much on F1 23, and actually my pace here pretty much shows it in that I'm basically as good as the AI, except Max Verstappen, who of course is just driving our car, which is ridiculously overpowered, in his hands at least anyway. come into question exactly what we're going to be able to do about him by the end of the season, or, well, what we want to do with him next season potentially as well. So don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button and turn on that notification bell as well if you've not already done so, and we'll get on with the starting grid. Also, probably worth mentioning as well, we've installed the damage mod for this, well, from here on out, just to try and spice the field up a little bit and cause some problems. But onto the starting grid, no surprises there that Max Verstappen out-qualifies George Russell, who joins him on the front row, but the distance between the two is just over a second, so that's how this is going to go this race. Behind them, Lando Norris and Kali Meyer, Yuki Tsunoda and Nico Hülkenberg, Kimi Antonelli and Carlos Sainz, and rounding out the top 10, it's Fernando Alonso and Lewis Hamilton. Further down the order, we have Charles Leclerc and Esteban Ocon, Lance Stroll and Alex Albon, then Liam Lawson and Paul Aron, Gabriel Bortoleto and Ayrton Senna. Then we have Pierre Gasly and Isaac Hadjar, followed by Ollie Behrman and Jack Doohan at the back of the field. If you notice that the McLaren driver suits have changed, it's because they have, for some reason, installing the damage mod and running it all through the SERPs launcher, which, if you're using mods for F1, is probably the best tool you could possibly use. It disabled the original livery we had, but thankfully there was another one by the same mod author, which is kind of harking back in more of the classic style. This one is just a blacked out version of the famous 90s car that Ayrton Senna previously drove. So keep an eye out for that, although they are on a downhill trajectory at the moment, so we won't be seeing much of them. So then we go down to the Hungaroring for the first time in a long time, but thankfully not too many cars to try and get past today. Watch out for that McLaren livery as well. It's red and black now. There's Lando Norris going through just now as we chase Yuki Tsunoda down to turn 1, go up the inside of Kali Meyer as well. Can we get both Red Bulls at the same time? Yes, we can. And apparently we had a collision with Carlos Sainz. He was somewhere behind us, but I can't see that happening. A bit of a weird graphical glitch as well going on today. I think that's a result of the damage mod. So I'll be trying to figure out a way to fix that. But we're chasing down Norris and Russell in the battle for P2. We're going to go around the outside of Russell and Norris. So we somehow get around the pair of them there. 3 wide. I think Norris may have backed out of it just to give Russell the space. Otherwise, we would have literally torn his front wing off as we went through there. But somehow managed to find the space and managed to get through. And we'll watch the onboard here. This is first Kali Meyer watching us slip up the inside as we come out of nowhere. And she also actually loses a position to her teammate, which is probably one of the first times that Yuki Tsunoda's actually overtaken her this season. Here's Russell getting past Norris and then watching us go sailing past as his P2 briefly appeared and then disappeared just as fast. But unfortunately, by the time we get to lap 7, Max Verstappen nearly 10 seconds up the road. We've got Russell all over the back of us as we go very defensive there on George Russell. I'm sure he would have approved of that, though, as we power slide out of turn 1. Russell defending from Tsunoda, but both of them get the DRS here, and Russell maintains his position ahead of Tsunoda for the time being as we watch the flames come out the back. Almost looks as though we just put some kind of random upgrade on the car. Once again, though, coming around onto lap 8 now. And George Russell, again, lined up for another attack. We do have a straight line speed advantage here, which we can take advantage of. Oh, so we nearly smash him off the road there. As I was just saying that the straight line speed advantage we had would have been enough to stay ahead, but apparently not there, as Russell takes a clip from our rear tyre, manages to hold it together. This battling is not actually helping us whatsoever. Max Verstappen now 13.5 seconds ahead of us, and no chance for us to try and catch up at this point, as we just closed the door on him at the last moment, and somehow neither of us were completely sent into the shadow realm. But George Russell kept it together for the time being and chases after us once again. On the start of lap 9, Russell again clearly being held up quite a lot here, potentially because of that tyre wear, as we swipe across the back of the diffuser on George Russell, narrowly missing him there. I'm surprised we didn't scrape some of the paintwork off the front wing as we cut across there. Somehow made it up the inside once again. And here we go one more time around the final corner with George Russell still waiting in the wings to try and get this P2 away from us. And I expect this time he might have another shot. Yes, he does. He's going to go to the inside. We squeeze him again. Oh, no, and Russell's off. We've smashed his rear tyre off there as and looks like Lewis Hamilton just drove straight into him. Safety car is out, but the red flag, a quick decision from the FIA there or from the stewards to switch that to a red flag, which is probably for the best because Verstappen is just disgustingly far ahead. Here's Russell watching the door get closed on him, just a bit too much, and then snapping that front right tyre off there. Before he's driven into by former teammate Lewis Hamilton. And this is the onboard from Yuki Tsunoda, who watched the entire thing unfold. Very lucky there. Tsunoda didn't just go careering into the spinning Mercedes. But here we go. We've got a little bit more than half the race distance to go. We've got the gap narrowed down to Verstappen to, well, he's right there now, so it's within a second, and now we're away. Can we catch him? Verstappen's already had a very good start here as we go down towards turn 1. We take some side pod damage from Tsunoda. We dive to the inside of Verstappen. We make contact with his rear right wheel, and he's slowing down. Oh, we've taken him out! Or has he had a mechanical failure? I'm not sure. It could have been a mechanical failure. There was no damage to the car from what I could see just there, but Verstappen is out of the Grand Prix. Once again on board with Yuki Tsunoda watching this unfold as we squeeze him onto the grass, and maybe it was that bit of contact right there. I'm not aware of suspension damage being that discreet, but there he goes. He did it. Oh, we did take a piece off of the end plate of Yuki Tsunoda as well. That's probably why we couldn't slow the car down as we came down towards turn 1. But Verstappen out of the Grand Prix. We've got to take every advantage we can here to try and reel him in the Drivers' Championship. Tsunoda's helped us out a whole ton here by slowing everyone except Kalimea down. But now he's come into the pits. Hamilton has been released with a 5-second gap to make up to Kalimea ahead, and there's absolute chaos unfolding behind as Charles Leclerc's trying to get past Lando Norris now. Fernando Alonso's up into the points. So we could finally see another one of the teams at the bottom of the field actually score for the first time this season. Which would be nice, and hopefully we don't end up with any team scoring nothing this season, but I suppose anything could happen. But we rejoin end of lap 13. Kalimea managing to stay with us, unfortunately. I guess it's due to the nature of this circuit. I'm just not very fast on it. Could not crack the code for this. And in fact, actually, if you're wondering why there's so much road rage going on in this video, it's because I did half of this race already by this point. And for absolutely no reason at all, the throttle pedal would just stop working until I restarted the race, which was really annoying, but I can't do anything about that. And much like I can't really do anything about how much Kalimea really wants to be winning this race, this is the best chance that she's had all season to win. In fact, this is the best chance any other team has had all season to try and win a race that both myself and Max Verstappen have been in. And she's going to take full advantage now as she chases us down the pit straight once more. We ride on board as Maya goes up the inside. Can we get her on the brakes? It's not going to happen. And we just don't have any kind of ability to get round here. It's almost like driving on the previous tyre settings where the tyres were overheating. I think actually just this style of circuit may have just led to that happening all over again, except that maybe just limited to the surface temperatures. So I don't know, maybe I would have been faster if I just turned it off completely, but it's not helped. At least the tyre settings I have put on have not helped here. And you can see, although we are able to stay within DRS range of Maya, I mean, I'm on the limit here. I am pushing as hard as I can, and I cannot catch up to that Red Bull. There's too many sections of this circuit where the AI are just unbelievably fast. I mean, we're setting the fastest sector 1 there, so we definitely have the straight line speed. But as soon as we come through this section now, pulling into the chicane, we're taking a lot of curb here. to try and find the time, but she just gets away from us. This section as well, I thought I was doing it pretty well. The AI just somehow eking out just little fractions of a second ahead. And even though we're taking this corner essentially almost flat, it's just not coming together here. This corner here, absolute nightmare. And then these final two corners, I just cannot keep the car going under control. We're already slightly losing the rear even there, and through this final corner. I think I was much quicker in qualifying round here, but just lost my ability to drive throughout the race, or the 1.5 races that I ended up doing in the end. Here's Liam Lawson following Paul Aaron, and his power unit has bitten the dust, and he will be the third DNF, I suppose, for this race. Where's he going to stop, though? Right on the exit of a corner. Well, that's incredible foresight there from Liam Lawson. As we rejoin, unfortunately, due to the lack of pace on display, I've actually dropped out of DRS range by this point in the Grand Prix. Now Lewis Hamilton has had the opportunity to try and catch up, and he is within DRS range. He's going to go to the inside. I don't think the Ferrari's really got the ability to do much against me here, but he's trying it anyway. Doesn't work out on this occasion, but it's only going to take a little bit of battling between the two of us before Kimi Antonelli catches up to us as we run wide there. And, oh, there goes the rear as Lewis Hamilton. Is he going to hit us there? I think he's got away with it. We've deployed the safety car because I guess we've managed to keep Hamilton and ourselves stopped on track. Senna lets us back through. He's actually doing all right. He's managed to fight his way up 10 positions there into the top 10 once again. We're going to play it safe here with 15 laps to go and the safety car to wait out. We're going to come into the pits for some more hard tyres. Fernando Alonso seems to have had the same idea. And then the 6 cars ahead of us have remained out. We're throwing on a used set, which I used in qualifying. The reason being, although I usually like to just do 1 lap per qualifying session, I hadn't done this race for so long I had to get my eye in. Otherwise, I would have been about 7 seconds slower than everyone, even Lance Stroll and Jack Doohan. But it's worked out for us, and the tyres haven't taken too much damage in that qualifying session. And also what's worked out is that the slowest team on the field, the Audi outlet, seems to have got 1 car into the top 10 and has got 1 car in the wings for backup in P11. Bortoletto will need to fight like a lion, as Fernando Alonso would put it. But the safety car is coming in, and we have work to do, even if it's going to be the hardest work that I've ever done in my life. 15 laps of the Hungaroring on a fresh set of tyres after the safety car restart. What can we achieve here in the time that we have? Senna's going to go defensive to the inside. We can get him on the brakes. Senna's been off the boil for the past few Grand Prix, and we get round the outside of him and up into P6. Good job to begin with. Up the road now, we have Lando Norris following the 2 Ferraris, 2 by 2 at the moment, Ferrari and McLaren. And then further on, we've got Kimi Antonelli up into P2. I'm surprised Russell... Oh, I suppose Russell would have been there had I not completely annihilated him earlier on in the Grand Prix. But Callie Mayer still holds on to her fragile lead at the moment as we carve our way through the chicane section. I guess the traffic ahead spilling dirty air down the field has allowed the AI to slow down a bit, and therefore we can actually catch up a little bit here. And we're going to go full steam ahead through this section, through to the tricky section. We nearly run into the back of Lando Norris, so clearly some concertina effect is playing out here and gaining us an advantage. But as we come through the penultimate corner, slight loss of the rear there already. I guess as the tyre surface temperatures get a bit too hot, but we're going to go onto the pit straight. Can we get past Lando Norris here? We've definitely got the straight line speed, but we have to save that battery if we want to challenge for the lead. We're going to dive to the inside of Lando Norris, and he allows us through up into P5. That's some more points gained for us, and now both Ferraris lie ahead of us as we watch on board Lando Norris. This is Senna defending on the previous lap, and presumably he's just going to sit there for a little while. He hasn't really been the same for the past few Grand Prix. But maybe he'll have a resurgence later on, or maybe McLaren have just messed up development of the car. As we watch Esteban Ocon chasing for the final point there from Paul Aaron. And it appears as though Esteban Ocon's challenge has come to an end, and the power unit has decided to implode itself. And Paul Aaron, now with a 3-second lead over Carlos Sainz, is safe for the time being. As we now watch Ollie Behrman through the same section of circuit. Are we about to see a double Haas elimination from this Grand Prix? Can the power units hold up as they come through into the final sector? And no, it's not an explosion. It is just some poor driving as Ollie Behrman once again binning the car off the side of the circuit and rejoins in last. No damage this time, though, as we watch Leclerc and Antonelli now going at it up ahead for that P2 spot. That's allowing Callie Mayer to push ahead as far as she can. And we will follow Hamilton and attempt to do the same thing. Antonelli fighting for his life up there, but he has managed to hold on to the position. And we're closing in on Lewis Hamilton as we dive to the inside and we run off the circuit, trying to get that P4 position away from him. We are going to allow him back through there as he crashes into the side of us as we give the position back. I'm not entirely sure what rules he was following there, but maybe it was payback for that maneuver just now as we nearly took his front wing end plate off. But there's the contact. And Hamilton, this time, is going to be overtaken. We're going to go into turn 1 this time, around the outside on the brakes, and that was a much better overtake than the previous one. Although, had I pulled that off, that would have made it, I think, our third unbelievably disgusting overtake on Hamilton this season. That at least paid off. But now we've got the other Ferrari ahead of us to set our sights on. And Antonelli been able to pull out a little bit of a lead, a bit of a buffer zone, as Leclerc clearly struggling through this final sector as well. I wonder if the AI actually are being affected by the tyre wear, because these guys up ahead, and of course the 3 guys behind us, didn't come into the pits. So I expect they probably ran out of good tyres, so they've just put up with these ones that they've got on now. And for the podium spot, we're not quite close enough to Leclerc. Or maybe we are as we dive to the inside. And another position is gained. Apparently the weak spot for the AI is that corner as we slide the rear out. This is on board with Leclerc. Watch the mirror on the right-hand side. Or don't. As we dive through. And up another position. Loss of the rear there. A bit of wheel spin after the DRS was opened. And yeah, just no downforce on the rear to keep it stable. It's been basically the story of this Grand Prix for me. But here we go, chasing down Kimi Antonelli. Can we get P2 away from him? We've only got 2 laps remaining to try and get this position. We're going to come from so far back up the inside. Nico Hülkenberg gets up into P2. But somehow we've got a 2.5 second gap to try and close to Callie Mayer to get this win. 25 points in the battle with Max Verstappen would be invaluable at this point, but it looks as though it's not going to happen. Kimi Antonelli's going to challenge us into turn 1 on the final lap, but unfortunately he doesn't get that position, at least unfortunately for him. And it looks as though we've just not had anything left to give here to try and catch Callie Mayer. She's obviously managing that lead perfectly well and has managed to stay ahead of us for the whole Grand Prix. And even as we absolutely throw the car through these corners, caution to the wind at this point. We're closed up by a tenth. Okay, 2 tenths. But this is just unbelievably difficult on this circuit. I do not understand why I was so slow. I guess maybe there is a few corners here which I'm just not driving as efficiently as I could. But as a result of that, Callie Mayer will make history in Formula 1. The first female driver to take a Grand Prix victory. And it comes at the unfortunate fate of Max Verstappen's DNF and Nico Hülkenberg's inability to catch her at the end of this Grand Prix. and she enters the history books. Rightly so. She did challenge us all the way through this Grand Prix and stayed basically in the right position at the right time to strike. And for the first time this season, a team other than Slothz have won. A driver other than Nico Hülkenberg and Max Verstappen. Kali Meyer has now just become the Carlos Sainz of this season, given that he was one of the few who managed to beat Max Verstappen in that dominant season he had just a few years ago. And there we go. Kimi Antonelli also joining on the podium. I think Mercedes, well, we had Russell up there recently, so clearly Mercedes are on the rise and McLaren on a downfall. And here are those race results. Kali Meyer, Nico Hülkenberg and Kimi Antonelli taking the top 3 spots, followed by Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris, Ayrton Senna, Fernando Alonso, Alex Albon and Carlos Sainz. Unfortunately, Paul Aron missing out very slightly on scoring his first points. Over to the Drivers' Championship then, we've managed to get the gap down to just 30 points now as a result of Max Verstappen's retirement. Behind us, Ayrton Senna still holds on to a very delicate P3 ahead of his teammate Lando Norris. Then we have Charles Leclerc on the rise in P5 ahead of George Russell, Lewis Hamilton, Kimi Antonelli, Kali Meyer and Alex Albon. Further down the order, we have Yuki Tsunoda, Carlos Sainz, Fernando Alonso and Pierre Gasly, the final point scorers. Behind them, Isaac Hadjar, Esteban Ocon, Paul Aron, Liam Lawson, Gabriel Bortoleto, Jack Doohan, Lance Stroll and Ollie Behrman. And over to the constructors, it's now 374 points for Slothz BMW in the first race this season where only one car has scored points. Behind them, we have McLaren on 205, a very nice buffer zone to Ferrari in third. Then a short way back to Mercedes in fourth. Miles away in P5, we have Red Bull, followed by Williams, Aston Martin and Alpine, and then the 3 pointless teams, RB, Ford, TGR Haas and Audi. That's all for this video. I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 with the Slothz team. We're off the back of a devastating result. Last time out, if you saw that race, Max Verstappen unfortunately DNF'd to the first time this season. The first time this season a Slothz car did not win a race, and for the first time this season we only managed to get one car to the end of a race, which is unfortunate. But we have to push on. We're going to continue our development of durability upgrades and now also look at fuel efficiency as a potential option as well, because at the moment our car is just too good and the AI, at least outside of our team, are just not able to compete well enough. I mean, it depends on the circuit, I suppose. As we saw last time out, here's Kali Meyer approaching us after her race win. The second Red Bull driver after Max Verstappen to approach us and ask to be part of the thing. We're not going to take her, though. I've already decided who we're going to have next season. But, yeah, unfortunately, apart from that circuit, the Hungaroring, the AI just aren't able to keep up with us. And I think part of that is just because Max Verstappen is in an overpowered car and we're pushing incredibly hard to try and catch up to him. It's just resulting in runaway leads like the 23 season, I guess. And we don't really want that. We want some competition. We want the constructors to be a little bit of a difficult fight for us. So we're going to make some changes and purely, well, maybe even just stop development at some point and not put stuff on the car. We'll complete research, though, because we can. But those upgrades have now finished. We'll put the fuel efficiency on the car. That can just make at least my car a bit lighter. That's one advantage I might be able to gain over the AI, is making my car a bit lighter to match their weight reduction from increasing their difficulty. But it's not going to happen just yet. For the next race, though, we can have that one on the car. And we'll advance through to the Italian Grand Prix. So then it's over to Monza. The bad weather has continued to stay away, and we've had, well, this season at least, we're not going to have any wetness on track. Not even any overcast here either, which is fantastic. We can take full advantage of our ridiculously fast car and hopefully put it to some good use, chasing that Max Verstappen and hopefully winning this race, overtaking him early on, I'm hoping. So don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button, and turn on that notification bell as well, so you know when all of these races are uploaded. Can we beat Max Verstappen before the end of the season? Is it even possible to beat Max Verstappen in the car that we've given him? We'll just have to see. Anyway, on to the starting grid order then, and on the front row we have Max Verstappen, and once again it's George Russell, now just half a second behind Max Verstappen this time out, so much closer than it was in Hungary. Further down the order we have Nico Hülkenberg and Lewis Hamilton, Charles Leclerc and Yuki Tsunoda. Then we have Lando Norris and Ayrton Senna, Cali Meyer and Kimi Antonelli. Behind them we have Carlos Sainz and Esteban Ocon, Fernando Alonso and Gabriel Bortoleto. Then we have Pierre Gasly and Alex Albon, Lance Stroll and Paul Aron. On the penultimate row, Liam Lawson and Isaac Hadjar, followed by Ollie Behrman and Jack Doohan. And down to the grid we will go. Once again, the McLarens sort of falling away. It seems as though there's been a very resurgent Red Bull, Ferrari and Mercedes teams here, which has contributed to McLaren dropping away over the last couple of races. We haven't had battles with Norris and Senna like we did earlier on this season, which is a shame, because I thought that the pair of them might have at least offered up some kind of challenge as we stopped properly developing our car, but that's just not happened. So instead, it's George Russell once again who is going to be interfering with the championship. We'll see how many times he gets in our way for the end of the season. So then it's down to the grid, and we're starting right behind our teammate Max Verstappen. Can we make amends for everything that we've failed to achieve this season? It looks as though we've had a pretty poor start there. We've already been overtaken by both Ferraris as we come down towards turn one. We're early on the brakes here just to be cautious, nearly get hit from behind by Kimi Antonelli, but we're up the inside of Charles Leclerc. Yellow flags are out for the compulsory contact of turn one here in Monza, and we're going to get early on the power round the outside of Lewis Hamilton. Can we get Russell as well on the run down to the next chicane? We're going to go to the outside of Russell, and we sweep round the Mercedes into P2, retaking that position at the top of the field ahead of everybody else. And now our main competitor, Max Verstappen, just 1.7 seconds up the road, is squarely in our focus as we ride on board once again, going around the outside of Hamilton and now chasing Russell to the right-hand side. We go, barely keeping it on the grass. Russell spooked a little there, but we've managed to keep it going. And that was vital because we don't want Max Verstappen running away with the lead. This is Kimi Antonelli with an absolutely amazing start from P10 on the grid. He's got past one car, there's another. He's got two more on his left-hand side now. He's just got past one of them and another. And unfortunately, our car was in the way, so he wasn't able to move up any more positions. There is, I think that's Norris trying to get back past him, but he does succeed. Antonelli up 4 places. As behind us, the battle for third rages on. Hamilton and Russell, side by side, the former teammates, drag racing down towards turn one. No DRS for either of them just yet. And it's Russell on the inside. Hamilton got a slightly compromised line there, and I think that's allowed Russell to get back into P3. He did lose P3 from Hamilton a little earlier on lap 1. We didn't see that happen, but he's now taken that position back. And this is the gap, 10 seconds over Lewis Hamilton now. He did get past George Russell. George has dropped back a few positions, actually, by the looks of things. And we have managed to stay relatively close to Max Verstappen. Unfortunately, he seems to have this ability to keep that gap at 2.3 seconds. I think it's because as you increase the difficulty, the cars get lighter. So on the straights, he just has a higher top speed. And that's just allowed him, every time we catch up in the corners, he just pulls ahead slightly. We are chipping away at the lead, though, as we come into the pits. We're going to try for an undercut here and stick a set of hard tyres on a little bit early. You can see that the front left there is a little bit grained. Actually, the rears are quite grained as well. So we're going to rejoin, potentially outside of the top 10. We'll have to see. No, we're just about within it. Carlos Sainz now coming down the pit straight as well. And we're going to easily hold him off. and chase after the two ahead. Race winner Carly Mayer and Esteban Ocon in our pursuit of our teammate, who I expect will be coming in right now. There he is, and this is where we can catch up through Ascari. The AI seemed to take a slightly slower line, so Verstappen does lose a lot of time there, as well as in the two Lesmos. Everywhere else, though, where there's a straight, he is incredibly fast, and of course the exit of turn 1 as well, because they have traction control. But we're going to get a nice boost here. We get the slipstream from Ocon as he peels into the pits. We're going to get the DRS from Carly Mayer, and there is Max Verstappen. The undercut has sort of worked. It's closed up that 2-second gap as we dive into the slipstream. Now to the left-hand side of the circuit. Can we get past him? Up the inside of our teammate. And we are through Nico Hulkenberg into de facto first place. Ahead of his teammate, Max Verstappen. With the fresh tyres on, it looks as though Max Verstappen is on the mediums again. So the more we can hold him up here, the better, because he's going to wear those tyres out much quicker than we are. And he's basically, if he was quicker than us when we were both running the mediums, he's absolutely going to be faster than us if he's running mediums versus our hards. It could be as much as a second a lap. So we need to keep him behind us as long as possible. He's going to get the DRS, though, as we come down the road towards Ascari, and up the inside he goes. But we are much faster through here as we run into the back of him. A cheeky sniff of the diffuser and a plethora of exhaust fumes. But we didn't take any damage somehow, despite the damage mod still being on. It didn't actually trigger anything this time. We may have damaged him. Maybe his diffuser was slightly compromised by that. I don't know. But it doesn't really matter. Here on the straights, we're going to get the DRS as we run dangerously low on battery. And we're going to go to the left-hand side. Once again, we're going to squeeze him towards the inside there and compromise his line. And it's worked. We're ahead of him. Further ahead of him at the corner entry than we were last time, and up into P6 we go once again. Ideally, we want to catch Yuki Tsunoda here because we can get the DRS and try and pull away. Verstappen trying to find a way past before the chicane, not finding one though. And we're closing in on Yuki Tsunoda. We're now within a second, so DRS is guaranteed for us, and this is where we can close up quite substantially. DRS will be open. Look how close we are to the back of Yuki Tsunoda out of Lesmo 2. As we come onto the DRS straight towards Ascari, we are past the Red Bull. Max Verstappen ideally gets boxed in behind, and yes, he does. So now he's going to have to follow the Red Bull, the slower Red Bull, through Ascari, and that's compromised him by nearly a second between us. He is going to get by, though, and it looks as though he is going to be able to get the DRS on the next pass of the pit straight. As we approach the halfway distance of this race. Still plenty of miles to run as we actually lose out potentially there as cars come into the pit lane. And Verstappen now to the left-hand side with the DRS. The overspeed allowing him to get past fairly easy. But we're on the brakes as we come into turn 1. We clash with that rear right wheel again. He is going to keep going though. We're not DNFing him this time. I'm fairly confident that we didn't DNF him last time either, but I mean, I think it would be slightly coincidental for him to have a mechanical failure right after we make contact with him. But this time, he has continued on, and you'll see where he is a little slower than us around this circuit. Also, watch out for those tyres. You can see there's a few dark spots on them as they're rotating, where we've locked up a couple of times into turn 1. We're going to follow Verstappen, though, through under the bridge towards Ascari. Hopefully not rear-ended him this time. We're going to force him onto a defensive line and go much slower than we have throughout the rest of this race through there. Gained a bit of battery power back, and we continue on towards the end of the lap once again. Through the Parabolica, which isn't the Parabolica anymore, and onto the pit straight once again. Verstappen not going to get DRS from Antonelli, who peels off into the pits, as does Lewis Hamilton. Change out their medium tyres, and we're going to have the overspeed there, 222 miles an hour, as we come down towards the braking zone for turn 1, as we get him on the brakes around the outside once again, up into first. Fantastic racing this time. We've actually managed to keep close enough to actually stand a chance of beating Verstappen this time. This is on board with Hulkenberg, as we this was that contact again. I think we just grazed wheels this time. Didn't cause any significant problems for either of us. No damage on our car either, which is good to see. As we rejoin at the end of lap 16, we've got about 11 laps to go, and we are pulled far enough ahead of Verstappen. Verstappen is in. Now he is attempting the undercut on us. He does have to put his hard tyres on for the end of this race. We are not going to be able to finish this race on the current set of hard, so we will be responding to this. But Verstappen is going to come in early, and that could potentially tip the balance in his favour, depending on where he comes out. Leclerc has gone through. Who else is waiting in the wings? Kimi Antonelli has gone through, and Verstappen is going to get stuck in the battle for fourth between Lewis Hamilton and George Russell. He's got 3 cars almost directly ahead of him, which could potentially cause some problems. He has to watch out for Lando Norris behind as well, as we watch him come down towards Ascari, shaking his car past Lewis Hamilton to pick up P5, and now chases down George Russell. He is going to get a nice DRS boost down the pit straight, but we're in for another set of hard tyres, and that will take us to the end of this Grand Prix. Through goes Leclerc into first, as Verstappen now comes steaming down the pit straight in pursuit of George Russell. He's going to go to the left-hand side and gets past the Mercedes with no problem. But where are we? Hulkenberg is far enough ahead that Max Verstappen, the undercut, not working for the Dutchman. And now he has to sit in the wake of Kimi Antonelli. And with the home crowd on his side, I expect Antonelli will not be giving up any positions very easily whatsoever. Unfortunately, he's not got DRS from us to help defend. Verstappen goes to the right-hand side as we come down towards the Ascari, but the yellows are out. Esteban Ocon, they're DNFing on the side of the screen. A safety car is out, and that is briefly now just switched to a red flag as we watch the incident. Esteban Ocon leaving the pit lane, and Carlos Sainz ripping the front left tyre off of the Haas, and Ayrton Senna not really knowing what to make of that, just stops on the apex as we watch on board. The damage mod takes no prisoners here and has no mercy either. Carlos Sainz just snagging that tyre as he came through turn 1 and putting Esteban Ocon out of this race, resetting the lead for Charles Leclerc, and unfortunately giving him a free pit stop, which is not great, but away we go here. We are still in P2 as we come off. It's a bad start for us once again as we go racing down towards turn 1, putting Verstappen on the grass slightly there on the way down towards the braking zone, but we're going to back out of it and try and keep things cautious as we go through turn 1. We've got Kimi Antonelli holding on to P3 ahead of us now as Verstappen slides by. ERS on around the outside of Kimi Antonelli. Are we about to pull off the same move that we did on Hamilton and George Russell at the start of the Grand Prix as we go into the braking zone? And we get past Max Verstappen with both tyres just about on the track there. Both left tyres staying within the white line of the circuit. And this is the onboard once again, just to show how incredible this was as we get into the braking zone. Verstappen shits the bed as we go sailing around the outside of him and up into P2. There he is, watching that unbelievable overtake into turn 2, and that is vital. We can catch that Ferrari, but if Verstappen pulls away, it's going to be very difficult to catch him, as we saw earlier on. That 2-second lead was just not getting dented whilst he was leading this race earlier. Verstappen's going to come back at us, though, down towards turn 1. We're going very defensive, pushing him to the inside, and we get him on the brakes once again, getting back into P2 and putting him into the clutches of Kimi Antonelli behind. The Mercedes has been resurgent recently and probably does have the ability to get past Max Verstappen if the conditions are right for him. It's really just going to depend on whether we can drop Verstappen out of DRS range like we did earlier on in the Grand Prix. I don't know how difficult that's going to be. But we also have to try and catch Charles Leclerc up ahead, who's only increasing his lead over us lap on lap as we fight our teammate to the death here. Verstappen going to get DRS, though. So is Kimi Antonelli as we come down towards Ascari. No changes in position so far. Only George Russell and Yuki Tsunoda battling it out in the background for the time being. The gap now just 9 tenths. We might be able to break DRS here as Kimi Antonelli goes on the attack on Verstappen. It's so close here, but he might break DRS as we come round the final corner. Kimi Antonelli moves up into third, and I think it's done enough. Verstappen is going to get DRS from Kimi Antonelli, though, as he comes down the pit straight, but he has lost it from us. We're 1.3 seconds ahead now as we go on to lap 22. Can we maintain this throughout the rest of the lap, though? That is the big question. Verstappen teetering on the edge of having DRS on the next go-around for the time being, and we rejoin at the Lesmos. He's just outside. He's not going to get it, and he's going to have to try and find the time to catch us somewhere else on the circuit as we power down towards Ascari, and the yellows are out, and it's for Max Verstappen. Max Verstappen's going slowly again for the second race in a row. Max Verstappen is going to retire from this. Ollie Behrman's just crashed into the back of him. He's Lance Strolled into the rear of Max Verstappen's destroyed car. We will be sending him a fine to pay for the damage. This is on board with Oliver Behrman, who apparently forgot to wear his glasses today and his entire eyeballs as he rear ends Max Verstappen. Ollie Behrman continuing a spree of incidents that he's been involved with this season. As we rejoin, the safety cars coming in. Ollie Behrman at the back after replacing that front wing. I can't see him doing much more for the rest of this race. And if you've seen my previous races after the safety car restart, you know that Charles Leclerc is going to get caught napping again as we get right up behind him on the power at the right time, and we are up into P1. We need to take full advantage of Max Verstappen's pointless run that he's having yet again as we dive to the inside of Leclerc. Maybe a bit of touching going on his underfloor there as we get past, but we are through up into the lead. And although the Tifosi are probably pretty upset that a Ferrari is not going to win this race, we are still a Ferrari-powered car, so technically Ferrari have won this race. As we now watch, can Kimi Antonelli do what must be done in front of his home crowd, as we got also Lando Norris and Hamilton battling away in the... Oh, that's not Hamilton, that's Tsunoda and Hamilton in the background battling away as Kimi Antonelli tries to get past, and he does get past the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc on the final lap. Can he hold on, though? That is the question. He doesn't have the DRS benefit from us, and we're certainly not going to drop back and give it to him because we've only got one lap, and if we mess this up, then we're going to lose out on a 7-point reel-in on Max Verstappen's 30-odd points that he has over us right now. But we're going to power away. Kimi Antonelli through Lesmo 2. What can he do here against Charles Leclerc? The Ferrari will also have to be mindful of George Russell behind him. Kimi Antonelli holds it nice and central, keeping a defensive line, and he does hold off the Ferrari on the run down to Ascari, but there's still one more straight to go for the young Italian to defend. It's not going to be a win here, but I'm certain the crowd will be very pleased with the result that they are getting. And as we come round the final corner, Nico Hülkenberg picks up his 3rd win of the season in a Ferrari-powered car. An Italian takes P2, and a Ferrari takes P3 at Monza. It's a fantastic result for the crowd, although I think they would have preferred to have seen 2 Ferraris on the top step of the podium. Unfortunately, not the case today. Alex Albon, driver of the day, presumably for the most overtakes that he took throughout that Grand Prix. Nico Hülkenberg, though, another win under his belt. Slothz back on the top step of the podium. And Charles Leclerc, of course, congratulating him too. And what a podium this is. A Ferrari-powered car, a Ferrari-powered man, and a Ferrari-powered Ferrari, all taking P1, 2, and 3 as the particle effects that I switched off to fix the graphical issue in the last race apparently have broken the champagne. And here are the race results. Nico Hülkenberg picking up the win in the fastest lap by a country mile over Kimi Antonelli and Charles Leclerc. Then we have George Russell, Yuki Tsunoda, Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris, Carlos Sainz, Alex Albon and Gabriel Bortoleto scoring the first points for Audi. Over to the Drivers' Championship, Max Verstappen's lead has been slashed from 50 points to just 5 in 2 races. Behind Nico Hülkenberg, though, we have Charles Leclerc leapfrogging over Ayrton Senna, who's held P3 for the entire championship. He scored 0 points in this race and has lost P4. Behind Senna, we have George Russell and Lando Norris close behind. Then Lewis Hamilton, Kimi Antonelli, Kali Mayer and Alex Albon. Further down the order, we have Yuki Tsunoda, Carlos Sainz, Fernando Alonso, Pierre Gasly, and finally Gabriel Bortoleto, the final point scorer, with Isaac Hadjar, Esteban Ocon, Paul Aaron, Liam Lawson, Jack Doohan, Lance Stroll, and Ollie Behrman get to score. And over to the Constructors' Championship, it's just 1 point shy of 400 for Slothz, now nearly double the tally of McLaren in second. Then we have Ferrari in third, followed closely by Mercedes in fourth. A big leap back to Red Bull in fifth, with Williams in sixth. Aston Martin, Alpine and Audi round out the last of the point-scoring teams, followed by RB Ford and TGR Haas in last. That's all for this video. I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 with the Slothz team as we deal with a controversial comment that the title sponsor's CEO recently made about something, and we'll call them out for that one because why the hell not? The contract window is open. I'm sort of dealing with the next year's drivers in the background, and we have some important news that Max Verstappen will be retiring at the end of this season. So whatever we do, we have to find at least one driver. I do plan to bring in 2, so Nico Hülkenberg will be taken out back somewhere and hopefully somebody adopts him into their team. We already know, or we may know a little bit later on about the rest of the field to see what they're up to. But hopefully one of them can take him. Looks like that event paid off as well. We got some fan rating out of that, which is what we're basically just focusing on at the moment. Just to see if I can get a maxed out car with livery sponsors, even though you can't see them. I think they still are on the car beneath the texture, and we still get money from them, so we still want to put them on regardless. And we continue our durability upgrades as well, because the AI is still a little bit too slow, at least outside of our team. Max Verstappen is fast enough, and we'll get on with the next race today, which is Azerbaijan. So then it's over to the Azerbaijani Grand Prix. It's been a while since I've done this one, so this was a bit of a shock to the system to come back to. And we will be seeing if we can, well, can we beat Max Verstappen here? Probably not, let's be honest. And by the looks of things at the moment, the Drivers' Championship looks as though it might be coming down to a race to see whose engine is going to blow up first. Max Verstappen has taken quite a few already. So don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button, and turn on that notification bell as well so you know how that plays out for him across the rest of the season. I don't really want the championship to come down to a reliability battle, but it might well do. Onto the starting grid though for today, and Max Verstappen takes pole position, nearly a second faster than Charles Leclerc, so you can probably see where this race is going. Behind them on the grid, we have Lewis Hamilton and George Russell, Kimi Antonelli and Kali Mayer. Behind them, it's Yuki Tsunoda and Alex Albon, Pierre Gasly, and then us, Nico Hülkenberg, in 10th. Behind them, Esteban Ocon and Paul Aaron, Ayrton Senna and Carlos Sainz, Lando Norris with a penalty and Lance Stroll, Fernando Alonso and Ollie Behrman. Then we have Liam Lawson and Gabriel Bortoleto, with finally Jack Doohan and Isaac Hadjar rounding out the rest of the field. And I have a feeling actually we might have actually only qualified 11th and got bumped up a place by Lando Norris's penalty, because I don't remember being 3 seconds slower. So we've got a lot of ground to make up here, and basically 2 slower cars in front of us, and then everyone who might pose a slight problem as we get underway here. We'll see if we can avoid any incidents through turn 1 as we make our way past Pierre Gasly immediately and start to go after Alex Albon, who's actually already making his own way past Yuki Tsunoda. And he's got the position as well. So Yuki Tsunoda just once again kind of proving that he probably shouldn't be in this Red Bull seat because he's not performing very well. We will go past Alex Albon up the inside. Yuki Tsunoda completely making me eat my words as he gets past Alex Albon once again. And now Alex Albon tangling with us there through the 90-degree complex on the streets of Azerbaijan. Not what we really want to be doing, but no damage done. So we'll let him get away with it on board with Albon. Late on the brakes there, takes a lot of curb, and I don't think there was any way that he was ever going to get round that corner without hitting us. But he tried regardless, and if you don't go for the gaps, then I guess you're no longer a racing driver. So we continue on. We're now into the effectively the best position we could be in at this point in the Grand Prix, with just 2 positions gained within 1 lap, and we're now behind our own teammate, and then both Red Bulls, both Ferraris, and both Mercedes. And we're going to have a nice DRS race all the way down this pit straight, and we'll probably be able to get all of them on these sorts of straights as well, because I'm pretty sure our top straight line speed is significantly faster than everyone in front of us, unless of course they start deploying ERS like Yuki Tsunoda is trying to do right now, to just try and hold on a little bit longer on to P7 as we go around the outside into turn 1. Oh, Tsunoda's gone! He's come to a stop in the middle of the circuit! I think he may have hit the barrier there as he came through turn 1. I'm not sure how much of that was our fault. The virtual safety car is out, which seems a bit underwhelming for an accident like that where the car is in the middle of the circuit. Here's Tsunoda, and yeah, he just drove straight into the wall. I think maybe if the damage mod had not been on, he might have gotten away with that, but he is out of the session. So up ahead, where we've got 6 more cars to try and get past, starting with Tsunoda's teammate Kalle Meyer, race winner in Hungary. Not quite performed that well ever since, unfortunately. Definitely a circumstantial winner, I think, and not really helped by the fact that our pace around Hungary was unbelievably slow. But as we try to get past her, Antonelli, I think for the 3rd time this season now, moving across in front of the car we're trying to overtake and allows us through. That's 2 position gains, and we actually managed to get fastest sector 3 there as well. Just a testament to the top speed that we have on this car. As we now watch Antonelli attempting to make a move to get past us again, and he unfortunately has successfully made his way back up into P5, and this isn't great because he's definitely the slower of the 2 Mercedes around this circuit. A 2-second gap has opened up between him and Russell ahead. Here's the onboard of Antonelli just moving across like a little wisp in the breeze in front of Kalle Meyer, and she has to sit behind the Mercedes a little bit longer. And we watch now as we power down the main straight. ERS looking a little low here, but we are going to get past him and hopefully stay there this time. And now we're going to try and make up the 2-second gap to George Russell, which shouldn't be too hard because we are definitely faster than that Mercedes, but perhaps it is not so easy. As we join on lap 9, we've got a 4-second gap to the Mercedes. You have the tow from the Ferraris ahead, but has decided to come into the pit and gift us the position. Now, the problem with that, we're going to have to respond to this a little earlier than we expected and come in for our stop, which we're going to do now. Verstappen is in as well. You can see the lead he has just by the end of lap 10 here. He might even, yeah, he's pulling away from our pit box, I think. And he's still ahead of both Ferraris. So, very comfortable lead. He has conceded first to Lewis Hamilton, but I think he'll probably end up getting past before Hamilton comes into the pits. For some reason, the pit crew are still stood there as though Verstappen is in the pit box. So, thanks to that, guys, for wasting some of my time around this circuit. At least they were quick to get the tyres on. We're going for a 2-stop this time, throwing the softs on for a short stint, since we had a spare set from qualifying, and then we'll throw the hards on for the end of the race. So we're going to try and make these work here, and we've already caught Pierre Gasly. I think that's the highest position we've seen at the Alpine Renault in at all during this series, apart from, I guess, Silverstone, where he picked up the only point for Alpine that's been scored so far. And apparently in a straight line, he's deploying enough battery to cause us some problems. And also there was some doubt in my mind about whether he was going to swipe across the front of me and go into the pits. He doesn't, and we move up. And apparently Esteban Ocon has done the same as well, as we now come through the castle section, up behind the McLaren of Lando Norris, still sporting the red and black livery, as they switched to that just a few races ago. And I finally started to tell the difference between them and the Ferraris, but I think I might have to change it for next season just to at least distinguish them from each other, as we get past him and narrowly missing the wall, go chasing after the next McLaren of Ayrton Senna, as we join Lewis Hamilton 6 seconds behind the leader and not making any progress in gaining. And I think he's on a one-stop here, actually, potentially, if he's allowed Verstappen to get that far ahead. And that one stop, it would seem, is one stop to the edge of the circuit and to the nearest marshal post, as he nearly fast and furioused it over the curb and into the barrier. That could have been nasty. I mean, now watch Paul Aaron on lap 17 chasing down the Williams of Alex Albon, who we tangled with on the opening stages of the lap. He has dropped significantly as the different teams show off their strategies that they're going for. Some on the one-stop, some on the two-stop. And much like in Lewis Hamilton's case, Paul Aaron's stop is going to be to the nearest marshal post, as Isaac Hadjar nearly goes into the back of the Audi as he's retiring. I have a feeling if that was Liam Lawson, then we would have seen a smashed-up RB Ford as well. He does have a history of doing things like that. And we rejoin with about 9 laps to go, 9 laps to go. And we will be coming in for our second stop and throwing the next set of tyres on. However, a twist of fate is that the heavens have begun to open and the rain is coming down. So we will come in. We were scheduled to come in around this time anyway. We're going to go for the Inters and see if we can get the jump on everyone here as Senna and Mayer go through. I don't think we're going to have to worry about Max Verstappen holding us up in the pit lane, though, this time, as we get away. And we will come out. Looks like we're going to be ahead of Lando Norris by quite a safe margin. And other cars ahead are coming into the pit. Senna and Antonelli are in. I think we're going to get Antonelli here as we go through turn 1 just about. But up ahead, we've got Callie Mayer on the mediums, Charles Leclerc on the mediums, and presumably George Russell as well, because I think that Russell is running the same strategy as Charles Leclerc. So they're running mediums. I think Verstappen at this point might be on a medium set as well. And you can see we're already closing up rapidly on the back of Callie Mayer. Now this has turned into a wet race, although DRS is still enabled at this point. The tyres have significantly lost grip and temperature. And the mediums, you can see how quick we've closed up. That's a 2-second lead that we've managed to slash down by 50% in just a couple of corners, because all of these sections, which are very intricate, they just can't carry any speed through. And we chase Mayer down to the castle section, trying to find a way through as we look to the inside and slide into the barriers. Oh, Mayer's hit the wall through the castle section. DRS has finally been turned off. The FIA have had some sense, and they brought out the red flag with it. And that is not good. This is on board with Callie Mayer. Now the second Red Bull retirement of this race, as she came in here, I think tried to leave us some space on the outside, changed her mind, but just didn't have the grip to correct herself, and goes into the wall. And look how close this was to the front of the car. The cat-like reflexes there, trying to squeeze through, surprised even me, as we now get underway with the race restart from P4. Can we make up position to get past our teammate and take this win away from him as we dive to the inside of Leclerc and outside of Russell, and we get the two of them here through turn 1 and start to chase down Max Verstappen in the wet. We might actually have a good advantage here because he might be going a little bit slower than he would be, and that just plays into our hands. Somehow I do have a little bit more pace in the wet than I used to, a little bit braver through corners like these, and that really does contribute to us staying right behind him. We're still just over a second back, so avoiding most of the dirty air effects, and closing in as we come into the narrower parts of the circuit, and he's starting to pull away. Unfortunately, when we get to that pit straight, that's where we might start to see him gain an advantage. A bit too much, perhaps, but unfortunately, we've actually lost quite a lot of time there as George Russell comes sliding through onto the pit straight. And unfortunately, as we got past the castle section, my pedals decided to stop working, and I then spent 10 minutes trying to fix them. And as a result of that, we lost a ton of time doing replays, flashbacks to try and, not crash into the barrier through no fault of my own. And that's just allowed Max Verstappen to gain an enormous advantage and pull away into the distance. Not helped, of course, by the fact that the sort of lazy game design, when you up the difficulty on this game, the cars that you're racing just get lighter so that they can accelerate away quicker. And as you've probably seen through some of the other videos, if you've been watching them, they are just too quick on the straights. They're too quick to pull away, and even when we've got basically identical machinery, like I do with Max Verstappen, he just pulls away too quickly, and he can't be caught. I can make up through some of the corners as we clatter the wall coming into the castle section. I can make up through some sections, but as soon as we hit the straights, I've got no answers, and apparently clattering the wall back there has taken about 40% of the tyre wear off of that rear left. So now we're running with a bit of a handicap here on one tyre as Leclerc dives to the inside, and he hits the side of us through that extremely narrow section. He was trying to avoid the curbs there, and has just absolutely clouted us. I think, just trimmed a bit of our front wing end plate off against his rear wheel, and we'll chase after him down the pit straight. That was absolutely disgusting from Charles Leclerc. As you can see, there's just zero grip as we clatter the wall again. We've got to keep, if we keep that up, we'll be in with a puncture as we now drag race our way down towards the start of the final lap. Max Verstappen with a disgusting 12-second lead after just a few laps. As we come through turn 1 now, a little bit of a slide there on the outside, but Charles Leclerc, his wheels come off, and he's trundling to the side of the circuit. Who was at fault there, though? Let's go on board with Leclerc as he comes down into the braking zone. What are we going to see? There we are on the inside. We do slide out wide a little bit, but we don't do any damage from what I can see. And, oh, there it is. It looks as though Charles Leclerc may have tried accelerating into our rear wheel and has torn his own off. Maybe. I mean, from that angle on board with Russell, maybe that's not the case, but it could have been the slide as we have slid out wide with the rear and started slowing down, and he has continued at the same speed. It's just torn it off. But that leaves us with a very interesting set of DNFs down the left-hand side of the screen. We lost Yuki Tsunoda at the same corner on lap 2. Lewis Hamilton, Paul Aaron with DNFs for mechanical failures. Of course, Kali Meyer crashing in this section, which we're coming into now, which may have been our fault. I'm not willing to accept responsibility fully for that, because I think she did try overcorrecting for the fact that we were potentially alongside her, even though we weren't. And then Charles Leclerc, after his disgusting move up the inside, which I think Antonelli might be having a go at. Now he is. Antonelli also making contact with us there, much like Charles Leclerc did, and probably not doing a huge amount of goods to the side pods. But we've managed to cut back ahead of him. And there's no more laps to go, so I don't think we're going to see Kimi Antonelli ripping his tyre off as he lunges through here. There's absolutely no way he was ever going to slow the car down enough to get round that corner. And then he has the audacity to do it again down here. We shut the door on that as early as possible and continue on towards the finish line. Verstappen, of course, finished absolutely ages ago at this point, and we crossed the line a mere 15 seconds behind. I don't even understand why the Ferrari board is out right now. Both cars have retired. Apparently that man is waiting for Charles Leclerc to come back round, but has perhaps maybe not been given the memo that he was out of the race. There you go. Great game design. Who's looking forward to F1 27? I'm sure that won't be as well put together as this, but Max Verstappen, once again, another victory, another podium for Nico Hülkenberg, just adds to the many that he's had this season. No win still, and this is starting to look like it will be a battle of reliability at the end of this season. So hopefully it doesn't come to it. Maybe we'll have another chance later on. On to the race results, and you can see Max Verstappen with a 2-second faster lap than us throughout this race, so we were completely outclassed throughout the entire thing. So Max Verstappen, Nico Hülkenberg and Kimi Antonelli take the podium, followed by George Russell, Lando Norris, Ayrton Senna, Esteban Ocon scoring for Alpine, Gabriel Bortoleto for Audi, Carlos Sainz, and then also Lance Stroll picking up his first point of the season. Over to the Drivers' Championship, then Max Verstappen has extended his lead now to 12 points over Nico Hülkenberg with about 6 races to go. Then we've got George Russell, Ayrton Senna, Lando Norris and Charles Leclerc in the battle for third, and it's very close between all of them. Kimi Antonelli just ahead of Lewis Hamilton in 7th and 8th. Then Kali Meyer and Alex Albon making up the top 10. Further down the order, we have Yuki Tsunoda, Carlos Sainz, Esteban Ocon, Gabriel Bortoleto, Fernando Alonso, Pierre Gasly, and Lance Stroll, the final point scorer, with Isaac Hadjar, Paul Aaron, Ollie Behrman, Liam Lawson, and Jack Doohan yet to score. Over to the constructors then, and this is what I'm saying earlier on, we've got over 200 points between us and second place McLaren. So absolutely no worries now, we have won this Constructors' Championship. Behind McLaren in a close battle for that second place is Mercedes and then Ferrari, a big leap back to Red Bull in 5th. Then we have Williams on their own in 6th, then Haas, Aston Martin, Audi and Alpine in a tight battle for 7th. Finally, Racing Bulls with 0 points. That's all for this video. I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 as we look over the possibilities for which durability upgrade we want next. The cars behind us are definitely getting closer, but I think maybe I need to tweak the settings to make sure that they are actually spending their money on facility upgrades and potentially getting enough resource points to actually get close. I have a feeling that maybe I've forgotten to do that, and that's why it's taken them so long to actually catch up. Of course, we are seeing a very resurgent Ferrari and Mercedes recently, but McLaren seem to have dropped off slightly and have not recovered since their very good performance earlier on in the season. I think just everyone else has been able to catch them so much quicker. But we got a nice big break here between the Azerbaijan Grand Prix and the Circuit of the Americas, which is coming up next. So we've got plenty of time to try and throw some more durability upgrades on the car. As Kali Meyer now becomes the second Red Bull driver within this team's history to approach us for a contract. She's not actually one of the drivers that I'm going to be taking on next year anyway, but apparently that has basically forced us into talking to her regardless. So we'll still have to go through that process, but we should find out exactly who she goes to once the talks are over, for her at least. Over to development then, we'll get the fuel injection system restarted and try and get both of those pushed through. And then we continue on towards the Texas Grand Prix with confirmation there that Red Bull will continue to have Kali Maya in the car next season, and since she's beaten Yuki Tsunoda, I'm not surprised. So then down to the track we go, and it's a sprint race here at Kota for a 10-lap run to get things started, and we'll see where we can end up, what we can do here to try and close that 12-point lead to our teammate Max Verstappen. We've got plenty of work to do, and I don't particularly want this season to come down to an engine failure for Verstappen in the final race. But don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button and turn on that notification bell as well, and you'll be able to see if it does indeed come down to that, to crown Nico Hülkenberg champion at the end. On to the starting grid though for today's sprint race, and we'll get underway straight away with Max Verstappen unsurprisingly starting at the front of the field. He is joined once again by the Mercedes of George Russell. Further down the order, we have Ayrton Senna and Charles Leclerc, Kimi Antonelli and Yuki Tsunoda. Behind them, we have Lando Norris and Nico Hülkenberg. Round out the top 10, we have Fernando Alonso and Lance Stroll. Further down the order, we have Lewis Hamilton and Esteban Ocon, Gabriel Bortoleto and Kali Maya. Then it's Carlos Sainz and Alex Albon, Paul Aron and Ollie Behrman. Penultimate row, then Jack Doohan and Liam Lawson, followed by Pierre Gasly and Isaac Hadjar. And we will be basically going straight down to the circuit as we did in the last race, actually, where we got to see a part of a clip of a car and then immediately got dumped into the race. So once again, a lot of ground to make up, but not quite as much as we had to in the streets of Baku. And we get underway here. We'll have to watch out for those Aston Martins behind to see if one of them tries to pull a sneaky one up the inside. It's not the case, though, where we actually managed to get past Lando Norris through turn 1, so made our lives a little bit easier. Up ahead, Kimi Antonelli and Yuki Tsunoda going side by side into the Kota S as we go. Tsunoda weirdly running the soft tyre here. That's a very brave move, and apparently Lewis Hamilton is doing the same as we sweep round the outside. Now the inside of Kimi Antonelli, moving up into P6, now 2 places up from where we started a few corners ago, and we continue to chase down Yuki Tsunoda. Further up the field, you can see Max Verstappen's already gained quite a lot of time there over George Russell and is starting to disappear into the distance, and we're up the inside of Yuki Tsunoda, who I guess is probably going to end up dropping back anyway with those soft tyres. But Tsunoda is not giving up just yet, and he's going to come back at us up the inside at the end of the straight, as it looks as though Charles Leclerc is making a move for P2 up the inside of the Mercedes as we continue battle with Tsunoda and finally put him back into P6. Charles Leclerc then, 2-second gap to Verstappen. How much is that gap going to grow by the end of this race is the question that we ask ourselves now after every lap 1. Our gap, though, is probably just going to continue to grow indefinitely as we try to go past Senna. Senna goes defensive to the inside, a very aggressive defense there after he made that small mistake, and we're going to get around the outside and have the better line down towards turn 1. Senna is not one to give up easy, though, and you can see his proximity arrow is looking close as he darts up the inside. A little bit of front wing on display there, but unfortunately for him, we just had the better line, and he wasn't able to do anything about it. As we continue on to the end of lap 2 and chase down George Russell, who's lost nearly 2 seconds to Charles Leclerc, who's on an absolute flyer right now. Into the final few corners we go, and Charles Leclerc actually looking as though he might have caught Max Verstappen slightly. So potentially he might go on and try and challenge for the lead here, as we now challenge for that podium spot up the inside of George Russell, and through we go into P3. 2 seconds to try and gain on Charles Leclerc. Where to gain, I don't know. Most of this circuit has a lot of straights during which the AI are just unbeatable on. So everything here is going to be about our cornering, and the cornering that we're doing right now looking a little bit sloppy as we come through the S's up the hill, running wide onto the green paint or the artificial grass. and down towards the hairpin onto the back straight. Again, running a little bit wide there, and that's just played into the hands of George Russell. And I expect he's going to try for a move here on the straights. He's closing in quite rapidly. He's going to go to the outside as we come down to the braking zone. We're going to be late on the brakes here as we go side by side with George Russell. A dangerous maneuver, some might say, as he's made contact with multiple drivers over the course of this season whilst running side by side with them. But we've somehow managed to fend him off for the time being, and that's cost us significantly. 3.5 seconds now is the gap to Charles Leclerc up ahead, who himself is nearly 2.5 seconds behind Max Verstappen. So potentially then we're not going to see any change of lead here, and we've just got to try and throw some good laps together and try and make it a P2 if we can, and that's probably going to be the best that we can do. As Russell now defending from Tsunoda in the background as well. And we rejoin a lap later on to lap 5. Almost the midway point of the race. And once again, as we come through the S's, it's looking sloppy there. Slowing down and running out wide over the Heineken logo and the grass, I think, as well. As we come down towards the down the hill towards the hairpin. And Russell is right on the back of us once again. The gap to Charles Leclerc now 6 seconds as we run it wide again. Right into the clutch to Russell, and he gets past us basically before he even deployed the DRS, and we will be forced to follow him through this very complex section, which potentially could have been a massive problem for us had we still had the old tyre wear settings on, or tyre temperature settings on, as we now join a peaceful part of the circuit. Jack Doohan on, I guess, what is a Saturday drive, following his teammate and Liam Lawson in a battle for last place. And unfortunately for Jack Doohan, it's all a bit too much for him, and he will pull off to the side of the circuit and retire the car. As we now follow Lando Norris in a different battle going on right now. Yuki Tsunoda's soft tyres have basically disintegrated, and he's dropped all the way back to Norris, but it's not a problem for Tsunoda, as Lando Norris has spun the car, getting a little bit excited there as he approached the top of the hill. And that's put him right into the clutches of Lance Stroll. Of course, they're not playing for points here. We need to get P8 for that to happen. And we are playing for points, though, as we try again to get past George Russell. Russell forcing us wide out over the curb. And I think we're going to get him here as we take the inside line. Bit of a slide there on the midpoint of the corner, but we do get the position back from him. And look at that timing board there. Charles Leclerc now just 0.2 behind Max Verstappen. He's actually close enough to pose some kind of threat to that Slothz car, which is probably the first driver to do so for quite some time. Especially if you're trying to count us in that, because we've been nowhere near him. But instead, we're stuck into battles like this with George Russell, who I think is going to have another look up the inside now into turn 1. We're going to try and go round the outside and hold on to our position. But Russell is ahead, just about. And he steals away another position and forces us to go even slower again. And lose even more time to Charles Leclerc. It's nearly 10 seconds the lead that George Russell, that Charles Leclerc has over us now. As we watch Norris once again sliding through the complex of Sector 2. And he will drop all the way down the order. Presumably, yeah, he's just parked it up. He'll rejoin at the back. As we see his teammate as well, who has done nothing but go backwards. Ayrton Senna, I think, maybe nursing a technical problem here. But as someone who's not dealing with a technical problem, Charles Leclerc, well within DRS range of Max Verstappen as they come down the back straight. They've still got a lap to go. And Verstappen, this is probably the most vulnerable we've seen him all season. Apart from maybe Austria, where we did actually, just find the speed to beat him. But Verstappen looking a little nervous as we fight our way. You can see from the timing boards, we're currently in a battle with Russell once again. And Max Verstappen comes through the multiple right-handers, but he allows Leclerc through. And it's another DNF for Max Verstappen. It's a good job for him that this isn't the full event, because that would have been an absolute disaster for him. At least in the position that we're in right now, we would have picked up 15 points. We've actually travelled back in time to watch the battle with Russell that we undertook whilst Verstappen was retiring. But what an interesting turn of events. That could have been another 15 points that we clawed back against Verstappen there. Potentially even more if we get past Russell as well. But unfortunately, it's only in the sprint, so the difference is not really going to be enough. But we chase down Russell. Can we get the position away? Because they wasn't paying proper attention to the timing boards. On the brakes, apparently not. But into the corner we go, and we are sneaking our way through. Up the inside is contact with Russell there. Bit of damage to the side pod. And we've managed to get away with it. I didn't see too much damage there. But the tyre wear is not looking great at this point. We've absolutely shredded them whilst pushing quite hard around this circuit. And, of course, up ahead, now Max Verstappen has retired. There he is on the side of the circuit in a ball of flames. And Charles Leclerc is free to conclude this final lap unchallenged. It's a nearly 12-second lead that he has over us and George Russell, who is once again going past us into turn one. We are going to get the benefit of the DRS, I suppose, along the back straight, and we're going to need it here because Russell is doing my head in at this point. We've lost so much time to the Ferrari and previously our teammate that he's just been able to disappear into the distance. And although we probably weren't going to catch them anyway, at least if Leclerc and Verstappen had engaged in some kind of prolonged battle, we might have stood a chance of gaining on them. Presumably, though, Verstappen was only going so slow because of that technical problem that has now just cost him the race, or the sprint race win. But I digress. We chase down George Russell. We're going to go to the inside, and oh, bit of contact there. I don't know what that was about, but I swerved across under braking, and Russell returning the favour, just touching the wheel covers as we went past him, causing a little bit of a spark to go up, but no terminal damage to either of us, and we continue through the final few corners. Charles Leclerc has already picked up the race win. We will come through and take the final two spots on the podium, and Max Verstappen has another portion of his lead removed. 7 points taken back by Nico Hülkenberg at the conclusion of the sprint. And we'll see where things stand after the main event. But as for the driver of the day for the sprint, it's Callie Mayer. And on to the race results for this sprint. It is Charles Leclerc, Nico Hülkenberg, George Russell, Kimi Antonelli, Yuki Tsunoda, Callie Mayer, Lewis Hamilton, and Fernando Alonso, who all pick up points here. And of course, that means that we will be, I think, about 5 points behind Max Verstappen at this point. Let's see how we do in the main race. So with another mechanical failure under the belt of Max Verstappen, just about getting away with it, being that this was the sprint race, we'll have a look at his component management at the beginning of the next race. We can't, of course, view it right now, but from what I recall of it, things are not looking good, and I have a feeling that he may end up having to take an entire new engine before the end of this season. For whatever reason, he is absolutely destroying every engine that we put in that car, and multiple components of them as well. So don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button, and turn on the notification bell as well, and you can see what will happen with Max Verstappen as the season comes to its conclusion. After this race, there will be just 4 races to go. But on to the starting grid for today, and of course Lando Norris is now going to take pole position ahead of Charles Leclerc, as Max Verstappen had to take new components. Third down the order, Lewis Hamilton and George Russell, Nico Hulkenberg and Callie Mayer. Kimi Antonelli and Fernando Alonso on the penultimate row of the top 10, followed by Yuki Tsunoda and Pierre Gasly. Paul Aaron and Gabriel Bortoletto, Esteban Ocon and Alex Albon, Isaac Hadjar, and then there's Ayrton Senna with a penalty, Carlos Sainz and Liam Lawson. The penultimate row is Lance Stroll and Ollie Behrman, followed by Max Verstappen and Jack Doohan, who both take penalties here for new components. What those components are, though, I don't know. But I guess we'll find out at the beginning of the next video, which will be out on Tuesday. So stick around for that if you want to see the state that he has put this car into. It seems to be that my durability seems to get better the more upgrades that we put on the car, and his seems to just get worse. So probably another bit of great game design from EA and Codemasters. So let's just put that aside and get on with this race. So then it is 5 red lights here in COTA for the second time, and away we go here. It's an okay start. It's not the best, though, as we pull away, trying to stick Callie Mayer behind us as we come down towards turn 1, and she's challenging up the inside. We managed to hold it around the outside here as we watch this battle for P2 unfolded ahead. Lewis Hamilton nearly causing us to run into the back of him there as we enter the S's. As these three in front get their house in order, we're going to go, or attempt to go around the outside of Hamilton there, like we tried earlier on in the sprint, but it's not worked out for us. He got the better of us and was just too far ahead at that point in the corner. Charles Leclerc, doing a Max Verstappen, has managed to pull a 1.4 second lead over these three in the battle for P2. And that lead is only increasing, it seems, as we try to chase him down. Russell now going to try and take P2 away from Lando Norris. Can he do it without making contact? We'll have to just wait and see. Seems as though he's achieved that so far, but he's not got the position solidly. They run side by side. We're having a look at Lewis Hamilton, who is struggling here, I think, to keep us behind him. Norris has somehow fended off the attack, but look at the gap on the minimap there that Charles Leclerc now has as a result of this, and it's not helping us in any way at all. This is our one opportunity, at least so far in this season, to try and gain as many positions as possible and claw back points against Verstappen in the Drivers' Championship. Verstappen all the way down outside of the points right now, but we're going to have a look at how he got on off his start. He started 21st. He's now up to 20th, I think, from that Haas on the inside. And now continues to move up the order. Can he get past... that's Ayrton Senna crashing into Carlos Sainz up ahead. And Liam Lawson actually holds position on the inside. Interesting that the RB has gone for the soft tyre. That's a bit of a brave move. But Liam Lawson runs it wide, and Verstappen holds that line and is able to get through past the RB. And I'm sure we'll be following him for some more overtakes later on in this race. As we conclude lap 2, Charles Leclerc taking another fastest lap. And we chase after Lewis Hamilton down towards turn 1. Looks like Russell's backed off from Norris at this point. And we're going to go to the outside of Hamilton. Can we make the corner? Yes, we do. But can we get past him before the S's? We can't. Hamilton, again, holding on to that P4 for his life here. And we are definitely quicker through this section. We're going to be slightly impeded by the dirty air as we run quite wide there. Allow Callie Mayer to close up the gap. And this is going to be a crucial hairpin down at the end of this small straight, because the exit is going to determine whether or not we can pull off a pass with the DRS. Of course, he's going to have Russell ahead of him, providing it for him as well. And you can see, actually, just the ridiculousness of the difficulty increases, reducing the weight of the AI cars instead of just making them faster in other ways. Hamilton presumably was deploying ERS and DRS at the same time, but just was able to just pull away so much faster. We don't even stand a chance of catching anybody on circuits with any kind of low-speed corner leading onto a straight. Only through sections like this, where they're battling away and there's a bit of complexity to it, what we can take advantage of. And take advantage we certainly have, at least in closing up to the back of the Ferrari. That corner there in particular being one that they struggle with as we now come through the final corner. Although we've lost the rear slightly there, we, I think, are just about holding position ahead. It's wheel to wheel as we come down towards turn 1. And up the inside we go. Very difficult to see the apex for this turn 1. It comes out of nowhere and you kind of have to just guess where the turning point is. But we managed to get round it and with no problems whatsoever. And now we've got a little bit more fresh air to play with here as we chase down George Russell, who's dropped back slightly from Lando Norris. We set the fastest sector 1, so it's obvious that I have the speed here. It is just that the AI have an unbelievable amount of acceleration ability, as we'll soon see here, as we close up to Russell again through the corner exit. We're straight on the ERS and have to be right into the diffuser of Russell to even stand a chance of going past. And up into P3. So we're on the podium once again. And a few laps later, the battle for second continues. Lando Norris now on his own up here. We've got Russell just hanging on within DRS range behind us, but we are all over the back of the McLaren. And based on previous performances, well, not only just around here in the sprint race, but also in the past few races as well, that McLaren must have a new power unit in it to have managed to move all the way up that far. I have a feeling that they've managed to get away with not replacing parts so far this season and are now having to, hence Senna's penalty, as we dive to the inside of Norris and get another position away. Up into P2 we go now, but it's a 6-second lead to try and chip away at to get to Charles Leclerc and gain the maximum amount of points that we can for this race. Max Verstappen moved his way up into P13, started 21st at the conclusion of lap 5, so making up some good ground here as he now goes past Esteban Ocon on the pit straight and has nearly made his way back into the points again. Up ahead, Gabriel Bortoleto, Paul Aron, the two Audi drivers, who will be presumably no problem whatsoever for Max Verstappen to pass. As we now watch someone who is a little bit of a problem to pass. It's me, Nico Hulkenberg, now under attack from Russell and Norris. Norris gets a place. Back into P2 he goes, and Russell slots in behind us. And it's at this point I can only imagine that if this was the battle for first, this would be incredibly enjoyable, and I really hope that Season 3 can bring a bit more of this, because everybody is bunched up together and there's actually a chance for any of these cars to take the lead and win this race. At the moment, though, that doesn't seem to be the case. Even when Max Verstappen is starting from P21 on the grid and fighting his way back through the field, we've still got Charles Leclerc, who is running away with a lead with unbelievable pace at the front and no one who can catch him. No other AIs. Maybe Max Verstappen would be able to catch him if he wasn't held up by all this traffic, but it's disappointing that this is what it's come to, and this is part of the reason why it might be that the Drivers' Championship is decided by whether or not Max Verstappen can keep all of his components alive. It might be that for the final race we have to just throw new engines in both cars and just basically have a battle from the back of the grid, see who can make up the most positions by the end in a winner-takes-all game. But of course, if the points are even, that makes sense. If the points have a large gap between them, then that might just be a death sentence for our championship challenge. So it's a difficult thing to juggle as we come through the conclusion of lap 9 onto lap 10. So we're 30% of the way through the race. The rear tyres just not being any help whatsoever here, sliding us through there again. And it's just allowed Lando Norris to retake P2 yet again, although he's locked up there through turn 1, and that might finally give us some breathing room from the McLaren. I think he's just about held on to P3 there as he rejoins, and there's the lockup, quite a large one. And I'm looking in the mirrors. Yeah, there's Hamilton behind, but not under any kind of threat. But a few laps later, we're into the pits. The tyres are just not working at the moment. We need some hards to take us to the end. So we've come in just slightly earlier than planned. And new hards are going on. Not the fastest stop in the world, but we are away relatively quickly. And we've got P9 at the moment. Now into P10 as Gabriel Bortoleto gets past us. Esteban Ocon will slot in behind us. And we will continue on our way and try and get the undercut on the likes of Lando Norris here, who is now into the pits on lap 15, went a little bit longer than we did on those mediums. There's Verstappen. Unfortunately, he's coming into his pit box, so he will be dropping back again and into our distant memory, as there's Nico Hulkenberg going through turn 1, and we actually gained quite a lot there for the combination of Norris's lockup and the undercut, and we've got a nice lead over him of nearly 6 seconds as we now watch Max Verstappen on lap 20 peeling through the top 10 like a knife through butter, and up into P6 he goes. Cali Meyer just a short distance up the road ahead of him, and then it's Lewis Hamilton. He may have some trouble catching Norris and getting on the podium, but I think a 4th place might be doable here, as long as, of course, if his engine takes him to the end. I don't know. I don't have control over his components during the race weekend, so I don't know what he's put in that car. But hopefully it's not going to cause any problems. But through the hairpin they go. Max Verstappen easily going to get this move done. Cali Meyer is not going to get the DRS and does not have the straight line speed to defend this. And she submits to Verstappen and allows him through. Again, the Red Bull just not able to keep it together. Cali Meyer's, I guess, fluke win at this point not been repeated, as we now watch Verstappen go up the inside of Lewis Hamilton. There's contact between Hamilton and Verstappen through turn 1. Hamilton's trying to hold on to that P4 for his life here, as Verstappen is all over the back of him. Drops back slightly. I wonder if there's some damage to the end plate there. That, well, it's perfect for us, because we want to outscore Verstappen by as much as possible here, as we watch Verstappen going up the inside. I think he's just grinding the end plate against the wheel cover of Hamilton's front left. And here's Hamilton turning in, and there it is. A bit of sanding down, maybe. A bit of weight loss might help Verstappen. A few grams saved here and there, as we now watch George Russell, who presumably is having an absolute dog of a race. Previously up in the middle of that battle for P2 at the first stint, and I would say is now in the fight for 7th, but that power unit has had other ideas, and George Russell is going to pull off to the side of the circuit, potentially, interestingly, gifting Gabriel Bortoleto 10th place. And Bortoleto with a 2.5 second lead over Carlos Sainz could be picking up some points for Audi here, which they really do need in that close fight for 7th in the Constructors, between everyone else except for RB, who seem incapable of scoring. Here comes Verstappen for attempt number 2. No contact this time between the two of them, but Hamilton's not giving up that place this time. He's going to do it cleanly, though, as they go side by side into the S's, and Verstappen finally gets past. And with just 4 laps to go, he's got a 4.5 second lead to, well, 4.5 second gap to close to Lando Norris, and it's just not going to happen. And talking of gaps, up ahead, we managed to get the gap down to about 2.5 seconds to Charles Leclerc. So we had the pace, but I think as the stint went on, the rear tyres in particular just gave up, and for the last 4 laps I've just been trying to catch Gasly and Doohan, who we're trying to lap them, but somehow just unable to find the pace anywhere here to close up to them. Charles Leclerc is visible ahead of us. He is that close, and he's going to take victory, but unfortunately It's no win for us here again, and that's 7 points we could have used in the battle against Verstappen that we've lost out on for the second time now. The first time being that poor performance in Hungary when Verstappen DNF. But what it does mean is that at least we've managed to get another driver and another team on the top step of the podium. Ferrari's Charles Leclerc now joins Red Bull's Cali Meyer as the only two drivers outside of our team to have won a race this season, and hopefully things will continue to be the same as we move into the final 4 races of the season. Don't forget to stick around and see how they turn out, and let's get on with the race results for COTA then. So over the course of the weekend, Charles Leclerc picked up the maximum number of points at 33, followed by Nico Hülkenberg with 25. Lando Norris picks up 15 to round out the top 3. Then we had Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, Cali Meyer, Kimi Antonelli, George Russell, Yuki Tsunoda, Ayrton Senna, Fernando Alonso and Gabriel Bortoleto all picking up points. As for the race results though, Charles Leclerc picks up the win ahead of Nico Hülkenberg. Lando Norris picks up P3. Max Verstappen with P4, just a thousandth ahead of Nico Hülkenberg's fastest lap. That's how close things were there, but unfortunately it wasn't to be for Hülkenberg. Lewis Hamilton, Cali Meyer, Ayrton Senna, Kimi Antonelli, Yuki Tsunoda and Gabriel Bortoleto make up the top 10. Over to the Drivers' Championship, Nico Hülkenberg is now, I guess, briefly ahead of Max Verstappen for the first time this season, with 1 point the difference between the two of them at this point. Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, George Russell and Ayrton Senna in the battle for third are behind them. Then we've got Kimi Antonelli, Lewis Hamilton, Cali Meyer and Yuki Tsunoda now back into the top 10. Further down the order, Alex Albon drops alongside his teammate Carlos Sainz in 11th and 12th. Then we've got Esteban Ocon, Gabriel Bortoleto, Fernando Alonso, Pierre Gasly, Lance Stroll, the final point scorer, with Isaac Hadjar, Paul Aron, Ollie Behrman, Liam Lawson and Jack Doohan making up the rest of the field. And over to the constructors. As I mentioned last episode, we have definitely won the constructors here, but McLaren just about holding on to that second place over Ferrari, who are closing in. Mercedes are not far behind in 4th. Red Bull in 5th, in a safe 5th, followed by another safe 6th place for Williams. Then we've got Haas, Audi and Aston Martin now tied for 7th, with Alpine and RB at the back. That's all for this race. I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 as we enter the penultimate week of Season 2. We've got Mexico coming up today, followed by Brazil on Thursday, Qatar this time next week, and then finally the season finale in Abu Dhabi. Bit of a weird thing going on the screen there with the cost cap. Not entirely sure what was going on there, but we'll progress through straight into the Mexican Grand Prix. So then it's down to the grid for the Mexican Grand Prix. We've done all right here in the past. I forget actually where we finished here last season as Taylor Barnard. I feel like Charles Leclerc might have beaten us, but I can't really say with any degree of certainty. It was quite a little while ago now that we were at this point, almost, well, an entire season ago, 16 races or about 8 weeks, so it's been quite a long time. Hopefully though, if Max Verstappen goes shooting off into the distance like he has done before, we'll get a safety car or a red flag to bring him back in. So don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button and turn on that notification bell as well, so you don't miss out on that, or indeed any of the next races that are coming up. We've got 3 more to go after this one. Onto the starting grid then, Max Verstappen lines up on pole position, but finally, for the first time in quite a while, we've actually managed to get ourselves up into P2, just 3 tenths behind our rival Verstappen. Then we have Ayrton Senna and Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton and George Russell. Behind them, Kimi Antonelli and Lando Norris. Round out the top 10, Fernando Alonso and Cali Meyer. Behind them, we have Yuki Tsunoda and Liam Lawson, Alex Albon and Lance Stroll, Esteban Ocon and Paul Aron, Gabriel Bortoleto and Isaac Hadjar. On the penultimate row, it's Carlos Sainz and Pierre Gasly. Finally, Ollie Behrman and Jack Doohan. Now, of course, as I was going through the grid order, I did, of course, remember exactly what happened here last last season with that very late red flag and a race restart as a result of was it a red flag or a race? I don't remember exactly, but there was definitely some blue flagged cars ahead of us. One of them was Lance Stroll, and he decided to brake check us mid-corner whilst we were going for a move to overtake Lando Norris or Charles Leclerc, I forget exactly who, but he caused us to have some front wing damage. I think it was a safety car restart, and we got some front wing damage, and that just meant that we couldn't hold on and go for the win in the end. Well, hopefully we don't get a repeat of that today. Let's get on with the race. So then it's time for 5 red lights, and away we will go. I'm having some trouble talking today. Hopefully I can make it through an entire race as we get underway here. Actually, not the worst start we've had so far. We've definitely had some pretty horrendous race starts over the course of this season. We're only losing a position there to Charles Leclerc, but we have the inside line. And compared to the AI, we're immensely fast through Sector 1. So he's not going to pose any threat here whatsoever. Where we are going to have some disadvantages are on all of these straights, especially with the 2 DRS straights back-to-back. And not so much with the other back straight with the DRS enabled as well. Purely because of the horrendous way that difficulty works on this game. With the AI getting lighter cars, the higher difficulty they get. And of course they have traction control as well. The traction control element not actually going to be much of a factor in this race, given how flowing the circuit is, potentially only through the stadium section and on the exit of turn 3. But not much going on in the start of this race other than Max Verstappen somehow, well, either I was going incredibly slow compared to qualifying, or Max Verstappen had a really bad qualifying. He's actually managed to pull about a second lap on us so far. And the tyre wear is not looking great at this point. You can see Jeff is already sending through the message to have me come in slightly earlier, as we are absolutely mincing these medium tyres. Coming in on lap 13, though, that will mean 23 laps to try and go the distance on the hard, which might be a little bit ambitious. But we can try it anyway. Or in this case, we're actually going to bail at the end of lap 8 because the tyre wear is getting pretty bad. And Hamilton, Leclerc and Senna were all gaining pretty rapidly. And you can see Verstappen nearly 10 seconds ahead of Hamilton. So Verstappen was still continuing to pull away there. So we're going to go to the 2-stop. And that's probably cost us the race at this point anyway. Because there is no way that we are going to have the pace to try and catch Max Verstappen at all, especially if he's not doing a 2-stop. We rejoin alongside Liam Lawson temporarily, and on the brakes up the inside of the RB we go, and back up into 13th. On the hards, everyone around us on the mediums, but they're all on 9-lap old mediums. So we do have that going for us at least. And up ahead we've got Fernando Alonso and Esteban Ocon, the first victims that we will chase down. Let's see how well we do over the course of the lap. We've already gained pretty rapidly on them through this Sector 2. And as we come into the S's, we'll definitely be closing in an ever-increasing pace. You can see the time is dropping away incredibly quickly there. We're now down, we're almost within DRS range, so we should be able to have a shot at these guys on the next go. On the next go around. Slightly wide there. I guess we're still trying to get up to temperature, or at least just not very good at judging the corner now that we've got some extra grip. But we're right on the back of these two, and looking further down the order, we've got some interesting groups to try and catch up to and overtake. But for the time being, let's just follow on here with Fernando Alonso, who's going to go to the left-hand side of Esteban Ocon. We're going to go to the right-hand side of Ocon. And can we get Alonso as well? Yes, we do on the brakes. Through turn 1 we go. And up the inside of the Aston Martin Honda with Alex Albon now just 4 seconds down the road. But given how quickly we managed to close in on these two, he shouldn't be too hard to catch. And here we are on lap, the end of lap 10, on to lap 11, nearly 1/3 of the way through the race. We've actually hit the fastest lap there on a 1:16.7, but given what Max Verstappen's like, he's probably going to set the fastest lap in a moment anyway, so that could just be completely pointless. But we've managed to close up pretty rapidly to the back of Albon. Didn't get the DRS. That could cost us in trying to stay ahead of the Ferraris and the McLarens a bit later on. You can see that they're going 2 by 2 at the moment. That Hamilton and Leclerc lead Norris and Senna. And then you've got a little bit of a gap back to the 2 Mercedes and the 2 Red Bulls in a battle just beyond the nose of Albon. You can see them going round the next corner up ahead. So we'll close in on Albon as best as we can, and he is not having a good time on those medium tyres any longer. They'll be coming to the end of the stint very soon, and we should get this one done nice and easy. Round the Williams we go, and this time keeping it somewhat on the circuit as we enter the stadium section. Up ahead is Yuki Tsunoda at the back of the Red Bull Mercedes group, and we join them on the end of the next lap. And it looks as though actually that the battle with the Ferraris and McLarens are catching Hamilton, who I think is the lead Ferrari at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on that, because we are going to be catching them pretty rapidly as we come down the pit straight now. Closing up onto Tsunoda. This is where we have a massive advantage over the AI in terms of their cornering ability. But of course, on the straights, we're going to have some problems as we come down towards the next chicane. Can we do anything here against Tsunoda? We're going to dive to the inside, and up the inside of the Red Bull we go. Little bit of the rear kicking out there, as it tends to do through this section. Can we find a way around Russell? Not quite. If he had been a slower car, perhaps we might have actually made that one. But we're going to be trapped behind him just a little bit longer as we come through the S's now. Kimi Antonelli leading this procession around. Interesting, it's him actually. Usually it would be somebody like George Russell who is at the front of a pack like this, but not today, as we slide our way past George Russell and up into 8th. And now up ahead we got Callie Mayer. Definitely the stronger of the 2 Red Bull drivers that we've seen so far throughout this season. We get past her through the final corner fairly easily, and now to get past Kimi Antonelli. Now, who is he going to try and drive in front of today? Who knows? He does squeeze us over to the right, but we do get past him. Callie Mayer also making her way through as well, up into P7 for her, and we retain P6. Amazingly, we're still retaining that fastest lap for now. Max Verstappen will be coming in, I would assume, in the next couple of laps. They do about 20 laps on the hard tyre on these strategies normally. This is on board with Antonelli as we watch him slide across the circuit. Not quick enough, though, to mount a defence against us this time. And Callie Mayer slotting in front of him. As predicted, lap 16, and Max Verstappen is in for his set of hard tyres. And I expect he will be very safely out ahead of everybody. Or perhaps he won't be. As we come down the pit straight, there he is. Annoyingly, we're going to have to make another pit stop. But maybe if we had managed to keep those mediums alive as long, we might have been in with a shot here. But there we go. Up the inside we go temporarily. And the problem is, at this point, our hard tyres are already 8 laps old. And we will be needing to come in again unless we have a death wish to try and take them to the end of this Grand Prix. That is just absolutely not going to happen. You can already see the superior grip that he has over us as we slide around this section. Of course, we've already had to fight multiple other cars to try and get through to this point, which has not helped in preserving the rubber attached to the wheel. And this is, although it's the de facto battle for first, Max Verstappen, as soon as Lando Norris is in, will retake the lead and presumably then will not be seen again for the rest of this video. In comes Norris, and onto the pit straight we go, and this is going to be no contest here. He's got a straight line speed advantage as a result of his lighter car, and up into first he goes. And unfortunately, we're now at a point of trying to salvage this as best we can. We are now racing Lando Norris as we now come in. This is lap 23 now for our next stop. And of course, it's slow on the front right as well, which is just adding to our problems. The Ferrari-McLaren fight has now successfully gone through ahead of us. Where's Kali Mayer, though? We're ahead of the Red Bull Mercedes battle. Just about. We tuck him behind Mayer, who's managed to retain that lead over Antonelli. Up the inside of her we go as the overcast clouds start coming over. And we are now up into P6. 4.5 seconds to try and make up to Ayrton Senna. I keep wanting to say Bruno Senna for some reason. Bruno Senna, not been in an F1 game for quite some time, must be said. And let's be honest, I think everybody's much happier having Ayrton Senna in this rather than Bruno. But there you go, onto the pit straight we go. Senna on the back of Charles Leclerc, and there's a bit of a gap up to Hamilton and Norris up ahead. You can see Verstappen's already got a near 30-second lead over that fight. But we get past Senna without any issue whatsoever. And can we get Leclerc as well? Leclerc goes defensive, and around the outside we go. Barely even a contest there. The man who challenged Taylor Barnard for the Drivers' Championship last season, unable to do anything there. As we watch the rear view T-cam of the green and the red and black. Definitely not confusing whatsoever. I'm definitely changing that livery next season, as that McLaren is just too difficult to identify. Apart from when you see Ayrton Senna's helmet, of course, that is a little bit of a giveaway. But I'm not quite a fan. I'm not sure how I feel about it. On to lap 30 then. We have caught Lewis Hamilton up ahead. That is, well, that's not Lando Norris. That looks like Bortoletto, actually, in the Audi, as we begin lapping multiple cars. Max Verstappen currently at the end of the next DRS straight. That's how far ahead he is. So unless he breaks down again, we're not going to have any chance of a win here. But we can at least drop Hamilton off of the podium as we chase him down and take third place away. Just a few seconds up the road, there is the McLaren going through the chicane now. We've got Bortoletto to try and get past first. And off we will go as we watch the other Audi of Paul Aaron coming through the S's. Hajar and Behrman following behind as he's going very slowly here. And Ollie Behrman has crashed into Paul Aaron. Behrman continuing his spree of murder and carnage, brings out the red flag. I did say in the start of this video this was likely to happen given the nature of this circuit, and that will be a race restart. Here we go, on board with Behrman. I'm not going to take the excuse that he couldn't see. He could see that. I think he's just seeing red during these Grand Prix. This is the one of a number of incidents he's now been involved in, which were easily avoidable. As we join the race restart, that's the gap now to Max Verstappen, but it's a poor start from us. We're not going to be able to capitalise here as we get away on these used soft tyres that we were having in qualifying. They're definitely not going to be the best here, but they will make it to the end of this race as we get swamped by the McLarens. And can we get past Lewis Hamilton as well? Round the outside we go of the McLaren. Lando Norris, the big loser here, from second to fifth. Just from that race restart, as we now chase down Hamilton, who has made his way back onto the podium, it seems. Coming through the chicanes we go. The rears are slightly worn out, I think. I have a feeling maybe they put a set of my worst set of soft tyres on that we had left over from qualifying, because this doesn't really feel like I've got much grip at this point in the Grand Prix. And, well, not that it's going to help against Max Verstappen, who's already gained 1.8 seconds in one lap over Hamilton. Bearing in mind that Hamilton wasn't even involved in the fights earlier on in the restarts. He was just driving on his own, chasing Max Verstappen down towards turn one. And that is quite a sizable lead now. Verstappen steals away that fastest lap once again. And now we chase down Hamilton, but we can't rule out Ayrton Senna behind us. He is not to be trifled with, and he's looking racy here as we come down towards turn 1. What's he going to do? Battle in the background going on between Tsunoda and Leclerc as Senna goes to the inside. Doesn't quite make it through this time, but he is going to get DRS on the next go around, so we can't get too complacent here. Looks as though Cali Mayer and Carlos Sainz having a bit of a fight back there as well. Dropping around the order at the moment. Sainz up into 10th now, knocking that Red Bull back out as Senna continues to harass the back of the car, and we make no progress on catching up to Lewis Hamilton, and I don't think we're going to do much here as the dirty air is going to be causing too many problems for us through the S's, and that 8/10 lead might just be a little bit too much for the DRS to make up here. It's increasing. This is not what we need as we power slide our way into the stadium. I think we might... Oh, no, we might have dropped out of DRS range. We're vulnerable now on the final lap as we come around the final corner. And Bruno Senna, for goodness sake, Ayrton Senna in the perfect position here to try and capitalise on our DRS-less car. Powering down the pit straight we go. Can Senna take this podium away from us as we stole it from Hamilton earlier on? He goes to the inside, and I think he might have done it. Oh no, we're still alongside him as we go through turn 1, but we carry so much speed through there. Unfortunately, he's going to get the DRS once again, so we're not out of the woods yet as we steam down towards the next chicane. Senna to the left-hand side. We've run out of battery to defend this, and Senna swipes across the front of us, and we have lost the podium. And I think for the first time this season, Nico Hülkenberg may not get a podium as we chase him down as best we can. We're already missing out on 3 points here, but 3 points in a battle with Verstappen is like gold. We need every one of them as we cut through the corner. For some reason, there's mud all over the car. I don't even know when we went on the grass to that extent, but it's absolutely filthy as we come through the stadium for the final time. The fireworks are going off. Max Verstappen's won this race already, and we slide around, and it's not been enough. In fact, I think if we had another lap of this, Yuki Tsunoda may knock us down a position as well. But thankfully, we're saved by the bell and come to a stop as everyone comes through. God knows why there's such a huge gap there. Back to the other Audi, but there you go. Carlos Sainz picks up driver of the day. Kind of looks like he's pissed himself in that photo. And Max Verstappen, once again, taking another victory. He's won basically every race this season. Maybe we've won a handful of them. Cali Mayer, of course, picked up a win as well. And another trophy for his collection. Lewis Hamilton joins him on the podium, unthreatened by us in the end. And Ayrton Senna, with that brilliant move on the final lap, takes that third place position. And we will go over to the race results to see how that's affected the championship. So, of course, Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton and Ayrton Senna are the podium finishers for this race. And then Nico Hülkenberg, Yuki Tsunoda, Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, George Russell, Kimi Antonelli and Carlos Sainz make up the top 10. Over to the Drivers' Championship. This allows Max Verstappen to gain 12 points over us in the standings now. Charles Leclerc holds P3 for the time being, followed by Lando Norris, Ayrton Senna, George Russell, Lewis Hamilton, Kimi Antonelli, Cali Mayer and Yuki Tsunoda in the top 10. Further down the order, Alex Albon, Carlos Sainz, Esteban Ocon, Gabriel Bortoleto, Fernando Alonso, Pierre Gasly and Lance Stroll are the final point scorers, with Isaac Hadjar, Paul Aron, Ollie Behrman, Liam Lawson and Jack Doohan making up the rest of the field. And over to the Constructors' Championship, of course, we're nearly double the amount of points ahead of McLaren at the moment, who are in that close battle for third between Ferrari and Mercedes as well, although Mercedes have dropped quite far back. Red Bull on their own in 5th, followed by Williams on their own in 6th. Then we have TGR, Haas, Audi and Aston Martin in the battle for 7th, Alpine in 10th, and Racing Bulls Ford with 0. That's all for this video. I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 with the Slothz Tech team as we come into the final 3 races of the season and continue our development path in durability. I haven't realised at this point that I'd forgotten to give the AI extra resource points and money. So despite all of this effort to try and get them to catch up, it's not really worked. But that I will turn that on. In fact, actually, it may have been this race that I turned it on for, if not the next one, so they can actually start to compete again. As we've not actually done any kind of real performance upgrades for quite some time. But yes, we've got 3 races to go. We've got 2 sprints, one today, quite a long one, going on here in Brazil, followed by Qatar in next week's Tuesday upload, and then finally Abu Dhabi on Thursday, because I forgot that I had Abu Dhabi as the finale. Otherwise, I would have taken it out and maybe put Brazil in. Would have been this race, potentially, as the finale. But I didn't do that this time. Next season, we will make changes. But today, let's get on with the sprint. So it's down to the grid for the sprint race, the first of the 2 races on today's video, and no rain this time. So we've actually had a bit of a dry spell for a while now. I actually am starting to miss the rain a little bit, but of course, trying to qualify against the AI in the wet is not the easiest. In fact, on this very circuit during qualifying, we did have a little bit of rain, and the AI were just ridiculously fast. But don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button, and turn on the notification bell as well, so you know when all of these races are uploaded. And maybe we'll see a bit more rain in Season 3 when we come to it in a few weeks' time. But on to the starting grid for the sprint, and on pole position is, of course, Max Verstappen, our teammate, once again leading the charge into Turn 1, followed by Kimi Antonelli with an impressive qualifying this time out. Further down the order, we have George Russell and Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc and Fernando Alonso. Then it is Carlos Sainz, and there we are, Nico Hülkenberg, with Yuki Tsunoda and Kali Meyer making up the top 10. Then we have Esteban Ocon and Lewis Hamilton, Liam Lawson and Gabriel Bortoleto, Pierre Gasly and Ayrton Senna, Jack Doohan and Isaac Hadjar. On the penultimate row, it's Alex Albon and Paul Aron, followed by Ollie Behrman and Lance Stroll at the very back. And yeah, a few penalties down the field. I don't think Lewis Hamilton had a penalty, but Ayrton Senna absolutely did. It just doesn't like to tell us when we come onto these sprint races. But a good result for Fernando Alonso. He'll be starting up near us, so we'll get to see a little bit of him briefly as we try and fight our way up the order. We've got plenty of opportunities where we're faster than the AI here, and we'll be taking every advantage we can to try and get past them. So without further ado, let's get on with the sprint race. So down to the grid we go, and it is 5 red lights, and away we go. There we go. And off we go. It's a good start, actually. We close right up to the back of the Aston Martin immediately as we go down towards Turn 1. Not making any progress so far, but we do clash with Yuki Tsunoda. He's trying to make his way through, but perhaps once again taking an M plate off of the Red Bull's car as we charge down after Carlos Sainz swerving back onto the circuit there as he nearly went onto the grass. So we're up the inside of Fernando Alonso as well, up into P6. A great start so far, and it looks as though Max Verstappen not quite had the runaway start that he has done in the past as we come ploughing up the hill and down the inside of Charles Leclerc. Nearly go for the move there. That is going to be one of the best places to overtake the AI. And I think we had this exactly in last season as well. They do go a bit slow up that hill, and we can take advantage as we now watch Fernando Alonso. Bless his soul, trying to have a go around the outside here. He's not going to do it, but he gave it a shot, and we will leave him where he is to battle his kinsman, Carlos Sainz, and we will go chasing after former championship rival Charles Leclerc in that Ferrari, who is a little bit stuck behind Lando Norris at the moment. Max Verstappen, as we come on to lap 2 anyway, still not too far ahead at the moment, so maybe he's struggling up there. As this time we dive to the inside of Charles Leclerc and get up into P5. He left the door wide open there for us, and we were able to get the car slowed down enough. This is the onboard of Leclerc as we come flying out of nowhere and force him to take evasive action, and up into P5 we go. As we now watch from above in the helicopter, Charles Leclerc not able to catch us on the straights. And we round the corners to the same part of the circuit once again. Lando Norris up ahead, chasing Kimi Antonelli, who's lost his P2. And we come down to the same corner again, up the inside of Lando Norris. Nearly clipped the front wing end plate off. But up into P4 we go. And now it's Slothz, Mercedes, Slothz, McLaren making up that top 5. Unfortunately, Ayrton Senna not pleasing the crowd here too much further down the order, outside of the top 10 and way off the points as we watch Norris unsuccessfully defend from that dive bomb. And we rejoin Kimi Antonelli just up ahead. George Russell actually reeling in Max Verstappen by the looks of it. I think he might have DRS. That's probably what's saving him here as we chase down the other Mercedes. Look how close Russell is to the back of Max Verstappen. Verstappen definitely limping along. His worn components are starting to get the better of him at this point. I don't know how he's managed to destroy them so much over the course of this season, but we get past Kimi Antonelli, and we now can join the fight to chase down the ailing Max Verstappen, who is probably not going to be able to hold off for too much longer against George Russell, as we now watch the battle for last. Lance Stroll wins the race to finish last. He is slowly disintegrating his engine and will pull off to the side of the circuit. Magnificently placed on the outside of turn 2 in a definitely not incredibly dangerous location for that Aston Martin to stop. As we rejoin, we've got 5 laps left to try and make our way past these two up ahead. We've kind of just been sitting and chilling at the moment, just trying to conserve some rubber. We are running the softs today, so we don't want to be going too over the top with our battling just yet, otherwise we'll burn them out before we get to the end of this race. But as we go up the hill, we're closing in on Russell. We nearly go around the outside of him there. We're not going to do that though. It's down the inside once again and up into P2, running it out over onto the green paint. And Verstappen, hopefully, is going to be just as slow as he has been so far to allow Russell to stay with him as we watch this onboard rear-facing move. A little bit of contact there, actually, with George Russell. Potentially could see some revenge being taken for that as we now join the home hero, Ayrton Senna, as he comes down towards Verstappen corner. And he loses the rear here. Senna's at the wall. Oh, and he's disappointed the crowds. He's out of the Brazilian sprint race and will not be scoring here today. All the best for him, I guess, in the full Grand Prix coming up next. But it's still 2 laps to go for us in this sprint race as we chase down Max Verstappen. We're going to have a look around the outside at Verstappen corner. Is he going to run us off the circuit? He actually doesn't do that, but he's fighting back though as we make a run down up the hill. The battery's getting quite low as we try and find our way past. Up the inside we go before our favourite corner, but he is going to get a really unfair advantage. DRS and probably more ERS than we've got left down the pit straight, and a higher straight line speed and a lighter car out of that final corner, and of course his traction control as well, as we now watch him trying to defend against us as we go up the hill, and we just force him out onto that wide line, and he has to slow it down even more than usual. And as I suspected, here he comes now. DRS is open. Russell's dropped back, but is not out of this yet. Battery is completely empty now as we come down towards turn 1, and through we go. We can't just rest on our laurels here. We go. Oh, well, actually, we can. Verstappen going slow through turn 2, and that's allowed us to go back past him again. Charles Leclerc also just tumbled down the order. We'll have a look at what happened to him just now in a moment as well. We managed to survive the DRS train behind us, and Russell potentially making Verstappen a little scared as we now go on board with Verstappen going down towards turn 1. What happened here? He's going very slow. I might just be the tyre wear, actually. He's just going a little bit too slow through the first couple of corners, and we were able to take full advantage of that as we now watch Charles Leclerc, who stamps the accelerator and is forced to back it onto the paintwork and rejoin. Where is he now? P11. Yep, he's well down the order. No points on offer for him, but that promotes Alonso and Sainz a little higher. Aston Martin really need those points in the constructors, and there's no sign of Haas Alpine anywhere near the points at the moment either, so they might actually do pretty well here. That could be a championship deciding point tally there as we come across the finish line to take another victory, one of few so far this season, and even rarer for it to be a sprint race. But we've done it. That is 8 points gained in the championship, and of course Verstappen picks up 7, so we've managed to narrow that gap now to 11 points. As we now see the race results, Nico Hülkenberg, George Russell, Lando Norris, Kimi Antonelli, Fernando Alonso, Carlos Sainz, Lewis Hamilton and Yuki Tsunoda all pick up points. And now we will get over to the full race, see if Senna can get a better result than he did earlier, and let's see if we can narrow that gap down by another 7 points and really close in. So then, 11 points is now the gap. If we can grab another win here to Verstappen coming seconds, then we will get that gap down to just 4 points, which will be the closest it's been for quite some time in this championship. If you've been following along, you'll know that the only reason we are as close as we are now is from Max Verstappen's recent run of bad luck. He had that DNF in Hungary, may have or may not have been caused by us. The breakdown in Monza, and another breakdown in the sprint in Kota as well. Well, don't forget to hit that like button, that subscribe button, and that notification bell as well, so you can stay up to date on how the conclusion of this season will go. We'll get onto the starting grid for the full race here in Brazil. And on the front row, it's actually Nico Hülkenberg taking pole position by 1.6 seconds over Max Verstappen. I think there may have been interchangeable conditions in qualifying. Following Ayrton Senna and Kali Meyer, Lando Norris and George Russell, Charles Leclerc and Kimi Antonelli, with Lewis Hamilton and Ollie Behrman rounding out the top 10. Then we've got Yuki Tsunoda and Lance Stroll, Jack Doohan and Carlos Sainz. Behind them, Fernando Alonso and Isaac Hadjar. Then it's Paul Aron and Gabriel Bortoleto. Penultimate row, it's Esteban Ocon and Alex Albon, followed by Liam Lawson and Pierre Gasly on the back row. And what a change of events that's been. Another front row start for us, and not only that, but a pole position. And I think that was because a bit of rain came in through qualifying, and we were able to take advantage and go out at just the right time. Not only that, though, but Ayrton Senna with a significant comeback. I think he may have taken a penalty, perhaps, for that new engine after he crashed in the sprint race, and has managed to replace some pretty key worn components and put it all the way up there in P3. So we'll see where he ends up at the end of this race. Let's get on with it. So then, how will we fend against Max Verstappen here? Will Ollie Behrman pick up a point? As he stands at the moment, he will in that constructors' battle. Haas really need every point they can get as we get away very cleanly down towards turn 1, and we held the lead into turn 1 over our teammate. Max Verstappen holds second, Ayrton Senna holds third. There's a bit of a battle going on between Russell and Meyer for that P4, but we're getting away cleanly here. Powering down towards Verstappen corner. We might be able to force him out wide if he tries it, but we're not going to. He stays behind us for the time being as the exploding curbs return. Not quite to the same extent as they did in Season 1, but there they are indeed as we now go up the hill and try and gap Verstappen here through Sector 2. This is the part of the circuit that we are magnificently fast at compared to the AI, and the only part of this circuit that we're going to be able to actually make up any kind of ground whatsoever. On this opening lap, though, Verstappen definitely opening up that battery and using as much as he has available to him. Has managed to keep it quite close to the back of us now within 3 attempts as we come through the final corner. Up the hill we go. And I think this is going to be a very easy overtake for Max Verstappen, because he's going to have the slipstream and the highest straight line speed as we come down towards the start-finish line onto lap 2. Can we hold it just for the entire lap? Yes, we do. But Verstappen up the inside into turn 1. and we have to put up with a P2 for the time being. And it looks like Callie Mayer held on to that P4 as well against George Russell. Ollie Behrman making up positions into P9 as well. We'll keep an eye on the rest of the top 10 throughout this race as we fail to get past Max Verstappen on the DRS straight. And we rejoin at the end of lap 4, but Verstappen not quite having the same run of luck that he has in the past as we trade fastest lap with him, I think for the second or third time at this point in the Grand Prix. And we have managed to stay with him all the way up until lap 11. Here we are. He's definitely suffering up there. I think he may be running a worn component again on that car to save him having a penalty. And as a result, he is struggling to get the lap times out as we come down towards his favourite corner. And you think you know what's coming as we come up the hill. A little snap of the rear there as we try to get the power down. It's not going to cost us anything though as we start closing in up the hill. Verstappen going very slow as the tyre wear is starting to kick in now. And we dive to the inside and up into first position. Once again, Verstappen done a great job at keeping our lead warm for the past few laps. But we retake the lead as we rejoin at the beginning of lap 12. We managed to hold up Verstappen just about in the run down towards turn 1. But I think he's going to have another look here as we come down here. Is he? No, he's not going to go up the inside. I thought he was going to have another look there, but he didn't. And maybe we'll see just how much ground we can eke out over him as we come through here. You can see the gap forming already. I think it's not until we get under the braking zone down here around the American Express logo that he's actually able to gain back any of that time. Of course, the side effect of going into first is that I've been slightly sloppy every time I get past Max Verstappen around this circuit. It seems that I just cannot drive, and we'll probably see a bit more of that later on as he's closed the gap up to 3 tenths now. He shouldn't have been able to do that because officially I think we are faster, but there you go. Apparently my performance is not adequate as he goes back past us into the lead on lap 13. And as we join at the end of lap 17, I think it's time for a change, and we will peel into the pit lane with the DRS open, safety first, and we will come in for our hard tyres and take them to the end of the race, full half distance. Who else is in? We've got Senna's in as well, and I'm assuming that's Russell also joining. Antonelli not seeing as much luck as he did the sprint race. He's all the way down in 9th right now. And it's a clean stop for us. Away we go. Well ahead of Senna still. And out we go. I think Norris is only just going through turn 1 as well. There he is. There's Antonelli. So we've got a few cars that we're going to have to fight our way through here as we rejoin. No one behind us. Lewis Hamilton just a little bit further back, so we don't have to concern ourselves with where he is. And we'll chase down Antonelli. This should be an easy one. Up the hill we go. We already got him in the sprint race earlier on at a different part of the circuit. And now it's his turn to be dive-bombed up the inside. And now we chase down Yuki Tsunoda. Lando Norris apparently struggling on the tyres as well, holding up Yuki Tsunoda of all people. As we dive down the inside of Tsunoda as well. We just completely outclassed the AI in this section of circuit. One of the few places on the entire calendar that we're actually faster than most of the AI. As we now get past Lando Norris. Perhaps a mistake there, not waiting for the DRS as we now watch Verstappen coming out of the pit box. And where is he going to come out in terms of where we are? There we go through turn 1. I think he may have this one as he comes through the twisty pit exit. And out onto the circuit he goes, and we're only just coming around the corner, but we've got no DRS to try and fight him. So we basically have returned to the positions we were in before this started, and we will chase him down. Maybe we can get him on the hill, as we've done a few times already. We're closing in as he warms up the tyres, and we are not going to go for it just yet. Sit behind him, but intimidate by driving up to the back of him. And this is where we sit for several laps, but it's lap 26 nearly finished. We've saved up some battery. This might be a good opportunity to try and get past and gap him. He's not got anything to worry about from Senna behind, but if we can just break DRS, then I think we can probably hold this lead to the end as we steam down towards him. Through turn 1 we go. Very slow through here. I know we are cutting the corner slightly through turn 2, but Verstappen monstrously slow through the first couple of corners, and that allows us to get past without any issue whatsoever. In fact, actually pulling a DRS pass on Max Verstappen, which we've not been able to do basically very often throughout this entire season. Unfortunately, though, my driving ability has suddenly gone to pot, as you saw that slide just now. We come in through here fairly well, but run the car quite wide, and then for some reason feel the need to drive over the grass, and it's only just costing us time as we make another lock up there, run wide as we make the little dive down the bowl hill up to the final corner. We've got some lap cars up ahead. I think that's Paul Aaron, Isaac Hadjar and Liam Lawson in the battle for last. And Verstappen, well within DRS range still, unsurprisingly, with that horrendous display after we got past him, is now going to have another look at getting back past, and up the inside he goes without any problems whatsoever. A little bit of time, I think, is required to sit and think about what we're going to do here and time the overtake properly, but also try and get the skill under control after we get past him. Perhaps, though, that's not going to be the case here as we chase him down again. I think we're going to go for another move up the inside, but closing in on the run up the hill, and on the brakes we go once again. And I think what was going through my mind at this point is that there's blue flag cars up ahead, and Verstappen might get DRS from one of them. It turns out that's not the case, unless this game is bugged, which I wouldn't be surprised if it is. We didn't get DRS from them, but at this point I believe we would. So I've basically been trying to fight him as much as possible. Through we go in turn 1. The battle for last is approaching up ahead. Verstappen, though, is still holding this lead and not getting the DRS for the time being, thankfully, and won't at all unless we go past him. But as we chase him down, we'll see how much we can close up on the 3 ahead, who are not going particularly fast anyway, but will not be... we'll be battling away as we dive down towards the inside of Verstappen. Another position gained. And we rejoin. That's Paul Aaron. I think we've just gotten past there. He's dropped that quite a lot to allow us through. And we chase down the next two, the two RBs. As Verstappen again goes to the outside, but we might hold on to the inside line through turn 1. Yes, we do. Keeping him behind as long as possible to actually compromise this line just enough there. Looks like Callie Mayers has DNF'd as well. We'll have a look at what happened to her in just a moment as we go down the next DRS straight. Verstappen closing in again. He's obviously saved up the battery quite a lot here, but it's not helped him just yet. And maybe this time I can get my sloppy driving under control and put out a 1 second lead over Verstappen as we now watch what happened to Callie Mayer just a few minutes ago. Coming down the DRS straight all on her own in P5, and all on her own is where she will be when this car inevitably breaks down, and off she goes into the wilderness. Who knows where, but there she goes. There's a marshal post right there. Off she goes to that, and we rejoin, getting past Hadjar or Lawson. It's one of them. I think it's Lawson. So we're past the battle for last. Verstappen, oh, nearly onto the grass there. Contact just a few millimeters away, but we've managed to avoid it for now. We don't want to be taking our teammate out at this crucial point in the season, because otherwise that would just ruin it. This is the onboard of Verstappen as we squeeze him out wide, and he was willing to go out onto the artificial grass. Imagine if there was a barrier there. That would have been horrendous. Straight into that. With the damage mod as well, he probably would have taken out the RBs and Paul Aaron behind us as they came through. Senna probably would have gone on to win this race, which actually sounds pretty amazing. I should have done that. But Here we go. We're chasing down Doohan. We're going to dive to the inside again. I think at this point we still think that Max Verstappen might get DRS from one of these drivers. But he still won't. We chase down Doohan, hoping that we might get DRS ourselves from the back marker and try and use that as an opportunity to escape. But Doohan has other ideas, apparently, and allows us through. And up the hill we will go once again. We've got another battle going on up ahead of us between Bortoleto. We've got, I think that's Esteban Ocon, and I'm assuming Lance Stroll. Unless Alonso's having a really bad race. There goes Verstappen again. Straight back past us. 4 laps to go. Bit of a lock-up for Verstappen, but 4 laps to go for the Dutchman to try and hold that position. It's championship vital for both of us that we get these points. For him to try and basically put the nail in the coffin of our championship hopes. For us to cling on one race longer in the hope that Nico Hülkenberg can lift the Drivers' Champion trophy ahead of Max Verstappen's retirement. As we come through, once again up the inside of Max Verstappen. And through the bowl we go. Esteban Ocon up ahead in the battle for whatever position that they're running in right now. Here's the onboard. Once again up the inside. And this time Verstappen trying to come back at us through the bowl. It's compromised him slightly, but again, sloppy on the exit, and that could have cost us. Once again, it's just allowed him to stay just about within range of getting DRS. And I think this is the point where I've realised that I am not getting DRS for the guys ahead of us. So Verstappen can be allowed past without any fear at this point. But we still, of course, want to win the race as we try to compromise him once again. On the run down to Verstappen corner, we got the battle ahead. Moving out of the way, Ocon and Bortoleto moving aside, and then Lance Stroll up ahead. Now we are somewhat cautious of Stroll, given the fact that he wiped out our front wing in Mexico in Season 1 when we tried to lap him. But there he goes, he's out of the way this time. As we charge down the pit straight. 2 laps to go. Verstappen to the inside once more. We squeeze him across, but he doesn't get phased whatsoever as we come through turn 1 and now into turn 2. Verstappen holds the lead once again. Down the next DRS straight we go. We're going to get a chance to catch up here and presumably have another look up the inside at the top of the hill. As we power down towards Verstappen's favourite corner, holding our position as best we can within 4 tenths. We don't want to drop too far back. Otherwise, we're not going to have a good shot at him on the final lap as we stay line astern behind Verstappen for now as we come through with 1.5 laps to go. All over the back of Verstappen through Sector 2 when we're actually driving properly. We're much faster than him through here. The only place he's gaining is on the straight and out of this corner because of his higher top speed and his traction control. As he goes up the hill, there he goes, pulling away slightly now, but this is crucial for the final lap around Sao Paulo. We get the DRS and we begin our chase of Max Verstappen. Across the line we go, onto lap 36, into turn 1. Verstappen not going to get the DRS at all. Goes pretty slowly there. We're able to close up quite nicely through turn 1 onto the second DRS straight. Down we go. We're chasing the Renault of Pierre Gasly up ahead. That could play into this battle further on. We're going to use our favourite overtaking spot, though, to our advantage as we come up the hill. Closing in on Verstappen. We're all the way over the back of him here as we come up the inside. And Nico Hülkenberg takes the lead once again. Sliding all over the place as we go through there. Just about hanging on to the car as we go through past Verstappen. The tyres screaming at this point. Verstappen nearly rear-ending us there as he desperately tries to find his way back past with just a few corners to go. Down the hill we go into the final corner. The Renault up ahead better not be in the way as we come powering up the hill towards the finish line. 5 tenths now. Verstappen might still get us here as he gets the DRS. It's going to be a drag race to the finish line as Nico Hülkenberg claims victory just about the head of his teammate. Across the line. I'll be interested to see what the split time was for that one. But he's clearly very happy. He's trying to break his wheel off at the moment. What is he doing? Just stop doing that. It can't be that good. And I'm pretty sure you don't have power steering either, so that must be breaking your wrist. As he's congratulated by Ayrton Senna. The crowd probably would have been happier to see him on the top step of the podium, but it doesn't matter. Nico Hülkenberg claws back 8 points total over the weekend against rival Max Verstappen. We're now 2 races to go and one sprint race, which is going to be happening next week in Qatar. Let's get on with the race results and the Drivers' Championship. So here are the results of the weekend. Nico Hülkenberg picking up the maximum 33 points, and somehow Max Verstappen not scored anything in the sprint race, scoring 0, despite the fact he very clearly finished second. Very interesting indeed. George Russell takes his points and second overall for the weekend, followed by Kimi Antonelli, Ayrton Senna, Lewis Hamilton, Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, Fernando Alonso, Yuki Tsunoda, and Carlos Sainz all scoring points. And as for those race results, Nico Hülkenberg, Max Verstappen, Ayrton Senna, George Russell, Kimi Antonelli, Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton, Yuki Tsunoda, Fernando Alonso, and Carlos Sainz make up the top 10. And there it is, less than 2 tenths between Nico Hülkenberg and Max Verstappen at the finish line. So over to the Drivers' Championship then, and it's now just a 3-point lead for Nico Hülkenberg after the bug which caused Max Verstappen to score nothing in the sprint. Further down the order, we have Charles Leclerc, Ayrton Senna, George Russell, Lando Norris, Lewis Hamilton, Kimi Antonelli, Calimere, and Yuki Tsunoda rounding out the top 10. Further down the order, we have Alex Albon, Carlos Sainz, Fernando Alonso, Esteban Ocon, Gabriel Bortoleto, Pierre Gasly, and Lance Stroll the final point scorers, with Isaac Hadjar, Paul Aron, Ollie Behrman, Liam Lawson, and Jack Doohan yet to score. Over to the Constructors' Championship then, and Slothz take very easily won this Constructors at this stage over McLaren in second. Then it's a short jump back to Ferrari in third, and Mercedes are very close behind in fourth. Then we have Red Bull breaking the 100 points mark, followed by Williams in sixth. Aston Martin now took the lead into P7 between that battle with them, Haas and Audi, who are still tied for 8th. Then we have Alpine and RB running out the rest of the field. And that's all for this video. I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 with the Slothz Tech team. It's the penultimate race of the season, and it looks like this is going to be the penultimate durability upgrade that we need to throw on this car before the end of this season as well. Moving over to development, and this time we've been graced by the Codemaster gods. They've allowed us 2 races before the end of the season to actually start developing the car. So we've got some changes in aerodynamics and in the powertrain. But thankfully now we've got basically everything unlocked on the engineering department. So we can just power our way through these, and we'll just throw a whole bunch of them on right now. It's going to take us a few days, but I'm not entirely convinced with the accuracy of those of the amount of time it says it's going to take. So we'll just see how we get on, and we'll have a load of time between Qatar and Abu Dhabi to try and get some extra ones sorted out for next season as well. And we move on through the order we go, and apparently back in time for a moment there, if you can believe it, over to the corporate facility, another sponsor that we're never going to see, unfortunately. And there we go, some more of those departments. I think the corporate department's maxed out now, if anybody was actually wondering about that, because I don't really show that on the channel at all. But we've hit max on there, and I think personnel is very close as well now. But back over to development, throwing some more aero upgrades on there for next season. They're going to finish just after the last race, and we'll get most of these all done. So there's only going to be a few that we're not going to be able to get finished. These 2 will definitely do. Looks like we're not going to get them until after this race anyway, so that's all fine. And then back over, moving on through to the Qatar Grand Prix. Let's get on with this. We've got a sprint today as well. So then it is down to the sprint race first, and it's very close in the championship as things stand at the moment. Just single digits separate Max Verstappen and Nico Hülkenberg. One man is competing for his 5th World Championship, the other for his first, after potentially the most fluky season, with Max Verstappen's durability being horrendous in the second half of the season. But anyway, don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button and turn on that notification bell as well, so you can see how things pan out into the final race of the season, and also how things are on in Season 3 as we move onto the starting grid. We had to nerf ourselves at this race last time because of how fast we were, and we've done it again. George Russell and Charles Leclerc will lead the sprint away from the front row. No sign of Max Verstappen, though, interestingly. There he is, lining up in third alongside Kalle Meyer. Then it's Kimi Antonelli and Lewis Hamilton. Behind them, we've got Nico Hülkenberg and Lando Norris. And rounding out the top 10 is Ayrton Senna and Alex Albon. Then we've got Yuki Tsunoda and Fernando Alonso, Carlos Sainz and Esteban Ocon, Liam Lawson and Paul Aaron, Pierre Gasly and Isaac Hadjar, Gabriel Bortoleto and Lance Stroll on the penultimate row, and then it's Jack Doohan and Ollie Behrman rounding out the rest of the field. So Max Verstappen, for whatever reason, apparently has not been able to get onto the front row at this race, and I would have thought that he would have been able to. I can't remember exactly what I did for this sprint race. It was a while ago that I recorded this one, and I have a feeling I might have just not used the ERS throughout the entire lap, and that was how I managed to get 7th. Otherwise, I was like 7 tenths faster than all the other AI, which is just really odd, because around some other circuits, as you've seen over the course of this season, I've been absolutely terrible in comparison, but here, no problems whatsoever. So we should be cutting our way through the field without any problems at all. So I will definitely be using the ERS throughout this race to at least try and win it, because we need every point we can get in this Drivers' Championship. And we are away here. Not a great start, though, as Ayrton Senna tries to make his way past us on the left-hand side, and Norris gets past too. We're going to dive to the inside now and get back past the pair of them into 7th once again. Can we get past Lewis Hamilton as well? Not quite. We're all over the back of him, though, as we ride on board. Lando Norris now trying to find his way back past us and does not have the speed to move away. We've got a yellow flag. I think someone's broken down already. At the back, looks like the Aston Martin. We'll have a look at that. Is Lance Stroll has broken down after 2 corners of the Qatar Grand Prix sprint race. This is the onboard, and through he goes. Loses the rear slightly. Oh, interesting. I think he might have had a bit of Verstappen suspension damage, like we saw in Hungary, and has actually become eliminated. As we now rejoin the battle. This is for third, for fourth, Kimi Antonelli getting the best of Hamilton and Meyer as they go down the pit straight. There'll be DRS on the next go around, though, as we follow on. A bit of a train forming behind the battle now as the 3 leaders start to run away. Charles Leclerc, interestingly, is up there with those leaders, having not really done anything all season until now. As we dive to the inside of Hamilton, the other Ferrari, of course, also been nowhere for basically the entire season, despite the fact that Ferrari could have won it last year. In fact, they were the Constructors' Champions in last season, and somehow Charles Leclerc did manage to bin the championship at this race last season as well. But yeah, this season they've definitely not been the same, but we'll follow, see if we can catch up to Charles Leclerc in just a moment. We've still got to get past the Red Bull and the Mercedes as we throw our way around the circuit. A very enjoyable circuit to drive, it has to be said, but definitely not the most interesting to watch because there's just no opportunity for overtaking. Can we get Max Verstappen's fastest lap? We don't. Probably because we're on the mediums for some reason. We do get past Kimi Antonelli, though, up into 5th. Just about hanging on in there as we run a little bit wide over the curve, but no one has stopped us, and we take away 5th place from the Italian and rejoin at the end of lap 3, coming on to 4, and we're all over the back of Kalle Meyer. Max Verstappen again setting a fastest lap. We don't get one this time, unfortunately, due to our battle with Antonelli. But we might have a chance this go around, given that we've got the DRS slipstream down the pit straight. I don't think we're going to see whether or not we do get it, though, as we watch from afar. We've caught Charles Leclerc already, and he is outside of DRS, out of the DRS window from George Russell, and will be a sitting duck here. Ferrari on Ferrari power unit, and Leclerc doing a little dance of frustration as we make our way back past. And there is the battle. Up ahead, George Russell, once again, as he was with last season, an impressive resurgence. But can he actually turn it into a win? We'll have to wait and find out. This is Pierre Gasly, potentially about to break down exactly the same way as his teammate did here last season. And there he goes, off to the side of the circuit. And funnily enough, in the same place. And I'm pretty certain Jack Doohan also destroyed that meter board as well when he did the exact same thing. In fact, if I remember rightly, Pierre Gasly was the one that spun in this race last year. And it was Doohan who retired. As we now watch Isaac Hadjar at the same section of the circuit, breaking down as well. I'm guessing that the board he was going to smash into, yes, isn't there anymore. So there's nothing for him. And he will go and join Pierre Gasly at the exact same point of the circuit. Go and have some, well, probably not drinks. This is a dry country. They'll go and do something together, though. Maybe they'll go on that Ferris wheel and watch the race. As we take a huge amount of curb there around the final corner and start our pursuit of George Russell onto lap 9. We're running out of time here. We've been wasting a lot of it as we're right on the limiter now as we come down towards turn 1. Up the inside of Russell we go. And I think we're going to have this one pretty much sorted here as we hold the race in line. Russell's not going up, though, as he tries to fight back, and it's just not going to happen through turn 2. And now we go off in pursuit of our teammate, who has not been dominant here all weekend and lost that front row start. Here's the onboard from Russell. Tries to defend the inside and then gets shunted out onto the dirty part of the circuit. Just about enough room given to him. And then a bit of a squeeze there and some contact, I think, as we came through turn 2. But I don't think it's affected him too much at all. He is still right behind us as we now get into the slipstream of Max Verstappen. To the outside we go with barely any battery left. Can we make it round? I think Verstappen started losing the rear a little bit there from the tyre wear being on the softs, and we get round him without any problem whatsoever. And this is it. Well, there's no way he's going to get past us again before the end of the race. So that will be, as things stand so far, well, we'll watch the onboard first as Verstappen sees us coming and has no way. Yeah, he is sliding out a little wide there, actually. He has no way to defend from that. The mediums just held out so much longer. And we will reel him in, not by much, just one singular point. So, I mean, every little helps, I suppose. There's still up to 50 points on offer for the winner of the Qatar Grand Prix and Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, if we can get them both. I'm not confident about the second one, but we should get the first. There's the race win in the sprint for Nico Hülkenberg, and we'll see where everybody else finished up in just a second. We also managed to get hold of driver of the day as well. Would you look at that? And over to the race results. It's Nico Hülkenberg, Max Verstappen, George Russell, Charles Leclerc, Kimi Antonelli, Lewis Hamilton, Callie Mayer, and Lando Norris, who will round out the point scorers here. And we will get over to the full race to see where everyone else finishes right now. So then it's down to the main event. Thankfully no rain, and I'd be surprised if there was at a circuit like this, as we'll get, well, I can't imagine that there's a huge amount of rain that ever occurs in the Qatari deserts, and not that the Qatari desert is that big anyway. So the chances of that rain coming in pretty slim anyway. So don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button and turn on that notification bell as well once again, so you can get updated on all of the fantastic weather reporting going on across the Formula 1 calendar. And we will get on with the starting grid, as once again we did have to nerf ourselves to stop us beating everyone by a country mile. And on the front row is Max Verstappen. He's regained his pride, and he will start alongside Charles Leclerc, who just misses out on pole position once again here in Qatar. Then we have George Russell and Lando Norris, Nico Hülkenberg and Kimi Antonelli, Ayrton Senna and Yuki Tsunoda, with Alex Albon and Carlos Sainz rounding out the top 10. Behind them, it's Callie Mayer and Lewis Hamilton, Fernando Alonso and Lance Stroll. Behind them, Paul Aaron and Esteban Ocon, Jack Doohan and Gabriel Bortoleto. Penultimate row, it is Pierre Gasly and Ollie Behrman. And finally, it's Isaac Hadjar and Liam Lawson in the RBs at the back. It's not looking likely that the RBs are going to score a single point in this season, but do keep an eye on the Aston Martins, who are just outside of the top 10, just in that battle for 7th in the Constructors. No one's catching Red Bull from that lower half of the pack at this point, but certainly Aston Martin are in with a very decent shot now of taking away that 7th place from Haas, and I don't think Alpine are going to get anywhere near close to getting that position either, so watch out for them. So then, this is where we need to make the results happen, and we've got just 4 places to make up to get the best result that we can here as we get underway. And it's an awful start as we try and find the traction down towards turn 1. We lose a place to Kimi Antonelli already, as it looks as though George Russell and Lando Norris are butting heads up ahead. We bump into the back of Kimi Antonelli and dive to the inside through turn 2 as we try to find our way back past him. And we're back to where we started as we now chase Russell and Norris, getting boxed in here between the two of them, and have the follow on up ahead. Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen starting to pull out a very, very small gap. But as we saw from the previous sprint race, it's not going to be the biggest problem for us right now, this early on in a 29-lap race. But we rejoin at the end of the first lap, running all over the road at the moment, and looks as though the Mercedes is struggling slightly here, as it appears he's dropped back. Russell has dropped back from Lando Norris up ahead, and it looks as though we've managed to gap Kimi Antonelli as well, slightly as well. So we will get on the power and get past George Russell down towards turn 1. Russell not challenging for that P2 like he was in the sprint. But maybe we'll see him up on the podium a bit later, as we now rejoin on lap 3, chasing down Lando Norris this time, who is, I think, just about outside of the DRS window from Charles Leclerc, and Leclerc only barely within the window from Verstappen. So we are having no trouble once again getting past Lando Norris. Around the outside we go into turn 1. And now we are back in that podium fight, just 1.5 seconds off of Charles Leclerc, as we watch the onboard of Norris try to find his way through. He did have the better line, but unfortunately for him, it's not going to work out for him. As we now join on lap 7. Definitely relaxing at this point. We don't need to push. Not as much as we did in the sprint race, since we have plenty of time and we know we're the quicker car anyway, so we can afford to sit tight for a little bit, running wide actually, so I guess the tyres are starting to feel a little bit of pressure as we push the car to keep up with everyone. But on to the pit straight we go, and Charles Leclerc actually still within the DRS window from Max Verstappen, but he's being reeled in ever so slowly, and we're slightly late on the brakes there. Leclerc, I think, nearly just lost the rear as he went through turn 1, managed to catch the car, and we managed to get up into P2, and now begins the pursuit of our teammate for those ever valuable points as we round that double right-hander and rejoin at the end of lap 13, coming down Towards the pit entrance we go. And Verstappen is right in front of us now. Right within our clutches. But we're not going to go just yet. We're going to dive to the pit lane and get some new tyres on the car. And I'll be interested to see where we come out in all of this. Looking down the timing board, potentially, we're not going to have too much problems from the faster cars behind us. Looks as though they are in as well. And off we go. So I'm guessing we're going to come out somewhere in 7th or 8th here. There goes Hamilton. And we've got a P6, actually. That's not too bad. That's Carlos Sainz. Or Alex Albon. Alex Albon, potentially. Yep, coming through. Should capture Charles Leclerc behind him. And just a lap later, in comes Verstappen. But where are we? We did come out into clean air. So we didn't have any problems with traffic. And where does he come out? Here we come down the pit straight. There's Alex Albon coming into the pit lane behind. Multiple others boxing too. And we are ahead at lap 16. Over halfway through now. Even though we seem to be struggling for grip there. Through turn 1. And we continue on. Verstappen definitely not letting this go. He's caught up within the DRS window as he comes through turn 1. Oh, no, he's lost the rear. Oh, it's happened again. Oh, that Max Verstappen. Oh, he's hit the wall this time. Oh, unbelievable. It was just one season ago that Charles Leclerc, in contention for the title, spun the car at that same corner. Only he kept it going. Max Verstappen is going to have to come in. This is the onboard of Max Verstappen throwing the championship as he just stamps the power, well, actually a couple of times there. And unfortunately, I guess Charles Leclerc didn't have the damage mod to deal with. That slight touch has broken off most of the flaps on the front wing. And off go the hards. He's putting the softs on for some reason. He's not going to make it to the end on those softs. Especially if they're the ones he used in qualifying. And he will come out. Max Verstappen at the back of the grid behind Ollie Behrman and Liam Lawson. And that is just unfortunate, I suppose. That this is where the championship could be won. I think we are actually ahead in the Drivers' Championship at this point. So, not great for him. And he will get past his former Red Bull comrade, Liam Lawson, up into 21st. Can you believe it? Oh, I think he's going for both of them. He's going around the outside. He's hit Behrman as well as he tries to go around the outside. Or did Behrman run wide? I don't really know. But either way, he's probably just damaged the front wing even more now. And he's got to pack up ahead of Bortoletto and Hadjar and I think Stroll. There's the onboard. He just turned in. Perhaps slightly surprised by the amount of oversteer that he had off that new set of softs. And this is where the decision was made. Nico Hülkenberg, we're not doing it again. We are not winning a championship because our rival messed up at this circuit, especially at the same corner. We have slowed down and we will be coming in for a set of soft tyres. We will come out somewhere and wait for Verstappen to come past. And then it's a race to pick up 10th, I guess, and see who can outscore each other. There's Verstappen right now. He's still stuck behind Lance Stroll as he comes up towards the triple right-hander. Is he going to go to the inside here? No, he's not quite close enough, so he has to sit behind them. I'm pretty sure that Audi is immensely slow as well. So this will be holding him up even more than he would like. But as he rounds the penultimate corner, there's some other cars up ahead as well. We've got Jack Doohan and Paul Aaron in the next batch. And actually all the way up to Fernando Alonso. As I just saw Nico Hülkenberg come out of the pit lane now. As Verstappen going for another double move down into turn 1. He's going to go past Stroll around the outside of Isaac Hadjar. Potentially nearly making contact with Isaac Hadjar as well there as he exits turn 1. And now chases after Gabriel Bortoletto. There is Nico Hülkenberg awaiting the arrival of Verstappen. And where will they finish this race? There is 8 laps to go. 8 laps to try and claw back, at a very achievable 8 laps to get back to the points. There's Verstappen now, getting past Hulkenberg, and it looks as though on the mini-map we've actually been given a free position already as someone is breaking down. It is the McLaren who has stopped at the pit entry, and it's Ayrton Senna ending another race disappointingly after that excellent result he had in Brazil. I thought he might have been having a bit of a resurgence, but he certainly has not. And so we will move up into 16th and 17th, and potentially we'll get 15th as well once Bortoleto has passed the broken down McLaren. There we go. Verstappen goes to the inside of Bortoleto down towards turn 1, but we're closing in rapidly as well as we come down towards the braking zone. Will we have a look at the inside as well of Verstappen? No, it's not going to happen this time, and we get past Bortoleto without any troubles. And this was Ayrton Senna just a few moments ago, rounding the final corner, and unfortunately for him, not making it back to the pits, but it's not very far to push that car. And interestingly, that actually gifted a podium to George Russell, assuming he can stay there anyway. Verstappen now chasing down Esteban Ocon. This is for P14. And looking up the order, after we get to Alonso, it is potentially going to be a bit harder to catch the Williams. So basically, this is a race for that final point, and we chase down the Haas. Once again, Verstappen to the inside, in towards turn 1, and we will follow as well. But we're going to be late on the brakes there as we dive up the inside of our teammate as well. We're not going to let this one slide. We are going to try and get past him as well. He does get past us, though. Back up the inside into turn 2. And we chase after 2 more slow cars. We've got Paul Aaron and Jack Doohan. Jack Doohan, of course, being perhaps the worst driver I've ever seen in a Formula 1 My Team career. Failing to score basically constantly, and also seems to take a penalty at every single race that he takes part in at the moment. But here he is in P13, which actually, unlucky, seems to be the best place for him to be in. And getting past these 2, you can see on the mini-map we are not that far behind Fernando Alonso now. We should have plenty of time to catch him and scrap over that P10 position. We come through the triple right-hander, running quite wide there over the curb. We're going to lose a bit of time to our teammates, but through we go in the penultimate corner and into the final one. Can we close up again? Yes, we can. And we're closing really close up to the back of Verstappen. Verstappen peels into the pit lane. What did I say earlier on? There was no way he was going to get to the end of this race on that used set of soft tyres. And I was absolutely right, actually. Up ahead, Paul Aaron nearly getting overtaken by Jack Doohan there. As we watch Verstappen coming in. It's a slow stop as well. It looks as though, well, it looks like the entire pit crew were doing that in slow motion, but Verstappen rejoins at the back once again, and so it lies with us now to try and secure glory. Can we catch Fernando Alonso? We're going to dive to the inside of Doohan, and that's P13 taken away from that Alpine driver. And we chase down Paul Aaron then. It looks like Pierre Gasly's not that far ahead as well, as we now follow through the final corner. I thought we'd just watched that part already, but I'm losing my mind, quite literally. We get past Paul Aaron up into P12. There's a 1.7 gap to Pierre Gasly up ahead. We should be able to easily close that up over the course of a single lap. As we now watch George Russell. What is going on here with George Russell? Coming down the pit lane, or the pit straight he goes, and George Russell, after being gifted a podium by Ayrton Senna's broken down McLaren, has himself broken down, and that will be triggering some warnings in the Middle East, seeing that amount of smoke, as the US Navy is in the area as well. On to lap 25 then. Pierre Gasly will lose P11 as we dive to the inside through the final corner. Up ahead is Fernando Alonso sitting on, well, I guess he isn't in the final point position anymore because George Russell is DNF'd at the end of the straight, and somewhere, he's somewhere off to the side. We're up at the P10, 1 point gained for Nico Hülkenberg. Can we make it 2? And we've got plenty of time. If we can't get past Fernando Alonso at this point, there is something wrong with me. Let's watch as we chase the Spaniard in that Aston Martin. Max Verstappen sets the fastest lap. It means nothing at this point for the man who is, well, you can see he's just come through turn 1 on the minimap now. That is how far behind Oliver Behrman he is. So he is not going to be scoring any reputation points here. That's for sure. Although he has, by the end of lap 29, as we are on now, he's managed to close up just outside of the DRS window from Behrman. So to his credit, he was going quite fast. But we've got 2 points. We've got a triple right-hander and 1 left and the final corner to go. Can we catch Albon? We're closing in rapidly as we absolutely throw the car through here. The Williams up ahead is not that great. Although it does seem to sit like around the top 10 spot most of the time. As we cross the line, we don't get that position away from Alex Albon, but we do retain the lead going into the final race of the season in Abu Dhabi, and Max Verstappen once again scores nothing here in Qatar. And Charles Leclerc, after 1 season ago throwing the championship at this race, manages to take a win. Yes, Max Verstappen screwed up. Yes, Nico Hülkenberg let him pass. But Charles Leclerc was there at the time when he needed to be. He took full advantage of that opportunity and has taken it through to the end of the race. And Kimi Antonelli also making it onto the podium at the expense of his teammates. So here we are with the race results, or the weekend results, I should say. Charles Leclerc picking up 30 points over the course of the weekend, followed by Kimi Antonelli, Lando Norris, Carly Mayer, Lewis Hamilton, Nico Hülkenberg, Yuki Tsunoda, Max Verstappen, George Russell, Carlos Sainz, Alex Albon and Fernando Alonso all picking up points. And as for the race results, it's Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, Kimi Antonelli, Carly Mayer, Yuki Tsunoda, Lewis Hamilton, Carlos Sainz, Alex Albon, Nico Hülkenberg and Fernando Alonso. So over to the Drivers' Championship, Nico Hülkenberg doubles his point difference by 3 points, up to 6 over teammate Max Verstappen, meaning that we will need to win the next race in Abu Dhabi to clinch the title, potentially. Further down the order, we have Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, George Russell, Ayrton Senna, Kimi Antonelli, Lewis Hamilton, Carly Mayer and Yuki Tsunoda rounding out the top 10. Behind them, Alex Albon and Carlos Sainz tied on 29 points. Then Fernando Alonso, Esteban Ocon, Gabriel Bortoleto, Pierre Gasly and Lance Stroll the final point scorers, with Isaac Hadjar, Paul Aaron, Ollie Behrman, Liam Lawson and Jack Doohan rounding out the rest of the field. And over to the Constructors' Championship, Slothz, of course, have won by a massive amount of points over McLaren, who are now in second, just 4 points ahead of Ferrari. Mercedes slot into a very solid 4th, ahead of a very solid Red Bull in 5th. Then we have Williams taking 6th position ahead of Aston Martin, who lead that battle for 7th. TGR, Haas and Audi now tied for 8th. Behind them is Alpine in 10th. And then finally it's Racing Bulls on 0. That's all for this video. I'll catch you for the final race in Abu Dhabi. So then it comes down to this, the final race of the season here in Abu Dhabi. Nico Hülkenberg holding a 6-point advantage over teammate Max Verstappen as we come into this race. If Max Verstappen wins this race, he will win the championship. If Nico Hülkenberg wins, he will win the championship. However, if Max Verstappen finishes second, Nico Hülkenberg will just need to finish third to clinch the title. I couldn't be bothered to figure out where we fit should any of us have issues further down the order. So don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button and turn on that notification bell as well for more masterful insights on the Formula 1 season as we get on to the final starting grid of the season. And kicking things off on the front row, we have Lewis Hamilton and Yuki Tsunoda out of nowhere have come in and taken away the front row from everyone else. Behind them, we have George Russell and Nico Hülkenberg, Ayrton Senna and Max Verstappen, Cali Meyer and Pierre Gasly, Alex Albon and Fernando Alonso. Further down the order is Lando Norris and Jack Doohan, Esteban Ocon and Lance Stroll, Gabriel Bortoleto and Carlos Sainz, Paul Aron and Charles Leclerc. And on the penultimate row, we've got Ollie Behrman and Kimi Antonelli, followed by the two RBs of Isaac Hadjar and Liam Lawson. And if anybody can explain to me in the comments of why replacing my entire power unit for both myself, Nico Hülkenberg, and Max Verstappen resulted in both of us starting in the top 10, then I think you deserve a medal, because I was under the impression that we would be both starting at the back of the grid. But for some reason, the FIA decided that wasn't the case today, and we will start 4th and 6th. Was it 6th? He's starting behind me. That's what's important. But neither of us are at the back, so this isn't going to be a challenge to see who can race to the top 10 like it was in Qatar. This is going to be a brutal Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. So then my plan had failed to start us at the back. We must defend like a lion through 29 laps of the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. As we get underway here down towards turn 1 we go. We've already lost a position to Ayrton Senna around the outside as we come to the inside. Max Verstappen trying to make his way through down the middle of us, and Cali Meyer loses out significantly there as we make our way down towards the hairpin, right on the back of Ayrton Senna. I'm going to try and take away that P4 back to the rightful owner, Nico Hülkenberg. Up the inside we go, and we get that position done. Max Verstappen still holding P7 behind Cali Meyer, having lost his place earlier on, but he's not going to have any trouble here, beating the Red Bull in a straight line down towards the chicane as he makes contact with Cali Meyer. The pressure's getting to him already, as he might have done some side pod damage to himself there as he snaps her front wing end plate off. And she will tumble down the order, presumably, with hardly any grip. He now goes for a move on Ayrton Senna as well, going round the outside. Sparks flying everywhere. I'm not sure if he made contact again or if that was from the ground. But he moves up into P5, and we will watch the start for Max Verstappen, because he very nearly got wiped out here as we go down towards turn 1. It's a very tight squeeze. He tries it anyway, and doesn't get the result that he wanted. Has to sit behind the Red Bull. Here he is on board, down towards the chicane. Cali Meyer on the right-hand side. And Max Verstappen, I think, tried to take a bit too much curb there, and maybe a bit too ambitious, trying to get past Ayrton Senna as well. This was the onboard from Meyer, who I think potentially might have tried to go a bit too defensive there, and actually a double tap on the rear right tyre there of Max Verstappen as well. Unfortunately, that puts him right behind us now. So we are going to try and make our way past Yuki Tsunoda as quickly as possible, who has lost his front row. God knows what was going on with the grid order here. As I mentioned, I replaced the entire power unit. That must be the reason why Lewis Hamilton and Yuki Tsunoda started on the front row, because let's be honest, based on their performance this season, they'll be nowhere near it. But here they are, and Tsunoda's trying to have another look to go round us. Verstappen holding back for now, has calmed down a bit, potentially trying to charge his batteries up. Further down the order, we've got plenty of action going on. Lando Norris trying to make his way back up. Charles Leclerc and Kimi Antonelli trying to do the same as well, as Tsunoda defends once again from Max Verstappen. And it looks as though he's dropped out of the DRS window as well. So it's going to be an easy pass for Verstappen, but he's going to have to try and make his way past, as I just saw George Russell wiggling around all over the straight there in a battle with Lewis Hamilton for first. What is going on in this race? This has not happened all season. And we rejoin on lap 4 at the same point. George Russell now trying to make another move. Just about gets past Lewis Hamilton on the circuit before moving ahead. And Hamilton will sit tight here and I expect get the DRS on the Mercedes and re-pass him, assuming we don't. Verstappen hanging on there, just a second and a half behind as we try to go for a move on both of them here. Hamilton and Russell defending the outside. We run a little wide. I think we made contact with Russell, but we get the position. Somehow we've got the fastest lap as well, even though Max Verstappen is still running on circuit, and we've got Callie Mayer running at the back with a fresh set of tyres as we come through into the hotel section. And the battle continues behind. Somehow Hamilton just scraped outside of the DRS window and then back into it again on the straight. And that's allowed Russell to slingshot his way back up ahead of us, back up behind us. And now just 0.6 behind. We can gain a ton of time on the AI through the hotel section. But as soon as we get on the straights, they catch up very easily. And looks like Hamilton's vulnerable here. Max Verstappen is trying to find a way through for his final race. I don't know if I've mentioned it, but Max Verstappen will retire at the end of this race. He cannot afford to underperform here, or he will lose out on that 5th title that has eluded him all of last season, at least. As Russell now goes for a move and gets past us without any problem whatsoever with the DRS. We're sneaking around all over the place back there. Despite the fact the tyre temperature settings were changed way earlier on in this season, we do seem to be having some trouble around this circuit with wheel spin anyway, and the car's not very settled whatsoever. But hopefully we can stay on the back of Russell for a little bit longer, as yes, we are on lap 9, and unfortunately it's just not going to happen. We need to come in because these tyres are not working for us, and we will come on to the hard tyres. We just pass over effectively the 1/3 distance. That will allow Hamilton and Verstappen to continue their fight, and I'm sure Verstappen should fairly easily get past that Ferrari this time. We'll know for sure a little bit later as we rejoin, and where are we going to rejoin is the question. And is Charles Leclerc in the pits as well? I think he might be. So we're not the only one who has gone on to this 2-stop strategy, thankfully. We don't have to worry about Jack Doohan right behind us as we now join the battle with Hamilton and Verstappen. And as I predicted, Max Verstappen, no problems getting by. Looks like Senna and Tsunoda are having a little battle as well in the background for P4. And Verstappen up into P2, but dropping further and further back from George Russell the more he battles with the Ferrari. And it looks as though Hamilton's not done with him yet as he tries to go around the outside. No, he doesn't. He backs out of it before the braking zone. And potentially that releases Max Verstappen as we watch Tsunoda and Senna going side by side through the twisty section down towards the hotel. Tsunoda nearly throwing Senna off the circuit there as they come through under the hotel. And Senna goes wide. Oh, he's hit him. He's hit Yuki Tsunoda. Senna lost the rear there. And I think Yuki Tsunoda, yes, he's coming to a stop. That has caused some suspension damage. And we should be coming through. There we are. That's another position gain for us, I guess, which is very convenient. And we're up into P10. We've got Kimi Antonelli up ahead of us. And let's see what happened here with Tsunoda as they come through into the... yeah, he does. Senna loses the rear and snaps the suspension arm for Yuki Tsunoda, or at least causes it to internally implode inside of the front of the car. Interesting stuff, but not the first one we've seen like that this season as we rejoin the battle here for 8th. And we've got a fairly good shot still of gaining up quite a lot of positions despite being on this strategy. Not here, though, apparently. Or maybe we do as we dive to the inside of Carlos Sainz, even. And now we're on the back of Kimi Antonelli. Amazingly, actually had a good exit from that chicane, which doesn't happen very often. And we're up to P8. We've got a 1.3 second gap to Pierre Gasly up ahead, which has just been slashed by 4 tenths. Quite a lot of tenths in a single corner. You see what I mean, where we can gain a lot on the AI. And through here as well, this is a section they particularly seem to struggle with as we close right onto the back of that Renault. And we are really just having trouble following him in the dirty air as we come through up into P7. Onto the final, onto the final lap. Onto lap 13, we've got Alex Albon and Lando Norris up ahead. Of course, Norris started way down the order. He's trying to make up positions. And then we've got a big gap ahead of him up to his teammate Senna, who is dropping further and further back from that podium battle going on. Russell still holds the lead, though, interestingly. Verstappen doesn't appear to have gotten close enough to challenge just yet. But where are we going to fit into this? We, of course, need to get past Albon as quickly as possible. And we'll check in with teammate.
13.9 seconds. They're on old mediums.
And he is not hugely far ahead of us. We've got, we've got another stop to make before the end of this race. So ideally, we catch up to them and come into pits at roughly the same time, if not just after, and can take full advantage. As we watch Lando Norris now, just a few laps. This is still lap 13, so we've really closed up to the back of the McLaren. I have a feeling he's running the medium tyres he started this race on. And through the final corner he goes, and he will not be staying in P5 much longer. I think we might be able to get him here before turn 1, or maybe not. We've got some cars in the pit lane as well. Actually, Verstappen's in, and he's closed up massively on George Russell. Through the pit stop phase, Hamilton looks as though he's still roughly where he was. And let's see how we get on here. We've now inherited P2 from those podium contenders. Alex Albon as well, also remaining out, and so is Kimi Antonelli and Pierre Gasly on the original set of tyres. So at this point, we've just got to try and go as quickly as possible past Lando Norris and hope he does not attempt to repass us. Sliding through the chicane we go. Not the best exit, as Verstappen is now past George Russell and will begin his pursuit of Pierre Gasly, which will not be a very difficult or time-consuming overtake to make. And then presumably the 4 ahead of him are going to come in and he's going to have a clear shot at us. And by lap 18, that is the case. He's free, nearly 4 seconds behind us, but we can't hold this gap for much longer. It's been coming down slowly, and we need to come in for our second stop, losing the rear there slightly. That's going to cost us just a bit of time. And now our hopes lie on George Russell. We need someone else to win this race, and we need to come third. If we can make our way back up to third after this stop, and George Russell can somehow get past Max Verstappen, we win this championship. As we come through the tunnel, we drop down to 7th. Where are the Williams drivers? They are nowhere to be seen, so we have to make up 4 positions. Charles Leclerc is right there. He should be incredibly easy to get past. And then it's Lando Norris, who is miraculously held on to that P5, despite the fact that he started so far down the order. Let's get an update on Verstappen. And Charles Leclerc going very defensive there as we come down towards the chicane. But we're on much fresher rubber than he is. And through we go up into P6. Just 3 more positions to go. You can see where Lewis Hamilton is. That is quite a significant gap that we've got to try and make up. As Charles Leclerc now tries to spoil the fun by going around down the inside. But we're going to get the switch back on him. And we get back into P6. Charles Leclerc on the inside as we head down towards the castle section, the hotel section. But on the brakes, we get him. and start our pursuit of Norris once again. That's going to cost us a few tenths, but it shouldn't be a massive problem. Looking at the mini-map, though, Russell still has not taken the lead as we watch Leclerc coming through the hairpin and running it out wide and losing his position. Do we make contact with him through here? No, we don't. It was very close, though, and you can see we just had that bit of extra grip to help slow the car down there. I think we would have slid off the circuit in another world. But looking down at the mini-map, Verstappen still holds the lead. Lando Norris up ahead will not have DRS from his teammate, who is 4.5 seconds up the road, which presumably means that we've got about a 9-second gap to make up to Lewis Hamilton at this point of the race. Norris is going to go defensive to the inside. We're going to learn from the mistakes of trying to get past Charles Leclerc, and we will remain behind for the next DRS detection zone. And on the power we go. The ERS is so low at this point. We are using as much as we dare, but saving it for the overtakes. We've got 2 more to go as we watch Nico Hulkenberg's championship contention slip away at no fault of his own as we chase down Ayrton Senna. DRS is open for the same pass that we made on Lando Norris just a few laps earlier. To the outside we go, and we sweep around the Brazilian into P4. It's a 5-second gap now to make up to Lewis Hamilton to get to where we need to be to win this championship. But what is George Russell doing at this point? Who knows? Who knows what he's doing? Just a few laps ago, and I think did Senna just pull a drift there? I wasn't looking properly. But we rejoin the fight for P1. George Russell, 3/10 back on Max Verstappen. We need him to make this pass for us to win the championship. And we need him to stay there ideally. And he's going to go for it. He's going to the outside. He does get the pass done on Max Verstappen as he comes into the braking zone. But can Verstappen make a comeback here? I'm presuming he will, because he is going to get the DRS. Open it will go. And he chases after George Russell, who's somehow managed to pull half a second on Verstappen. And it might just be enough as they come towards the hairpin. And Russell stays ahead. Osama bin Russell may have just terrorized Max Verstappen's entire championship. His final championship in Formula 1. And it could have been his 5th title. And Verstappen's hopes and dreams have just been completely annihilated by George Russell as he comes through the chicane. This is the onboard and watches Russell driving off into the sunset. But will he stay there for the long term? We've caught Lewis Hamilton. We still need to make this overtake to win the championship. Where on the mini-map is Russell? Russell's still ahead with 2 laps to go and a few corners. But we still need to get past Hamilton. We can't focus on that for now as we close up rapidly in the braking zone. We're nearly getting the switch back on him like we did on Leclerc earlier as we come down towards the hotel section. On the brakes we go, nearly losing the rear there. We carry so much speed through that section, and you can see the damage to the tyres that Lewis Hamilton's got already as we dive to the inside of Hamilton for another outrageous overtake before the end of this season. And through the penultimate corner we will go into the final corner. We've got 2 laps to go. We need to stay ahead of Hamilton, which shouldn't be that difficult. But where is George Russell? Will he stay ahead? We'll have to find out. This is the onboard of Hamilton watching this horrendous overtake through there as we nearly put him in the wall, Latifi style. And on to the final lap. And George Russell, unbelievably, George Russell, the resurgent Osama bin Russell, has absolutely nuked Max Verstappen's final championship. He needed to win this race to take the title, and George Russell, as apparently maybe he hasn't taken Verstappen's hopes and dreams away, as he power slides through the hairpin and chases after Ollie Behrman, who is up ahead, ready to lap him. And Verstappen is 1.2 seconds behind, but I don't think he's going to get the DRS here. Russell doing a good enough job at holding position, and he starts to pull away once again, as he did earlier on. George Russell, Our hopes and dreams lay upon him, and he has delivered the championship for Nico Hulkenberg. He just has to get round these last few corners, and Nico Hulkenberg will make history by taking his first Formula 1 title, as George Russell has just 2 corners to go. Oh, he's power sliding! Unbelievable disrespect to Max Verstappen through the third to last corner, as Russell crosses the line and destroys Verstappen's championship. He will retire with 4 championships to his name, and Nico Hulkenberg rounds the final corner as the unsuspecting world champion. And I did not believe that I would be saying these words when we finished that second race in China and saw how quick Max Verstappen was. But multiple DNFs and some very lucky wins have put Nico Hulkenberg in contention in this final race, and he has taken the championship. Probably not deservingly, but also at the same time very deservingly. And potentially could have just taken it last race in Qatar when Max Verstappen crashed his car into the wall and made multiple pit stops. But there we go. That is season 2 over and done with, and we will see where the final championship results have left everybody. So here are those race results. Once again, George Russell, Max Verstappen, and Nico Hulkenberg pick up the podium, with Lewis Hamilton, Ayrton Senna, Lando Norris, Kimi Antonelli, Alex Albon, Charles Leclerc, and Carlos Sainz the final top 10. Over to the Drivers' Championship, and Nico Hulkenberg takes victory by just 3 points over Max Verstappen after the final race. Charles Leclerc takes P3, followed by George Russell, Lando Norris, Ayrton Senna. Kimi Antonelli narrowly beats out Lewis Hamilton. Then we've got Kali Mayer and Yuki Tsunoda rounding out the top 10. Further down the order, we have Alex Albon, who beats out teammate Carlos Sainz. Then Fernando Alonso, Esteban Ocon, Gabriel Bortoleto, Pierre Gasly, and Lance Stroll, the final point scorers. Isaac Hadjar, Paul Aron, Ollie Behrman, Liam Lawson, and Jack Doohan unable to score. And for the final Constructors' Championship, McLaren managed to jump back ahead of Ferrari by that 8 points in that final race. As they were early on in the season, they have led and lost a load of places and then taken that position back. Ferrari finished third, with Mercedes not far behind them in 4th. Red Bull a solid 5th, with Williams a solid 6th. Then Aston Martin takes 7th away from Haas and Audi, who finished joint 8th, with Alpine 10th, and finally Racing Bulls in last. And that's all for this season. I'll catch you in a couple of weeks for Season 3.